Alright. See if this works. I'm going to get back on the book. We're at chapter 11, page 341. How to sum almost 700. Almost halfway done. And I don't have much to say other than I'm really distracted. I'm really distracted because I want to work on projects. And every time I try to work on a project, I got somebody trying to tear me down and hurt me for one reason or another. Unrelated necessarily to my projects and not any sort of like conspiracy. Some crazy conspiracy of people out to get me. It's just anytime it's like if you make a mistake, this person has the right to hurt you in their mind, and then the next person who hears about it has the right to hurt you and feel a certain way about it, and then the next person. So as the gossip game goes, it's poisoned people's minds against each other. And that's how you control friendships and relationships. And Kenzie Engelhardt knows how it works, and so does Kim Bublitz, so does my sister Jess Klein of Logic, whatever name she's got now. And Kim's playing defense, trying to protect in her mind. She thinks she's a heroic protector. It's just a game to her of control. And Kenzie, Jessica just who she is as a person. It's a reflex. She's not proud of it because when it happens and you call her out on it, you can see it in her eyes. She just doesn't have the courage to be a decent human being, come clean and apologize and try to stop. And if she does it, try to be a little nicer to make up for all the terribleness she put out there. It's no. Pretend it never happened and just let it go. Just let it go and just live in whatever new imaginary world she created for everyone where she's not a psychopath and you're the psychopath so that she can be happy and it'll play along because he doesn't give a fuck about me. And Kenzie's not ashamed of it. She's proud and enjoys and thirsts after all the power and she loves it. She's the Queen of Hearts. She loves being the boss and being in control and pretending like she's smarter than everyone and everyone's lesser than her and she's the boss, so she gets to tell everyone what to do because she's smarter and better than everyone else because she's a doctor, guys. She's a doctor. She's not just a drug peddler, just a pill counter to pass on drugs to the script writers called psychiatrists. Not much different from your Hollywood script writers. It's just their make-believe and the way they get money is by writing the script and narrowing you down and shrinking you down to all of your problems so that they can give you drugs and the good vibe and you keep going to them. Not much different from your Hollywood script writers. And this book is what I came to read in the book, some objection handling. I'm certain I got through the first 2 pages, so we're just going to start on page 344. It is objected to Christian Science that it claims God as the only absolute life and soul, and man to be his idea, that is, his image. But it should be added that this is claimed to represent the normal, healthful, and sinless condition of man in divine science, and that this claim is made because the scriptures say that God has created man in his own image and after his likeness. Is it sacrilegious to assume that God's likeness is not found in matter, sin, sickness, and death? No, I don't think so. I don't think it is sacrilegious to assume that. I think if God is all, and then God is also evil, and then obviously God doesn't see himself as the evil for whatever reason. Just like my dad, if Jessica tells him something and my dad gets an emotion from it, my dad gets a feeling from it, well, my dad's going to hurt me. My dad can't articulate why. He can't articulate it in words why he's hurting me. He just knows he's supposed to because he's upset. And he felt the negative emotion, and if he feels the negative emotion, then somebody's to blame, and he's going to now get that cathartic feeling of letting that negative emotion out on his son because Jessica gassed him up with the negative emotion that's not even real. And then now Ed and I are fighting about whether or not I'm a liar because Jessica told him the story, and Jessica is a liar. And he knows Jessica's a liar, and he knows I try to tell the truth, and he just doesn't give a flying fuck. And he can't see himself for who he actually is. He has to pretend and be the hero. It's the same thing that Kim Bublitz is doing right now, where she can't see how terrible she is and all the awful things she's doing to me. She just has to live in this bubble of a world where she's pretending to be the victim and the hero. And it's just using the government to hurt me, and it's a never end. It's a never end because there's no goal or end game for her in this, because I haven't really done anything. No, I have things to apologize for too, but it's not to the extent of what she's doing or has been doing. Talked about it in the last video. It's the perfection she requires from me is I can't show up in person because she loves me to deliver a letter. She now needs a personal protection order. And when I yelled at her son that I would never do that to you, referring to lying, cheating, and stealing from him, things he did to me, when I said I would never do that to you loudly on the phone in anger and pain, him and his mom and family decided that they were going to come at me with a legal action. And Dave demanded we couldn't be friends anymore if I didn't apologize for yelling at him, because you're not allowed to yell at Dave. That's jail time and stealing money from you and sending the government to hurt you. The Bublitz will send the government to hurt you if you yell at Dave. He's allowed to steal hundreds of dollars of work equipment from you and leave a mess and be a lying, backstabbing pile of crap. But you're not allowed to yell at him to not do those things. That's not allowed. Straight to jail, and Kim's gonna hurt you. Kim's gonna hurt you. She's gonna find a way to hurt you. Her son stole from you and hurt you. Her niece did awful, terrible things. Now Kim needs to hurt me. She needs to fucking hurt me. Fucking hurt me. That's her game plan. Just keep fucking hurting me. Sorry, buddy. Were it more fully understood that truth heals and that error causes disease, the opponents of a demonstrable science would perhaps mercifully withhold their misrepresentations of that harm the sick until the enemies of the Christian science Hey, buddy, I gotta get it. Whoa. Let me see. ticks out here in Virginia still. Anyway. And until the enemies of Christian Science test its efficacy according to the rules which disclose its merits or demerits, it would be just to observe the scriptural precept, judge not. There are various methods of treating disease which are not included in commonly accepted systems, but there is only one which would be presented to the whole world, and that is the Christian Science which Jesus preached and practiced and left us as his rich legacy. Why should one refuse to investigate this method of treating disease? Why support the popular systems of medicine when the physician may perchance be an infidel and may lose 99 patients, while Christian Science cures its 100? Is it because allopathy and homeopathy are more fashionable and less spiritual? The Bible, the word spirit, is so commonly applied to deity that spirit and God are often regarded as synonymous terms, and it is thus they are uniformly used and understood in Christian Science, as it is evident that the likeness of spirit cannot be material, does not follow that God cannot be in his unlikeness and work through drugs to heal the sick. When the omnipotence of God is preached and his absoluteness is set forth, Christian sermons will heal the sick. It's something to think about too. Everyone talks about God being all in all and God being able to do anything and whatnot, but they really don't believe it. They really don't believe it, because if they believed it, then they'd be finding ways for God to make sure God fixed all their problems instead of just complaining about it and going to a doctor or a psychiatrist or your girlfriend or the fuck boy or whoever you're going to, the drug dealer, whoever you're going to get your fix from. If you believed God could do anything, then you wouldn't be going to those people for what you wanted. You'd be going to God and asking for the answers there, knowing in your heart that he's going to give it to you if you do everything he requires from you. But then also you got to remember that you can be Moses and do everything God fucking requires from you, and then he just says go fucking die on a fucking mountain all alone. You didn't do it fucking fast enough, dude. So you didn't do it fast enough. Only 120 years old for you. Go die all by yourself on a fucking side of a mountain. After he did all that fucking work for him. So no promised land for you, Moses. It is sometimes said in criticizing Christian Science that mind, which contradicts itself, neither knows itself nor what it is saying. It is indeed no small matter to know oneself, but in this volume of mine there is no contradictory statements, at least none which are apparent to those who understand its oppositions well enough to pass judgment upon them. One who understands Christian Science can heal the sick in the divine principle of Christian Science, and the practical proof is the only feasible evidence that one does understand the science. Anyone who is able to perceive the incongruity between God's idea and poor humanity ought to be able to discern the distinction made by the Christian Science between God's man made in his image and sinning race of Adam. And that's this concept to think about. She's really trying to separate the evil that man does from the image of God's likeness, and that's something to think about. The voices in your head when they contradict in one's the angel devil concept, or when you know you shouldn't do something and you do it anyway, and the voice in your head is telling you shouldn't do it. But then the other voice in your head is saying it's fine for you to do it because it's giving you an excuse for why it's okay to do the bad thing. And then how do you decipher which one is God and which one is yourself? Which one is the spirit of somebody else? Which the spirit of somebody else is your idea of what they would think if they knew what you were saying and doing or wanted to do. How would they respond in your mind? How does your vision of who they are, of that person, is? So how would they respond if they knew what you were thinking, saying, or doing? That's how you channel someone's spirit, dead or alive. And it's really hard. It's really hard to know. It's not hard to know because that's God. You assume, especially in this book, the concept there is always assume God's the voice of reason trying to tell you to stay on the path, and your body is trying to drag you down to hell, always trying to prevent you from ascending and keep you in the earthly bodily feelings and lean into all of your emotional desires, all the cardinal sins that would prevent you from ascending. So it's a pleasant concept, but still hard to separate God being all and not being evil, and not remembering that God sent an army to destroy his people, and disease to and murder to hurt people and punish people for displeasing him. And if you don't do it good enough and fast enough, then you're not good enough for him. And go fuck yourself and die on a mountain, Moses, all by your fucking self, because we don't give a fuck about you. Because God cares and is all loving and whatnot. He wants people to be happy. God wants to be happy. Ed wants to be happy. Kenzie wants to be happy. Hello. The apostle says, "For if a man think himself to be something when he is nothing, he deceiveth himself." This thought of human material nothingness, which science inculcates, enrages the cardinal mind and is the main cause of the cardinal mind's antagonism. It is not the purpose of Christian Science to educate the idea of God or treat it for disease, as is alleged by one critic. I regret that such criticism confounds man with Adam. When man is spoken of as made in God's image, it is not sinful and sickly mortal man who is referred to, but the ideal man reflecting God's likeness. It is sometimes said that Christian Science teaches the nothingness of sin, sickness, and death, and then teaches how this nothingness is to be saved and healed. The nothingness of nothing is plain, but we need to understand that air is nothing, and that its nothingness is not saved, but must be demonstrated in order to prove the somethingness. We need to understand that air is nothing, and that its nothingness is not saved, but must be demonstrated in order to prove the somethingness. The allness of truth. It's kind of the yin yang concept, I guess. is you can't have the good without the evil. You can't know what the good is without knowing the evil, and what love is without knowing the pain and the hurt. It's know the good without understanding the bad. But she talks about it in infuriating ways sometimes. Because she tries to say that it's nothing. That's what's infuriating about it. To say that the nothingness to prove of something, because it's not nothing, it is something. It's the catalyst, and it's pain, and it's suffering, and it hurts, and it's real. It sucks. So just to try to deny it and just do what girls do and just say, don't pretend it never happened. Pretend it never happened, and move along and let's go play make-believe. Fuckboy girl code. Please no. And it is self-evident that we are harmonious only as we cease to manifest evil, or the belief that we suffer from the sin of others. Disbelief in error destroys error and leads to the discernment of truth. There are no vacuums. How then can this demonstration be fraught with falsities painful to behold? And the problem lies in, we can use Kim and Kenzie for example in my relationship with my friends. When I ended up just giving up after Kenzie and just said fuck it, Kim and Kenzie win, I'm not fighting my friends. I'm not fighting with the people I care about, as while they play middleman between these women. While I lose all of my relationships, while everyone comes to me, for some reason Kenzie and Kim are upset. Well, I have to argue with my friends and hear lectures about them why the girls are mad. And the girls have no involvement. My friends just know things I never told them that they shouldn't know. But anyway, I could apologize. I could pretend that their evil behavior isn't real, that it never happened, and just let it go and live in make-believe land. And then, look, everyone can be happy and at peace. Look, if we make Luke disappear and pretend he doesn't exist and never bring his name up, then Kenzie can be happy. Then Kim will be happy. If they file personal protection orders and get rid of Luke and eliminate him, then they can be happy and go live in fucking La La Land. And the problem is if I just keep playing along, then I have to keep suffering as they poison one thing after another, and it keeps happening over and over and over again. And let them continue to be evil, degenerate, careless, heartless, soulless, blood-sucking, just loving people. And then the cycle repeats itself over and over and over again. So just pretending the evil doesn't exist doesn't allow room for it to repent and atone, and doesn't allow the truth to set in, because the one dealing out the evil remains the same. And so it has to be addressed first before you can pretend it doesn't exist. You have to be able to address it for you to be able to forgive it. It's like, I can't forgive Kim if Kim is hiding. I can be like, hey Kim, I forgive you. It's okay. Come out, wherever you are. I'm not gonna hurt you. What you did was terrible. You should have talked to me before you did all those awful things behind my back. But I can forgive you for it. Please stop hurting me. But that does no good. It does no good because she's hiding. She's hiding. So I can't forgive her. And we can't talk about it, so I can't even acknowledge that it happened because she never did it because she wasn't involved, so she just continues to be involved. Ace, Ace! I'm sorry, you gotta come back. Can't go nowhere. I'll stop, I promise. I'll back to the book. Come on, lay down. Thank you. Anyway, thanks, buddy. We treat error through the understanding of truth because truth is error's antidote. If a dream ceases, it is self-destroyed and the terror is over. When a sufferer is convinced that there is no reality in his belief of pain, because matter has no sensation, hence pain in matter is a false belief, how can he suffer no longer? Do you feel the pain of tooth pulling when you believe that nitrous oxide gas has made you unconscious? Yet in your concept, the tooth, the operation, and the forceps are unchanged. The material beliefs must be expelled to make room for the spiritual understanding. We cannot serve both God and Mammon at the same time, but it is not this what frail mortals are trying to do, Paul says. The flesh lusteth against the spirit, and the spirit against the flesh. Who is ready to admit this? The flesh lusteth against the spirit, and the spirit against the flesh. And that's not always true. The spirit is not against the flesh. The spirit is not against the flesh. The spirit is against the flesh error. The error prevents the flesh from maximizing the bodily pleasure, even though the error can lead to an invigorating climax, and you can also just become comfortable living in that vibe too. So it is said by one critic that to verify this wonderful philosophy, Christian Science declares that whatever is mortal or discordant has no origin, existence, nor realness. Nothingness really has life but God who is infinite. Life, hence all is life, and death has no dominion. This writer infers that if anything needs to be doctored, it must be the one God or mind. Had he stated his syllogism correctly, the conclusion would be that there is nothing left to be doctored. Critics should consider that the so-called mortal man is not the reality of man. Then they would behold the sign of Christ's coming. Christ is a spiritual or true idea of God, comes now as of old, preaching the gospel to the poor, healing the sick, and casting out evils. Is it error which is restoring an essential element of Christianity, namely apostolic divine healing? No, it is the science of Christianity which is restoring, and is the light shining in darkness which the darkness comprehends not. Which is that's one of the crux of the problems I keep talking about. The darkness doesn't fucking comprehend it, or the darkness comprehends it and it doesn't care, like I said, because it enjoys just enjoys playing games in the dark. They're good at it. They're fun. They're vampires. They suck souls right out of you. They don't care. They do it to their friends the most. And anyone that gets close to them is going to get hurt. And they're not going to care one way or the other. And you're all just going to live in just this shitty, fake. I don't know. I stay out of it, so I don't really have to deal with it much. I just had to suffer it a few times and watch people suffer and complain about it and whine about it and hear about it all the time. Relentlessly have to hear about it. It's all these people fucking talk about. It's what they build their fucking relationships on. The fucking foundation of their relationship is destroying other relationships of theirs and talking shit about other relationships of theirs. That's the foundation of the fun that they have. It's built off of the, like I said, the trauma bonding and the negative that they focus on, and then love bombing and complimenting to mask that and cover up all the shitty things that they said, did, and hide all the terrible things and how shitty they are as people. It's just a fucked up culture. If Christian Science takes away the popular gods, sin, sickness, and death, it is Christ, truth, who destroys these evils, and so proves their nothingness. And like I said, it doesn't fucking prove their nothingness if he has to destroy them. They were something. You can't destroy nothing. This dumb fucking bitch is so fucking annoying. It's so fucking annoying. It's so fucking annoying. It's everywhere. It's all over. It's all over. Calling it science and calling it nothing. And calling evil nothing. Calling it something and nothing. It's just really annoying. It's really annoying. The dream that matter and air are something must yield to reason and revelation. Then mortals will behold the nothingness of sickness and sin and sickness will disappear from consciousness. And that's something to think about. The nothingness is sickness and sin. And I don't necessarily want to say that I've avoided any sort of injury or error because I didn't necessarily believe in it. But every time I get any sort of pain or problem, my natural assumption isn't to like believe the worst. It's sure the worst. It's like this guy in jail. I was talking to him, and he was looking at some real trouble, and was really scared about his future. And the place he was going, he heard a lot of bad stories about. And I kept trying to explain to him because he latched onto the expectation of what the worst because he heard of the worst. And the worst, you just got to assume naturally is that an outlier and isn't the normal. It's like take the 80-20 rule into play in a lot of circumstances and just assume the 80% is good and the 20% is bad. And your odds are pretty good, and you don't necessarily have to focus on what the potential and the possibilities are, but knowing what they are and things that are worth avoiding, so you don't have to learn the hard way is worth knowing. But like I said, my natural operating procedure is to understand what's out there and then not necessarily assume the worst. Just assume ignorance and malice are more rare. Sorry, buddy. You're gonna get put on a leash if you keep trying to leave. Sorry. Finish this chapter, and then we can go. It's a few more pages. But then just to never believe, that any of your problems are related to a disease that's outside of your control. That's where the error is. It's like I have disease, so I have pain here, and it's chronic. I have this ache in my tooth. I went to one dentist. They said it's a tiny there's a tiny cavity, and doesn't need to be fixed. And the pain's hardly ever there, and it's just never there. And then just sometimes it is there. And then I went to another dentist, and the dentist said there are no cavities. And so, who are you supposed to believe? Who are you supposed to believe? Because the pain is there, and it's not now. It's not there, and when I eat, it's not there for days. And then one day, I'll just be eating something sweet or something cold, and it'll just start to hurt for a few days. So, is it a cavity that needs scientific intervention, or should I just pretend it's not real and then forget it ever hurt, and then the pain goes away, but then it comes back, and it's just confusing. It's confusing. So. The harmonious will appear real and the inharmonious unreal. These critics will then see that error is indeed the nothingness, which they chide us for naming nothing, and which we desire neither to honor nor to fear. Now, I'm on board. I'm on board with it. Just the definition of the word nothing. I feel like hers and mine are just. She's more of hopeful wishing and negating reality and nature. As if nothing can prove something. So, but we definitely we desire neither to honor nor fear all of that shit. I just want to live with, but knowing it exists and suffering it, seeing it and hearing about everyone suffering it over and over and over and over again. To say it's nothing, maybe to say it's nothing and not let it give you any emotional, and let it take your energy. I don't know. Medical theories virtually admit the nothingness of hallucinations, even while treating them as disease. And who objects to this? I do. I do every time. Every time I talk about it, I object to it. It's nonsense. Why are you giving drugs to people that are doing these such things? That's not the cure to it. Sure, it numbs them so that they can't think, so that they don't have the hallucinations anymore. But it doesn't solve the problem or fix them. It just helps. Anyway, ought we not then to approve any cure which is affected by making the disease appear to be what it really is, an illusion? And that's just really something to think about. It's just an illusion to give you ideas of what the range of possibilities are. And to keep it understood that way and let people have their hallucinations and help them get it under control rather than numbing it down and saying, you're not allowed to have fantasies. We don't allow you to have fantasies and to daydream. And no, sir, we don't let you to play out roles and be weird in our society. You can't do it. We're going to poison you and knock you out. If we hit you hard enough, maybe we'll snap you out of it, and you'll be what we want you to be, so that we don't feel uncomfortable around you. America. I'm never gonna finish this book. I'm never gonna finish this book. That's a lie. I am. Here's the difficulty. It's not generally understood how one disease can be just as much a delusion as another. It is a pity that the medical faculty and clergy have not learned this, for Jesus established this foundational fact. When devils' delusions were cast out and the dumb spake, for Jesus established this foundational fact when devils' delusions were cast out and the dumb spake. That's fucking a very good point. It's a very good point. Because people have breakthroughs. And to make it's like I have been given a permanent disability of paranoid, delusional, schizophrenic, crazy person that doesn't know the difference between what's real and what's not real. Because I hold strong beliefs of what reality is, what my reality and other people's realities are, that I don't dare nor care to prove accurate. I just hold because they're just maxims I have to hold to go operate safely in this world. So but yeah, he proved a lot of shit. He proved a lot of shit when he started to give people these breakthroughs, these physical and mental breakthroughs that are more than realistic. It's hard to say everything about science and the body is false, like she's trying to make claim, and say every one of the girls in the mental institution was not happy because there's the disconnect in psychology of God and spirit versus body and mind and psychology. So when I say that I don't remember what the disagreement was, but she got mad and said everything I learned in college is wrong. They got a little sassy on me. And it's not that everything that she learned was wrong, it's just that there's this one disconnect that needs to be fixed, and when you fix that one disconnect, then all of a sudden, snap, you can have a breakthrough, and you can see everything as the truth for what it actually is. And so not everything in science, like she makes claim in our modern university textbook science versus Vatican religious science versus spirit, what's really going on. And when you can get to that core truth of what's really going on, you can find the path to healing, if not make an immediate breakthrough right then and there. Are we irreverent towards sin or imputing too much power to God when we ascribe to him almighty life and love? I deny his cooperation with evil because I desire to have no faith in evil or in any power that God good. Is it not well to eliminate from so-called mortal mind that which is so no long as it remains in sick mortal mind will show itself in forms of sin, sickness, and death? Instead of tenaciously defending the supposed rights of disease while complaining of the suffering disease brings, would it not be well to abandon the defense, especially when by so doing our own condition can be improved and that of other persons as well. But it doesn't prevent a new disease or the next disease from coming in the future, and God descending and a new thing coming your way because you did something wrong again. And to deny its existence is to prevent this concept here. It's to say that God is love, and that's all God is love. And to deny that God isn't love will make you feel better inside. And that's the Christian Science concept, the living in the love feeling. But to deny the hellfire and brimstone and the rage that God has for the sins, and that's why he creates the sin, the sickness, and the disease in us, the karmic type of retribution. To deny its existence is just going to make you ignorant to the fact that it can happen to you if you or others cause those sins upon yourself. It's like even though Eve brought Adam the apple and convinced Adam to eat it, he still sinned against God. And it doesn't matter. You can go point fingers at the bitch because she did it first, because the snake convinced her to do it first, and you just joined in because for whatever reason you justified joining in. It doesn't mean you didn't do the deed. And to say that God is love, then you don't fear it. You don't fear making the mistake as much either, because you just don't know what it means. It's really difficult. It's the Christians. They ain't got it. That's why nobody knows who this. Well, I'll give you guys her name real quick again. I'll name drop this bitch. She's got good ideas. Mary Baker Eddy, Science and Health with Keys to the Scripture. She's got a library of books. She's written lots of shit, and everyone says that this is the book to go with if you're only going to read one of her books, which most likely will not read more than this or maybe a couple more if someone gives me a reason to. I deny his cooperation with evil. Oh, yeah. You just read the Bible and denied that he said he sent this army to go hurt this army to say this and do this. He has no, you're right. He didn't have any say in the evil. It was all justified. All the flood was justified. He murdered everyone on planet Earth. Everyone and everything got wiped the fuck out. And there was no evil there. No, that was all good. This girl says all good. God is good in all glory. Don't be afraid. He's only love. He's love, like the way Kim loves me. That's what it is. Is it not well to eliminate from so-called mortal mind that which, so long as it remains in mortal mind, will show itself in forms of sin, sickness, and death? Instead of tenaciously defending the supposed rights of disease, while complaining of the suffering the disease brings, would it not be well to abandon the defense, especially when by so doing our own condition can be improved, and that of the other persons as well? eliminates the repenting and atoning concept to just let it go. Because that's all she's saying, just let it go. Okay, so these people did all these awful things to you. Shit happened. Let it go and move forward, and then you can have peace, and so can they. And that peace is only temporary, and community can't survive on that, because then as soon as you're not pleasing the queen and you talk about it, and you don't let it go, and it hurts too much, or they've destroyed too much for you to let it go, for you not to say ouch, or you actually say ouch and it wasn't even intentional and they heard you say ouch, now it's a thing and now you're fighting about it and you can't let it go because it was out there. Whatever's going on, it doesn't even matter. I'm sorry. Letting it go is not a solution. It just empowers them to be just as bad to the next person. And it has ripple effects too, so this is the book, and we'll go into it. I'm share the book on philosophy at some point, but how was I going to say that? Oh, he says if you're the guardians shouldn't argue. They shouldn't quarrel between themselves. They should come to agreements on what the reality of the situation is, so they can move forward in peace and lead the community. Because if the leaders are arguing and squabbling, then there's no peace and no collaboration. And it's like the same with the Democrats and Republican concept. They're just going to always bicker with each other about their disagreements, and then they don't come together, and there's no real cooperation. And it's the same thing with me and Kim. As long as she just hides, as long as Kenzie just gets to hide and petition the government for a personal protection order for dumb fucking petty stuff, pretending like they're victims rather than trying to find a resolution, no one's happy, everyone's upset, and we have to pretend no one exists to that. We have to just let it go and pretend it never happened, and each other doesn't exist, and just brainwash. It's how brainwash works. Like I said, you focus on the negative until we don't even want to think about each other anymore, because we spent 20, 36, however many years being friends, and that are only good to each other. But as long as your feminist, fuckboy, whoever person you call friend, wants to relentlessly remind you of all the negatives, so that you no longer want to think about that person, because thinking about the positives don't wipe out the negative anymore. So you can let it go and move forward, but then they'll keep reminding you over and over and over again. Because Kenzie will never let it go, because she doesn't want me around. So as long as she keeps reminding Wade of reasons why I shouldn't be welcome around, then I'll never be welcome around anything. And it's all my fault, because whatever reason Kenzie came up with. And if she comes up with enough good reasons, then Wade will only have reasons to be upset with me, and reasons why I'm not good enough, and reasons why he doesn't want me around anymore either. And now we're not friends, so Kenzie's the victim, and Kenzie's the victim. Now Kim's the victim. Back to the book. I have never supposed the world would immediately witness the full fruitage of Christian Science, or that sin, disease, and death would not be believed for an indefinite time. But this I do aver, that as a result of teaching Christian Science, ethics and temperance have received an impulse, health has been restored, and longevity increased. If such are present fruits, What will the harvest be when this science is more generally understood? As Paul asked of the unfaithful in ancient days, so the rabbis of the present day ask concerning our healing and teaching. Through breaking the law, dishonorest thou God? We have the gospel, however, and our master annulled material law by healing contrary to it. We propose to follow the master's example. We should subordinate material law to spiritual law. Two essential points of Christian Science are that neither life nor man dies, and that God is not the author of sickness. That's just there's a mistake in this reasoning. There's just a mistake in this reasoning, and I just feel obligated to point it out. Every time it spits out of my mouth, every time this fucking country, this girl, every time this person, this Mary Baker Eddy makes me regurgitate some bullshit, I feel obligated to say, no, this is not right. This is not accurate. This is inaccurate. God is everything, so God is the author of the sickness too. God sent the armies to hurt the other armies. God's playing little puppet master of everyone, whispering in everyone's ear with other ones. He's also the snake, somehow, and not the snake, because he didn't know that they ate the apple. He just knew something was up because they knew they were naked, and he didn't know how they were naked. But he also knows everything, so he somehow didn't know that they ate the apple until he asked them, and they confessed. The Bible. What a book. What a book. What a fucking book. So consistent. That God person. That fucking God person. Not person. Deity. Thing that lives above the cloud in the outer space. Or beyond outer space. What? The chief difficulty in conveying the teachings of divine science accurately to human thought lies in this, that like all other languages, English is inadequate to the expression of spiritual conception and propositions, because one is obliged to use material terms in dealing with spiritual ideas. The elucidation of Christian Science lies in its spiritual sense, and this sense must be gained by its disciples in order to grasp the meaning of the science. Out of this condition grew the prophecy concerning the Christian apostles. They shall speak with new tongues. Speaking of the things of spirit, while dwelling on material plane, material terms must be generally employed. Mortal thought does not at once catch the higher meaning that can do so only as thought it's educated up to spiritual apprehension. To a certain extent, this is equally true to all learning, even that which is wholly material. Sorry, buddy, you can't go that way. Its science substance is understood to be spirit, while the opponents of Christian Science believe no, come on. Substance to be matter. Ace, come on. They think of matter as substance and almost the only thing, and as the thing of which pertains to spirit is next to nothing, whereas very far removed from daily experience. The Christian Science takes exactly the opposite view. And that's legit. But she also negates the spirit's pleasuring the body, because the spirit gives the body a pleasure far stronger than any bodily pleasure you can fantasize about. So negating the bodily pleasure that spirit brings is one of the downfalls of it, because spirit's also kind of a fantasy too. But really, that's a tough one. To understand all our masters saying, as recorded in the New Testament, sayings infinitely important. His followers must grow into the stature of manhood in Christ Jesus, which enables them to interpret his spiritual meaning. Then they know how truth casts out error and heals the sick. Something that I kind of pointed out in a video. I don't know if I've shared, or I'm gonna do a man versus boy skit at some point. But this really highlights that point, I guess. The boy's fun is the boyish fun, the childish behavior is fleeting and short term. A lot of time has to cause problems first to get the energy up, or got the energy up and then causes problems after because you did something that made a mistake. So either get the energy up focused on a mistake, and that's what creates the pain and suffering, or the mistake then creates the pain and suffering and the karmic downfall. And when you understand that, then you become a man. And once you stop doing those being the child and acting out the childish emotions that cause the pain and suffering, or that will or could cause the pain and suffering. And then when you stop doing that entirely and all the negativity goes away, then you can remain in a peaceful, and you can let the spiritual, it doesn't go away, it doesn't fade away as much, and you can get that good feeling you're searching for in the climax from a lustful encounter, without any karmic retribution, without having to be dead inside after, and being able to replicate it. Like when you had that most amazing meal you ever had, there's this ribeye sandwich with jus sauce I had, and it was the most amazing thing I ever had in my whole life. Melted it in my mouth and fantasized about it, and went back to that place, and it wasn't as good. For whatever reason, it wasn't as good. Twice in a row, it wasn't as good. And that spiritual connection, and you're vibing in the peace and love vibe, and then don't have the negative, like she's trying to get us to, is that concept of pretend the negative is nothing. And once the negative is nothing, then you can be in that peace and love state, And when you're there and you get to just hover there, that's that angelic vibe that you can live in, which is the most powerful vibration. And that's gonna be in my boy and man chat. Hey, buddy. His word were the offspring of his deeds, both of which must be understood. Unless the works are comprehended, which his words explained, the words are blind. The master often refused to explain his words because it was difficult in the material age to apprehend spiritual truth. He said, "This people's heart is waxed gross, and their ears dull of hearing, and their eyes they have closed, lest at any time they should see with their eyes and hear with their ears, and should understand with their hearts, and should be converted, and I should heal them." The Word was made flesh. Divine truth must be known by its effects on the body as well as on the mind before the science of being can be demonstrated. Hence its embodiment in incarnate Jesus, that life link forming the connection through which the real reach with the unreal. Soul rebukes sense and truth destroys error. In Jewish worship, the Word was materially explained and the spiritual sense was scarcely perceived. The religion which sprang from half-hidden Israelitish history was pedantic and void of healing power. When we lose faith in God's power to heal, we distrust the divine principle which demonstrates Christian science, and then we cannot heal the sick. Neither can we heal through the help of spirit if we plant ourselves on the material basis. The author became a member of the Orthodox Congregational Church in early years. Later, she learned that her own prayers failed to heal her, as did the prayers of her devout parents and the church. But when the spiritual sense of the creed was discerned in the science of Christianity, the spiritual sense was a present help. It was the living, palpitating presence of Christ's truth which healed the sick. We cannot bring out the practical proof of Christianity which Jesus required, while error seems as potent and real to us as truth. And while we make personal devil and an anthropomorphic God our starting points, especially if we consider Satan as a being co-equal in power with deity, if not superior to him, because such starting points are neither spiritual nor scientific, they cannot work out the spirit rule of Christian healing, which proves the nothingness of error, discord, by demonstrating the all-inclusiveness of harmonious truth. The Israelites centered their thoughts on the material in their attempted worship of the spiritual. To them, matter was substance and spirit was shadow. They thought to worship spirit from a material standpoint, but this was impossible. They might appeal to Jehovah, but their prayer brought down no proof that it was heard, because they did not sufficiently understand God to be able to demonstrate his power to heal, to make harmony the reality and discord the unreality. Our Master declared that his material body was not spirit, evidently considering it a mortal and material belief of flesh and bones, whereas the Jews took a diametrically opposite view. To Jesus, not materially but spiritually, was the reality of man's existence, while to the rabbis the spiritual was the intangible and uncertain, if not the unreal. Would a mother say to her child who is frightened at the imaginary ghosts and sick in consequence of the fear, "I know that ghosts are real, they exist and are to be feared, but you must not be afraid of them"? Children, like adults, ought to fear a reality which can harm them, and which they do not understand, for at any moment they may become its helpless victims. But instead of increasing children's fear by declaring ghosts to be real, merciless, and powerful, thus watering the very roots of childish timidity, children should be assured that their fears are groundless, that ghosts are not realities but traditional beliefs, erroneous and man-made. And again, no. No, they should be seen as God-made. They should see God made them as karma. They should see them as karma. And they should see them as a reality and a potential reality, not a nothingness. They should be... Anyway, warnings. In short, children should be told not to believe in ghosts because there's no such things. If belief in reality is destroyed, terror of ghosts will depart and health be restored. The objects of alarm will not vanish into nothingness, no longer seeming worthy of fear or honor. To accomplish a good result, it is certainly not irrational to tell the truth about ghosts. And sure, ghosts aren't real, but the concepts of ghosts and the spiritual idea of them is real. So the concept of a ghost knocking a vase over on your coffee table is not real. That's not a reality of the world we live in on planet Earth here. But a ghost like me haunting Kim Bublitz and Kenzie for the rest of my fucking life. That's real. That's a real ghost. Is this thing still on? Is this mic still on? Would a mother say to her child who is frightened at imaginary ghosts and sick in consequence of the fear, "I know that ghosts are real, they exist and are to be feared, but you must not be afraid of them"? Children, like adults, ought to fear a reality which can harm them and which they do not understand, for at any moment they may become its helpless victims. But instead of increasing children's fear by declaring ghosts to be real, merciless, and powerful, thus watering the very roots of childish timidity, children should be assured that their fear are groundless, that ghosts are not realities, but traditional beliefs erroneous and man-made. I think I've already read that. But either way, I do want to point it out that my ex-fiance's mom believed in ghosts and tried to get her to believe in ghosts and to get her to believe in other fairy tales. And it's why the fuckboys at the bar are fun, because they get you to believe in the fantasy and make you think about the fantasy and associate that fantasy with them. And it's not cheating because you're just out having fun with your girlfriends. In short, children should not be told to believe in ghosts because there are no such things. If belief in their reality is destroyed, terror of ghosts will depart and health be restored. The objects of alarm will then vanish into nothingness, no longer seeming worthy of fear or honor. To accomplish a good result, it is certainly not irrational to tell the truth about ghosts. And then, really to dive into that, when we talk about the disease, fear in itself is dis-ease. So the negative emotion is the disease. So the fear, the terror, the anger, the lust, that's a disease, and you wanna ease that tension and that vibration and calm it. or make it something that's good or happy and peaceful. So curing it isn't to lean into the false reality that creates the fear. It's not pretending Kim Bublitz is the victim here, and living in a make-believe imaginary world where Kim and Kenzie are afraid of me because I'm dangerous and violent and I've done terrible things, that they need the government, and me delivering a coffee machine to Wade Engelhart is somehow violating Kenzie Engelhart, and got me thrown in jail for it. That's justice. That's the world we live in. Keep playing make-believe, and the tension and the disease, and everyone's in disease, and no one wants to be around or talk about each other, and just pretend Luke doesn't exist to get personal protection orders so you can put him in jail for a little while should he doesn't exist, and just continue to hurt him over and over and over again. Anyway, girls, what are you gonna do? The Christianly scientific real is the sensuous unreal. Sin, disease, whatever seems real to material sense, is unreal in divine sense. The physical senses in science have ever been antagonistic, and they will so continue until the testimony of the physical senses yield entirely to Christian Science, which is true. It's true. It's true. I believe it. Not necessarily that she's explaining it perfectly, but she's right about that. I believe. The age was not wholly outlived the sense of ghostly beliefs. It still holds them more or less. Time has not reached eternity, immortality, complete reality. All of the real is eternal. Perfection underlies reality. Without perfection, nothing is wholly real. All things will continue to disappear until perfection appears and reality is reached. We must give up the spectral at all points. I want to touch on that disappear until perfection appears and reality is reached. It's a concept I'm trying to play out in the mind. It's the man in the mirror concept, and trying to listen to those voices and attain that perfection, and not repeat mistakes that I know cause problems. The baseball game that started back there, and it's like, don't make the same mistake twice. Okay, you made a mistake. You can apologize, you can make it right, and now don't make the same mistake twice. And it's rare. It's very rare for me to make the same mistake twice. But there's some that once I break bad habits, I wonder what comes after that. So without perfection, nothing is wholly real. All things will continue to disappear until perfection appears and reality is reached. We must give up the spectral at all points. We must not continue to admit the somethingness of superstition, but we must yield up all belief in it and be wise. When we learn that error is not real, we shall be ready for progress, forgetting those things which are behind. And error is real. And if error is repented and atoning, like I just said, if I make a mistake, I can admit it, I can apologize, I can make it right and move forward. But if I don't admit the mistake, then I keep doing it over and over again. So it was real in the past, and I can forget about it and make it nothing and move on and let it go. But then it's going to happen again because it wasn't repented and atoned for. It wasn't addressed properly. Kenzie did awful things, and instead of having to address it, now Kim is doing awful things, and it's now leaching out. Now my mom is delivering messages for Kim, and I just don't want it anymore. So the error is real. It keeps happening, and it's going to continue to happen until people come to the table and truth comes out. The actual truth comes out, and people stop pretending and people stop lying. So until then, it is real and it won't be nothing. It will always be the catalyst to the destruction of. Anyway, and the continual lie that is preventing any peace and progress. So we're not ready for progress. We're not ready for progress. Tell this fucking Horcrux. The grave does not banish the ghost of materiality. So long as there are supposed limits to mind, and those limits are human, so long will ghosts seem to continue. Mind is limitless. It never was material. The true idea of being is spiritual and immortal, and from this it follows that whatever is laid off is ghost, some unreal belief. Mortal beliefs can neither demonstrate Christianity nor apprehend the reality of life. Are the protests of Christian Science against the notion that there can be material life, substance, or mind utter falsities and absurdities, as some aver? Why then do Christians try to obey the Scriptures in war against the world, the flesh, and the devil? Why do they invoke the divine aid to enable them to leave all for Christ's truth? Why do they use these phraseology and yet deny Christian Science when it teaches precisely this thought? The words of design science find their immortality in deeds, for their principle heals the sick and spiritualizes humanity. Sure, you can say that, but God also said, Moses said that God said that someone said that God said something about stopping humans from living past 120 because fuck them, they suck. Humans are trash. So the longer you get to live, the more destruction you can cause. So we're capping that and at 120. And few have broken that barrier, but there's also talk about thousands of years old and immortality, like the concept of God is immortal, and Jesus is immortal at this point. But a longer mortal life to 300, I guess, is where my mind's at. That's the target. The target year. Age. The target age. Not necessarily like 300, but in like the 300 range, somewhere in there, that ballpark. 380, 350s, anywhere in there is good. And On the other hand, the Christian opponents of Christian Science neither give nor offer any proofs that their master's religion can heal the sick. Surely it is not enough to cleave to barren and desultory dogmas derived from the tradition of the elders who thereunto have set their seals. Consistency is seen in example for their precept. Inconsistency is shown by words without deeds, which are like clouds without rain. If our words fail to express our deeds, God will redeem that weakness, and out of the mouth of babes he will perfect praise. The night of materiality is far spent, and with the dawn truth will awaken men spiritually to hear and to speak the new tongue. Sin should become unreal to everyone. It is in itself inconsistent of divided kingdom. Its supposed realism has no divine authority, and I rejoice in the apprehension of this grand verity. The opponents of divine science must be charitable if they would be Christian. If the letter of Christian Science appears inconsistent, they should gain the spiritual meaning of the Christian Science, and then the ambiguity will vanish. That's just a shitty way of saying you didn't read it right, go read it again. And I don't know, it's funny. The charge of inconsistency in Christianly scientific methods of dealing with sin and disease is met with something practical, namely the proof of the utility of the methods, and the proofs are better than the mere verbal arguments or prayers which evince no spiritual power to heal. And that's like going to church all the time and hearing what the Vatican told the priest to regurgitate that week. So sin and disease, Christian Science says in the language of the Master, follow me and let the dead bury their dead. Let discord of every name and nature be heard no more, and let the harmonious and true sense of life and being take possession of human consciousness. It is the relative value of the two conflicting theories regarding Christian healing. What is the relative value of the two conflicting theories regarding Christian healing? 1. According to the command of our Master, heal the sick. The other, popular religion, declines to admit that Christian's religion has exercised any systemic healing power since the 1st century. The statement that the teachings of Christian Science in this work are absolutely false and the most egregious fallacy ever offered for acceptance is an opinion wholly due to misapprehension both the divine principle and practice of Christian Science and to a consequent inability to demonstrate this science. No, but it is everyone seems to be in agreement that there's a very large population that believed Jesus existed and Jesus healed the sick. And there is very small to no population. This group claims to do it. My mom's church, apparently, she said, claims to have people that do it, but there's no large mainstream person that has existed since Jesus that has gotten such a praise for healing people. So it's true. There's no one since the 1st century. Is a fair statement. Without this understanding, no one is capable of impartial or correct criticism because demonstration and spiritual understanding are God's immortal keynotes, proved to be such by our Master and evidenced by the sick who are cured and by the sinners who are reformed, which that's fair assessment of individuals being healed and reformed, but never denoted to one human or to God, not to God. Anyway, where are we at? Strangely enough, we ask for material theories in support of spiritual and eternal truth, when the two are so antagonistic that the material thought must become spiritualized before the spiritual fact is attained. So-called material existence affords no evidence of spiritual existence and immortality. Sin, sickness, and death do not prove man's entity or immortality. Discord can never establish the facts of harmony. Matter is not the vestibule of spirit. Jesus reasoned on the subject practically and controlled sickness and sin and death on the basis of his spirituality. Understanding the nothingness of the material things, he spoke of flesh and spirit as the two opposites, as error and truth, not contributing in any way to each other's happiness and existence. Jesus knew it is the spirit that quickeneth, the flesh profiteth nothing. There is neither a present nor eternal co-partner established between error and truth, between flesh and spirit. I do want to go ahead a thought on this. It's the spirit that quickeneth, the flesh profiteth nothing. And I read a rabbi wrote in his Torah that jerking off and coming takes a day off of your life. And that is it. You don't profit nothing, but you don't necessarily, the karma doesn't work that way. What happens is your spiritual connection with any human spirit and any long-term connection disappears. It's an empty, desolate time alone. There is neither a present nor an eternal co-partnership between error and truth, between flesh and spirit. God is as incapable of producing sin, sickness, and death as he is of experiencing these errors. How then is it possible for him to create man subject to this triad of errors, man who is made in the divine likeness? Does God create a man out of himself, spirit? Does evil produce from good? Does divine love commit a fraud on humanity by making man inclined to sin and then punishing him for it? Yes, he fucking does. Yes, he fucking does. He puts you in situations that'll get you. He created the fucking snake and didn't prevent the snake from poisoning Eve, and didn't prevent Eve from poisoning Adam, and didn't prevent any of them from poisoning themselves, because ultimately neither of them poisoned any of them. They just allowed themselves to absorb the evil and then act out and manifest it into existence. I don't want to do this anymore. Would anyone call it wise and good to create the primitive and then punish its derivative? Does subsequent follow its antecedent? It does. Was there original self-creative sin? Then there must have been more than one creator, more than one God. In common justice, we must admit that God will not punish man for doing what he created man capable of doing, and knew from the outset that man would do. God is of purer eyes than to behold evil. We sustain truth not by accepting but by rejecting a lie. Jesus said by personified evil that it was a liar and father of it. Truth creates neither a lie of capacity to lie nor a liar. If mankind would relinquish the belief that God makes sickness, sin, and death, or makes man capable of suffering in account of this malevolent triad, the foundations of error would be sapped and error's destruction ensured. But if we theoretically endow mortals with the creativeness and authority of deity, how dare we attempt to destroy what he hath made, or even deny that God made man evil and made evil good? History teaches that popular and false notions about the divine being of character have originated in the human mind. As there is in reality but one God, one mind, wrong notions about God must have originated in a false supposition, not immortal truth, and they are fading out. They are false claims which will evolutionally disappear, according to vision of St. John the Apostle in the Apocalypse. If what opposes God is real, there must be two powers, and God is not supreme and infinite. Can deity be almighty if another mighty and self-creative cause exists and sways mankind? Has the Father life in himself, as the scriptures say? And if so, can life or God dwell in evil and create it? Can matter derive life, spirit, hence, and so defeat omnipotence? Is the woodman's axe which destroys a tree, so-called life, superior to omnipotence? Can a laden bullet deprive a man of life, that is, of God, who is man's life? Leaden bullet? If God is at the mercy of matter, then matter is omnipotent. No, it's not. That's not an accurate statement. But anyway, if God is not omnipotent, matter is not omnipotent. All right, so such doctrines are confusions worse confounded. If two statements directly contradict each other and one is true, the other must be false. Is science less contradictory? That was a whole waste of breath for me. Christian Science understood coincidences with the scriptures and sustained logically and demonstratively every point it presents. Otherwise, it would not be science and could not present itself proofs. Christian Science is neither made up of contradictory aphorisms, nor the invention of those who scoff at God. It presents the calm and clear verdict of the truth against error, uttered and illustrated by the prophets, by Jesus, by apostles, as is recorded throughout the scriptures. Why are the words of Jesus more frequently cited for our instructions than are his remarkable works? Is not because there are few who have gained a true knowledge of the great important Christianity of those works. How many more pages I got of this? Oh my gosh. Sometimes it is said, rest assured, that whatever effects Christian scientists may have on the sick comes through rousing within the sick a belief that in the removal of disease these healers have wonderful power derived from the Holy Ghost. Is it likely that church members have more faith in some Christian scientist, whom they have perhaps never seen, and against whom they have been warned, than they have in their own accredited and orthodox pastors, whom they have seen and have been taught to love and to trust? Let any clergyman try to cure his friends by their faith in him. Will that faith heal them? Yet scientists will take the same cases and cures will follow. Is this because the patients have more faith in the scientists than in their pastors? I have healed infidels who have only objections to this method was that I was a Christian Scientist, believed in the Holy Spirit, while they, the patient, did not. Even though they aver that the material sense are indispensable to man's existence or entity. You must change the human concept of life, and must at length know yourself spiritually and scientifically. The evidence of the existence of spirit, soul, is palpable only to spiritual sense, and is not apparent to the material senses, which cognize only that which is the opposite of spirit. True Christianity is to be honored wherever found, but when shall we arrive at the goal which that word implies from Puritan parents that discover Christian science early received for religious education? In childhood she often listened with joy in these words, falling from the lips of her saintly mother. God is able to raise you up from the sickness, and she pondered the meaning of that scripture, so often quotes, "And these signs shall follow them that believe. They shall lay hands on the sick, and they shall recover." A Christian Scientist and an opponent are like two artists, say. One says, "I have spiritual ideas indestructible and glorious," when others see them as I do in their true light and loveliness, and know these ideals are real and eternal because drawn from truth, they will find that nothing is lost and all is won by the right estimate of what is real. The other artist replies, You wrong my experience. I have no mind ideals except those which are both mental and material. It is true that materiality renders the idea imperfect and destructible, yet I would not examine mine or thine. For mine give me such personal pleasure, and they are not so shockingly transcendental. They require less self-abnegation, and keep soul well out of sight. Moreover, I have no notion of losing my old doctrines or human opinions. Dear reader, which mind, picture, or eternalized thought shall be real to you, the material or the spiritual? Both cannot have. Yes, they can. You are bringing out your own ideal. This ideal is either temporal or eternal. Either spirit or matter is your model. If you try to have two models, then you practically have none. Like a pendulum in a clock, you will be thrown back and forth, striking the ribs of matter, swinging between the real and the unreal. Hear the wisdom of Job, as given in the excellent translation of the late Reverend George R. Noyes Didi. Shall mortal man be more just than God? Shall man be more pure than his Maker? Behold, he putteth no trust in his ministering spirits, and his angels he charges with frailty. Of old the Jews put to death the Galilean prophet, be the best Christian on earth, for the truth he spoke and demonstrated, while today Jew and Christian unite in doctrine and domination on very basis of Jesus' word and works. The Jew believes that the Messiah, or Christ, has not yet come, and the Christians believe that Christ is God. Here Christian Science intervenes, explains that the doctrinal points cancels the disagreement and settles the question. Christ is the true spiritual idea and is the ideal of God now and forever, here and everywhere. The Jew who believes in the first commandment is monotheist. He is one omnipresent God. Thus, the Jew unites the Christian's doctrine that God is come and is present now and forever. That's not. The Christian who believes in the first commandment is monotheist. Thus, he virtually unites the Jew belief in one God and recognizes that Jesus Christ is not God, and Jesus himself declared, but is the Son of God. Exactly. This declaration of Jesus understood conflicts not at all with another, saying, I and my Father are one. That is, one in quality, not in quantity. As a drop of water is one with the ocean, a ray of light one with the sun, even as God and man, Father and Son, are one in being. The scripture reads, "For him we live and move and have our being." Ace, come on, buddy. I have revised Science and Health only to give clearer and fuller expressions of its original meaning. Spiritual ideas unfold as we advance. A human perception of divine science, however limited, must be correct in order to be science and subject to demonstration. A germ, infinite truth, least in the kingdom of heaven, is the higher hope on earth, but it will be rejected and reviled until God prepares the soil for the seed. That which, when sown, bears immortal fruit, enriches mankind only when it's understood. Hence the many readings given the scriptures and the requisite revisions of Science and Health as keys to scripture. Hey, see nice, bud. Right. So here we go. It's attempt number 4. And I'm reading this book, Christian Science. And chapter 12 is Christian Science Practice, so we're going to get into it. And I didn't get anything done on this trip that I wanted to get done. I guess I got part of it done. It's just all left incomplete, and it should have been like a 3 or 4 day project to get it all done. I just can't think straight when people that love me that I have to deal with this. Is somehow they're in their world, whatever they say goes. So if they say it, it is what it is, no matter what their actions are. The way delete text messages and then petition the government and pretend to be victim. It's go on the assault, go on the offensive and attack and destroy. And I had a song about it, something about being bad. How great it feels to be bad and hurt somebody, and then pretend like it was justified for whatever reason. T Swift and all her little Swifties have decided to worship their demon overlord. Anyway, I'm rambling. I want to get into this book because I want to get it fucking done. And I have court on Monday. And I'm reading. Chapter 12, Christian Science Practice. It is related in the 7th chapter of Luke's Gospel that Jesus was once the honored guest of a certain Pharisee by name Simon, though he was quite unlike Simon the disciple. While they were at meat, imagine eating, since spelled like animal meat, an unusual incident occurred. As if to interrupt the scene of oriental festivity, a strange woman came in. Heedless of the fact that she was debarred from such a place and such society, especially under the stern rule of rabbinical law, of Emmanuel Lutheran law, of Kim Bubwit's law, as positively as if she were a Hindu pariah intruding upon the household of a high caste Brahmin. This woman, Mary Magdalene, as she has since been called, approached Jesus. According to the custom of those days, he reclined on a couch with his head towards the table and his bare feet away from it. It was therefore easy for the Magdalene to come behind the couch and reach his feet. She bore an alabaster jar containing costly and fragrant oil, sandal oil perhaps, which is in such common use in the East. Breaking the sealed jar, she perfumed Jesus' feet with the oil, wiped them with her long hair, which hung loosely above her shoulders, as is customary with the women of her grade. Did she spurn the woman? Did Jesus spurn the woman? Did he repel her adoration? No, he regarded her compassionately. Nor was this all. Knowing that was around him were saying in their hearts, especially his host, that they were wondering why, being a prophet, the exalted guest did not at once detect a woman's immoral status and bid her depart. Knowing this, Jesus rebuked them with short story or parable. He described two debtors, one for a large sum and one for a smaller sum, who were released from their obligations by their common creditor. Which of them will love him most, was the master's question to Simon the Pharisee, and Simon replied, he to whom he forgave most. Jesus approved the answer, and so brought him the lesson to all following it, that with that remarkable declaration to the woman, thy sins are forgiven. I don't understand where she's going with that at all. How those are... Anyway. Why did he thus summarize her debt to divine love? Had she repented and reformed? And did his insight detect this unspoken moral uprising? She bathed his feet... She bathed his feet with her tears before she anointed them with oil. In the absence of other proof, was her grief sufficient evidence to warrant the expectation of her repentance, reformation, and growth in wisdom? Certainly there was encouragement in that mere fact that she was showing her affection for a man of undoubted goodness and purity, who has since been rightfully regarded as the best man that ever trotted this planet. Her reverence was unfeigned, and it was manifested towards one who was soon, though they knew it not, to lay down his mortal existence in behalf of all sinners, that through his words and works they might be redeemed from sensuality and sin. And that's something to talk about, because the concept of repenting and atoning and knowing that the person is trying, or they have regret for it, they're not just proud that they did it and just giving up, they're that level of perfect they require to be what their spirit desires most. And I made a point in life that I had to delete one of the other ones that I want to lean into, and that's what this game that Kim has got going on right now with Kenzie, and everyone's playing with Kenzie, is, and my sister's doing the same thing. My sister lies and tells my family that she tries, but she doesn't try. And Kenzie's the same way. She once told me that she felt bad for what she said and did in my house that day. And since she said that, we are now just deciding, and the story is for everyone in the world, that she never said or did those things to be sorry for, and she has no idea how this is even happening, and why I'm not welcome around, and why I'm so crazy, and blah, 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 blah. And that's not an apology, that's not repenting and atoning. It's just nothing. It's fucking nothing. So, but everyone plays along because she acts the role. She acts the role, and everyone just loves to play along, and everyone gets sucked into it, and it sucks. It sucks because she pretends like she apologized, but also is pretending like she never did it, and it just sucks. Acts another way to his face, and then flip-flops until she gets what she wants. Anyway, it's just a strategy game on figure. She knows how to get what she wants from him. What? I don't see it. Anyway, where are we at? Which was the higher tribute to such ineffable affection, the hospitality of the Pharisee or the contrition of the Magdalene? This query Jesus answered by rebuking self-righteousness, and his rich entertainer had neglected his guest's feet, a special sign of oriental courtesy. I don't know that story all that great. Anywho, here is suggested a solemn question, a question indicated by one of the needs of this age. Do Christian scientists seek truth as Simon sought the Savior through material conjugation, which came through the Messiah? If Christian scientists are like Simon, then it must be said of them also that they love little. On the other hand, do they show their regard for truth or Christ? By their genuine repentance, by their broken hearts expressed by meekness and human affection, as did this woman? If so, then it may be said of them, as Jesus said of the unwelcome visitor, that they indeed love much, because much is forgiven them. Did the careless doctor, the nurse, the cook, and the rescue business visitor sympathetically know the thorns they plant in the pillow of the sick and the heavenly homesick looking away from earth? Oh, did they know? This knowledge would do much more towards... It's water coming down. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that cloud's doing. Anyway. The benign thought of Jesus finding utterance in such words. This knowledge would do much more towards healing the sick and preparing their helpers for the midnight call than all cries of Lord, Lord. The benign thought of Jesus finding utterance in such words as take no thought for your life would heal the sick and so enable them to rise above the supposed necessity for physical thought-taking and doctoring. But if the unselfish affection by lacking in common sense and common humanity are disregarded, what mental quality remains with which to evoke healing from the outstretched arms of righteousness? And that's just I like that. It's the take no thought for your life would heal the sick, so enable them to rise above the supposed necessity for physical thought-taking and doctoring. And it just makes me think about that wonderful statue in front of the Bay County Sheriff and Bay City Public, the Bay County Jail. all is in one building connected to the courthouse. But that big statue on the south side of the building says, "Do what you're fucking told and take no regard for your life or anyone or anything but whatever the fucking piece of paper that we deemed a law by some judge, some lawyer cunt, pencil pusher. Whatever somebody was paid hundreds of $1,000s a year to tell you to fucking do, you fucking do it. And you don't fucking think twice. Don't give a shit about your own life. Do what you're fucking told." That's what the statute says. For the honor, it's for the honor of the department. Protect and serve the honor of the department. That's what it says. Take no thought for your life. And that's the system that we have at play today in our society. The judges, the rulers, the ruling class uses the system. So Kenzie and Kim are using the system to try to hurt me because they can't control me. And that's what they do essentially. They set up ways to control people. And it's not healing people, it causes more problems. So these issues that they need doctoring. They need to be able to put a stop to it. It's like my last court case against Kenzie. The First Amendment gives me the right to redress my grievances, to say, hey, wait a second, this issue is not about a personal protection order. This girl's not in danger. It's a farce. She just doesn't want me around and they don't want me to talk. And the PPO doesn't stop me from talking. All the PPO does is stop me from being friends with people that are around her, which is also what she wants. She wants me never to be around, so it just all plays into her hand anyway. But all she wants is me never to be friends with the people that she's friends with, so that she never has to see or think about me again. And if she can throw me in jail, then great. And then she gets to have fun while she destroys me. And such a great person. Let me get back to this book. Judge said, "There's no room. There's no room to do fucking shit for justice. No justice in the system." That's what he said. Line in my next video. Well, I haven't been able to finish it, but it's coming out soon enough. But I like it because there's a sign on the wall in the big dog's chamber that says "Liberty and justice for all under the law." Yeah, and in my letter I wrote to him, I said, those just must be words you turn your back on when you go to judge your neighbor. Because I've just had so many engagements with the system right now, and it just doesn't feel all liberty and justice-y to me. But maybe it's just got so much potential to be. Maybe it's got so much potential to be, and it seems to be headed in a good direction for me, at least. Not necessarily. Anyway, that I'm gonna get what I want. It's just not gonna be as bad as it's been. Alright. The scientist reaches this patient through divine love, and the healing work will be accomplished at one visit. The disease will vanish into its native nothingness. Disease of Scientist reaches his patient through divine love. The healing work will be accomplished at one visit, and the disease will vanish into its native nothingness like dew before the morning sunshine. The scientist has enough Christianly affection to win his own pardon, and such commendation as the Magdalene gained from Jesus. Then he is Christian enough to practice scientifically and deal with his patients compassionately, and the result will correspond with the spiritual intent. And that's what I'm trying to highlight with people, these intentions that we have, and what we say and what we do don't necessarily mean that our intentions are set towards that. For example, I told about saying thank you to one of these Christians that handed me one of their spellcasting books, and I said thank you when they gave it to me for Mass, even though I wasn't going to stay long, nor was I going to sing their songs. But I said thank you anyway, and I didn't mean it. Like, my intentions weren't with gratitude. It's just something you say. And every intent that Kenzie's had is to make him believe whatever she wants Kim to believe, so that Kim's her little warrior and attacks Luke for her. And everyone's playing pretend Kenzie's the victim. And it sucks. There's no compassion with that girl. It's all just terror and destruction. And when they're trying to get their way, they only know how to do it by force, threats and demands and aggression and terrorizing. There's no. We'll get into it in the court case anyway. I have to talk about it. This is about the book. I want to read the book. I don't want to read the book. I want to finish the book. I want the book to be done. That's what I want. Only 334 pages. Almost done. If hypocrisy, stolidity, inhumanity, or vice finds its way into the chambers of disease through the would-be healer, it would, if it were possible, convert into a den of thieves, the temple of the Holy Ghost. The patient's spiritual power to resuscitate himself. The unchristian practitioner is not giving to mind or body the joy and strength of truth. The poor suffering heart needs its rightful nutriment, such as peace, patience in tribulation, and a priceless sense of the dear Father loving kindness. Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that be great? No, I get the Jabberwocky. The Queen of Hearts and the Jabberwocky, and a bunch of other demons, a bunch of other fucking demons. I shouldn't say that. I should say people that love and care about me and are doing what's best for me. And taking no regard for themselves, what they want out of the scenario. It's all about making sure Luke gets help. Because they care and love me, that's what it is. In order to cure his patient, the metaphysician must first cast moral evils out of himself and thus attain the spiritual freedom which will enable him to cast physical evils out of his patient. But heal he cannot while his own spiritual barrenness bars him from giving drink to the thirsty, hinders him from reaching his patient's thought, Yeah, while mental penury chills his faith and understanding. In order to cure his patient, the metaphysician must cast moral evils out of himself, and thus attain the spiritual freedom which will enable him to cast physical evils out of his patient. Yeah, he might growl and bark at first, but he's friendly. He just checks on people. Ace, quiet, no more.
What's the dog's name?
That's Ace. Ace?
Hey?
Ace, like the letter card.
Ace. I can tell. You protected me, I can see. How old is he? You a skinny dude. You a skinny dude. I don't have anything. You want to swim gym? You coming back quick. Come on, let's go. No. Hi. No. I'm okay, how are you? You want another one? What kind of dog is he? Oh, she. He. You ate some? Are you studying?
Yeah.
You're a believer?
This book claims to have found that.
Why you looking at me like that, man? I don't have anyone. Hey, you got a lot. Yeah. Good boy. You said number 6. I think I'm gonna get a dog soon.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What kind do you want to get?
Yeah. Boy. I don't know. Maybe a German Shepherd? Tall. Tall? Good boy. You couldn't even fall. Oh my God. Really? No, I don't want to do roll over. Oh, okay. Good boy. Sit. Huh? I tried. You get one more call. Gotta go now. See you, Eric.
Alright. Ace made a friend. Ace made a friend. Alright, buddy, come on. Back on the leash, bud. Come on. Thank you. Alright. Man, I'm just gonna read this one again, because this is the stuff. This is the stuff right here. In order to cure his patient, the metaphysician must first cast moral evils out of himself and must attain the spiritual freedom which will enable him to cast physical evils out of his patient. But heal he cannot while his own spiritual barrenness debars him from giving drink to the thirsty and hinders him from reaching his patient's thought, while mental purity chills his faith and understanding. And that peaceful, joyous feeling, the vibe, this being filled with the Holy Spirit rather than feeling like the Holy Ghost. The high vibration, the enlightened feeling. It gets broken when you do immoral things. And so then people just fall into the material feelings and the bodily feelings and just find some level of enjoyment in just base level existence. Lowest vibration, degeneracy, just disgust, being just okay, being a disgusting, bottom feeding, dragging everyone down to the base root. Not that being in your root is a bad thing, because everything in the body can feel good. It's just knowing that it comes with the karmic. It's the Taylor Swift. I'll keep going into it. She's got all these songs, just tons and tons of songs about it. I think she has a song about karma, about how she loves karma. All her songs are the same thing. She loves it. If someone does something she doesn't like, and Kenzie's well within her rights to destroy that person, and if she doesn't get her way and everyone doesn't destroy her enough, then she'll petition the government to hurt me. And if the government doesn't hurt me bad enough, and I keep trying, then Kim's gonna get the government to hurt me. And Kim doesn't love this. Kim doesn't love this. Kenzie does. Kenzie enjoys it. Kenzie doesn't love the idea of having to play the actual role that she did and be real about it. But she loves that everyone's hurting me for her little fucking lie. She loves it. She loves it. She's just that girl. She loves that everyone just plays along with her little game. All her little chess pieces that she calls friends and family play right along. And Kim's got more at stake than just Kenzie's feelings too. And that's how Kenzie wins. It's not just protecting Kenzie, but I don't know why Kenzie gets to be the center focal point of this and also pretend like she didn't have any involvement in it, while not having any real examples of me being anything really bad towards her in any way. But everyone just keeps playing along for some reason. If I don't play along, I have to play along and be the bad guy, because that's what they created. That's what Kenzie wanted to create. and everyone wanted to play along. And she was never gonna stop. She's never gonna stop until someone gets her to. And I'm never gonna stop until she does. So, no, this isn't me trying to get anybody to go talk to Kenzie on my behalf. I'm just saying, I'm never fucking stopping. That PPO will be over again, and then I'll try again. One day, she won't be able to keep doing it forever. 5 years down the line, who knows? I don't know. I'll find ways. It doesn't matter. So, not trying to send anybody to Kenzie. I don't want to be over in that house anyway. Because like back in the one point, it's when they were talking about Mary Magdalene having remorse and showing it and being sincere in it, and that's why Jesus said your sins are forgiven, because you can let that burden go if you're no longer going to be that person, but once you pick that burden back up, knowingly do something that causes pain and suffering to another in your own soul, knowing that the outcome is going to be damage and destruction, and to continue on without any care or apology or just play make believe. This may not have recorded hardly any of my conversations. I'm gonna read it again. I'm gonna read it fucking again. Not anymore. I'm done after this. In order to cure his patient, the metaphysician must first cast moral evils out of himself, and thus attain the spiritual freedom which will enable him to cast physical evils out of his patient. But heal cannot, while his own spiritual barrenness debars him from giving drink to the thirsty, and hinders him from reaching his patient. The physician who lacks sympathy for his fellow being is deficient in human affection, and we have the apostolic warrant for asking, he that loveth not his brother whom he hath seen, how can he love God whom he hath not seen? Not having this spiritual affection, the physician lacks faith in divine mind, and has not the recognition of infinite love which alone confers the healing power. Such so-called scientists will strain out gnats while they swallow the camels of bigoted pedantry. The physician must also watch lest he be overwhelmed by a sense of odiousness of sin, and by the unveiling of sin in his own thoughts. The sick are terrified by their sick beliefs, and the sinners should be affrighted by their sinful beliefs. But the Christian Scientist will be calm in the presence of both sin and disease, knowing as he does that life is God and God is all. If we would open their prison doors for the sick, we must first learn to bind up the broken-hearted. If we would heal by the Spirit, we must not hide the talent of spiritual healing under the napkin of its form, nor bury the morale of Christian Science in the grave clothes of its letter. The tender word and Christian encouragement of an invalid, pitiful patience, with his fears and the removal of them, are better than hecatombs of gushing theories of stereotyped borrowed speeches, and the dueling of arguments, which are but so many parodies on legitimate Christian Science, aflame with divine love. This is what is meant by seeking truth, Christ, not for the loaves and fishes, nor like the Pharisee with the arrogance of rank and display of scholarship, but like Mary Magdalene from the summit of devout consecration, with the oil of gladness and the perfume of gratitude, with tears of repentance, and with those hairs all numbered by the Father. A Christian Scientist occupies the place at this period of which Jesus spoke to his disciples when he said, "Ye are the salt of the earth, ye are the light of the world. A city that is set on a hill cannot be hid. Let us watch, work, and pray that this salt lose not its saltness, and that this light be not hid, but radiate the glow into non-tide glory." The infinite truth of Christ's cure has come to this age through a still small voice, through silent utterances and divine anointing which quicken the increase and beneficial effects of Christianity. I long to see the consummation of my hope, namely the student's higher attainments in this line of light. Because truth is infinite, error should be known as nothing. Because truth is omnipotent in goodness, error, truth's opposite, has no might. Evil is but counterpoise of nothingness. The greatest wrong is but a supposititious opposite of the highest right. Confidence inspired by science lies in the fact that truth is the real, error is unreal. Error is the cowardice before truth. Just her talking about error and trying to say it doesn't exist, just the fact that she has a word for something that doesn't exist means it exists, which is just funny. Anyway, don't mind me thinking. Divine science insists that time will prove all this. Both truth and error have come nearer than ever before to the apprehension of mortals, and truth will become still clearer as error is self-destroyed. Against the fatal beliefs that error is as real as truth, that evil is equal in power to good, if not superior, and that discord is normal as harmony, even the hope of freedom from the bondage of sickness and sin has little inspiration to nerve endeavor. When we come to have faith in the truth of being, then we have in error more faith in spirit than in matter, more faith in living than in dying, more faith in God than in man. Then no material supposition can prevent us from healing the sick and destroying error. That life is not contingent on bodily conditions is proved when we learn that life and man survive this body. Neither evil, disease, nor death can be spiritual, and the material belief in them disappears in the ratio of one's spiritual growth. Because matter has no consciousness or ego, it cannot act, its conditions are illusions, and these false conditions are the source of all seeming sickness. Admit the existence of matter, and you admit that mortality, and therefore disease, has a foundation in fact. Deny the existence of matter, and you can destroy the belief in material conditions. When fear disappears, the foundation of disease is gone. Once let the mental physician believe in the reality of matter, and he is liable to admit also the reality of all discordant conditions, and this hinders his destroying them, lest he is unfitted for successful treatment of disease. In proportion as matter loses to human sense all entity is man, in that proportion does man become its master. He enters into diviner sense of the facts and comprehends the theology of Jesus and demonstrated in healing the sick, raising the dead, and walking over the wave. All these deeds manifested Jesus' control over the belief that matter is substance, that it can be the arbiter of life or the constructor of any form of existence. We never read that Luke or Paul made a reality of disease in order to discover some means of healing it. Jesus never asked if disease were acute or chronic, and he never recommended attention to laws of health, never gave drugs, never prayed to know if God were willing that. And I'm going to reread that because I have some. Anyway. He understood whose life is God to be immortal, and knew that man has not two lives, one to be destroyed and the other to be made indestructible. And the energy inside of us, the spirit, voices in our head, the feelings, thoughts, and ideas. That is a hard concept. It's a hard concept to grasp. And she says that they're not separate entities. It says, life is God to be immortal, and knew that man has not two lives, one to be destroyed and the other to be made indestructible. Hard to make sense of that thought. And we back, where are we? The prophylatic and therapeutic, that is the preventive and curative, arts belong emphatically to Christian Science, as would be readily seen if psychology or the science of spirit, God, was understood. No man in willful error or by it any more than he is morally saved in or by sin. It is error even to murder. Wouldn't that girl think it's fucking annoying? Every single sister says, let it go and she'll let me be happy. As long as I let it go and pretend she doesn't do it, then she'll let me be happy. As long as I play Kenzie's game and Ed's game, I can be the bad guy forever and be there, and they can always be the victim. They can always play victim for all of eternity. They can do terrible things and just pretend they're the victim and demand I let go all of their terrible things while they just attack, pretend they're victims. So excited for Monday, Kim. Thanks for loving me. It's gonna be great to see you. It's gonna be great to see you. To be immortal, we must forsake the mortal sense of things, turn from the lie of false belief to truth, and gather the facts of being from the divine mind. The body improves under the same regimen which spiritualizes the thought, and if health is not made manifest under this regimen, this proves that fear is governing the body. This is the law of cause and effect, or like producing like. Homeopathy furnishes the evidence to the senses that symptoms which might be produced by a certain drug are removed by using the same drug which might cause the symptoms. This confirms my theory that faith in the drug is the sole factor in that cure. The effect which mortal mind produces through one belief, it removes through an opposite belief, but it uses the same medicine in both cases. And that's something to talk about. The antidote contains poison. The antidote contains part of the poison. So you gotta... Anyway. The moral and spiritual facts of health whispered into thought produce very direct and marked effects on the body. A physical diagnosis of disease, since mortal mind must be the cause of disease, tends to induce disease. And that's really just really something to think about. This creating spell casting, what the witches do, the doctors do too. So I think it's going to cause an effect, and I give you something that effect is going to be from it. And you take the 2 pills, and people think they took the actual pill, have outcomes similar to the people that took the pill. and it's called the placebo effect because they didn't take the pill, but they reacted the same way. And if the placebo effect is real and you can get someone to believe inside themselves that it's like hypnotism. If you can make somebody act out something, maybe you can possibly make them believe they have a disease until they have it, to the point that and if you contract one of these cast one of these self-fulfilling prophecies upon yourself that's uncurable by science, then you're really setting yourself up for some tough shit. Same with these advocate God is, or the devil, whatever voice in your head you can't get control of and get a stable on. Anyway, I'm rambling. It's an interesting thought, the placebo effect, and how potentially doctors, all these diseases that you're going to get cut open for, that you got an x-ray for, I wonder how many doctors cut into somebody and be like, that's not what I expected to see. There's nothing here. I'm just going to tell him I did a great job, sew him back up, and collect a paycheck. Anyway, doctors would never do that. Anyway, they care. They're the good guys. They're not in it just for the money. Maybe some of them are, but most of them, almost all of them, that'd be like 1 out of 1,000,000 would be in it for the money. The rest, and the prestige. The rest of them are in it because they care and love human beings. That's why they became doctors and lawyers, because they love and care about the people and want the world to be a better place. Not just for themselves, because they're so careless for themselves and what they get out of it. If they could just throw the money away, they probably would. They just, for whatever reason, have to suffer living in their giant mansions and their big boats and their degenerate lives. But anyway, I'm rambling. That's all altruism. It's altruism because they're doctors and lawyers that care. Kenzie cares about me, guys. She cares about me. According to both medical testimony and individual experience, a drug may eventually lose its supposed power and do no more for the patient. Hygienic treatment also loses its efficacy. Quackery likewise fails at length to inspire the credulity of the sick, and then they cease to improve. These lessons are useful. They should naturally and genuinely change our basis from sensation to Christian Science, from error to truth, and from matter to spirit. Physicians examine the pulse, tongue, lungs, and discover the condition of matter, when in fact all is mind. The body is the substratum and mortal mind, and this so-called mind must finally yield to the mandate of immortal mind. Disquisitions on disease have a mental effect similar to that produced on children by telling ghost stories in the dark. By those uninstructed in the Christian Science, nothing is really understood of material existence. Mortals are believed to be here without their consent, and to be removed as involuntarily, not knowing why nor when. As frightened children look everywhere for the imaginary ghost, so sick humanity sees danger in every direction, and looks for relief in all ways except the right one. Darkness induces fear. The adult in bondage to his darkness, before he can get rid of the elusive sufferings which throng the gloaming. The way in divine science is the only way out of this condition. I would not transform thee in fact at once into a man, nor would I keep the suckling a lifelong babe. No impossible thing to do, I ask, when urging the claims of Christian Science, but because this teaching is in advance of the age, we should not deny our need of its spiritual unfoldment. Mankind will improve through science and Christianity. The necessity for uplifting the race is to father to the fact that mind can do it. For mind can impart the purity instead of impurity, strength instead of weakness, and health instead of disease. Truth is an alternative in the entire system and can make it every whit whole. Not a lot of markings in this book, but the scribbling on these 2 pages, scribbling some of it. Wonder if it's a good page. Remember, brain is not mine. Matter cannot be sick, and mind is immortal. The mortal body is only an erroneous mortal belief in mind and matter. And I don't know if I agree with this statement to say that the mind's immortal and the all is mind. It's like nothing happens without the mind say so. The body doesn't act without the mind say so. So the goal is to get the mind to shut off. So all the body does is through the mind, and all that's created on earth is through the mind and the body. But the spirit's what lives on. And I like separating mind, body, and spirit. The mind being a part of the body that contains thought and action. To separate the thoughts, the spirit, that's what thoughts come from the body and what comes from the spirit. It's just tough to differentiate. The sensations. What you call matter was originally error in solution, elementary mortal mind, likened by Milton to chaos and old night. One theory about this mortal mind is that as sensation can reproduce man, can form blood, flesh, and bones. The science of being, in which all is divine mind or God and his idea, would be clearer in this age, but for the belief that matter is the medium of man, or that man can enter his own embodied thought, bind himself with his own beliefs, and then call his bonds material and name them divine law. When man demonstrates Christian Science absolutely, he will be perfect. He can neither sin, suffer, be subject to matter, nor disobey the law of God. Therefore, he will be as the angels in heaven. Christian Science and Christianity are one. How then in Christianity, any more than in Christian Science, can we believe in the reality and the power of both truth and error, spirit and matter, and hope to succeed in the contraries? Matter is not self-sustaining. Its false supports fail one after another. Its false supports fail one after another. Matter succeeds for a period only by the falsely parroting in the vestments of law. Whoever shall deny me before men, him will I also deny before my Father which is in heaven. In Christian Science, a denial of truth is fatal, while a just acknowledgment of truth and of what it has done for the mission of benefits received, this will be a hindrance. So, denying the truth is fatal. Denying the truth is fatal. Because I'm not playing Kenzie's game. I'm not playing alone. And even a lot of friends weren't playing along, and a lot of people weren't playing along, and it's now since over because of what I did years after Kenzie did all the awful things Kenzie did. Years after. She destroyed everything with her lies, and everyone playing along in her lies. And if she would just acknowledge the truth and everyone would come clean about it, she'd still get what she wants, where I'm not welcome in her house anymore, not like I want to be in her house or ever see her again. Like, I'd hang out with Wade again if we could forgive each other and do shit together once in a while, and never ever want to see his cunt wife ever again. I'd be fine with that. Because even if she apologizes and plays nice and plays pretend, she'd be fake as fuck. Somebody she can gossip in secret to that she knows won't leak her secrets. She will, because it's just who they are. My sister says the guy she gossips lies to knows how to calm her down, so it's okay that she tells lies about me to him. And I just have to live in girl code. That whatever she says is real and I have to go with it. And if I contradict her, then I deserve to suffer. I deserve to suffer more. Because she cares about me. Because Ed loves me, that's why. It's a hindrance. I can't do shit. How many more pages is this? Oh my gosh, Christian Science and His Practices is long. Holy shit. It's 442? Are you shitting me? How many have I gotten? 362? 372? I've gotten 10 pages. And there's 70 more. I'm gonna push through. If we are Christians on all moral questions, but are in darkness as to the physical exemption which Christianity includes, then we must have more faith in God on this subject and be more alive to His promises. It is easier to cure the most malignant disease than it is to cure sin. This just doesn't make sense, because you have to cure the sin before you can cure the disease. So I guess it does make sense. It's really hard to cure the sin, and then once you cure the sin, the disease is easy to cure, in theory. I don't know. The author has raised up the dying partly because they are willing to be restored, while she struggled long and perhaps in vain to lift a student out of a chronic sin, under all modes of pathological treatment from his sin. Healing is easier than teaching, if the teaching is faithfully done. The fear of disease and the love of sin are the sources of man's enslavement. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. But the scriptures also declare through the exalted thought of John that about being more alive to his promises, that part. Because he talks about the land of milk and honey. And who knows what that means. Flowing with milk and honey. Why that's so great. Anyway. The fear occasioned by ignorance can be cured, but to remove the effects of fear produced by sin, you must rise above both fear and sin. Disease is expressed not so much by the lips as in the functions of the body. Establish the scientific sense of health, and you relieve the oppressed organ. The inflammation of decomposition or deposit will abate, and disabled organ will resume its healthy functions. Disease is expressed, and that's something to say that the disease created by words Anyway, that's unimportant. When the blood rushes madly through the veins or languidly creeps along its frozen channels, we call these conditions disease. This is a misconception. Mortal mind is producing the propulsions or the languor, and we prove this to be so when by mental means the circulation is changed, and returns to that standard which mortal mind has decided upon is essential for health. Anodynes, counter-irritants, and depletion never reduce inflammation scientifically, but the truth of being whispered into the ear of mortal mind will bring relief. Hatred and its effects on the body are removed by love. It's been on for too long. Anyway, is this still on? Yup. We're still going. Sorry, bud. You go up down there. What are we doing? Go back. Go back. Stay there. You're not going nowhere. Nope, nope. Stay. You're going back on the leash. You won't move. Sorry. 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 Yeah, put you better. Alright. Back to it. Back to it. Alrighty. Because mortal mind seems to be conscious, 6 say. How can my mind cause a disease I never thought of, and knew nothing about until it appeared on my body? The author has answered this question in an explanation of disease as originating in human belief before it is consciously apparent on the body, which is in fact the objective state of mortal mind, though it is called matter. This mortal blindness and its sharp consequences show our need of divine metaphysics. Through immortal mind or truth, we can destroy all ills which proceed from mortal mind. And the problem is they don't cite a source here. The author has answered this question in her explanation of disease as originating in human belief before it is consciously apparent on the body. And the lady asked how that works. How does it work? And she just says that she answered the question, which is in the fact the objective state of mortal mind, though it is called matter. And that's how she answers all the questions, by just saying, it is what it is, or it's not what it's not. It's not what it is, and it is what it is. And these are my answers to everything. And just do what I say, and everything will be whatever she wants you to be. Really annoying. Ignorance of the cause or approach of disease is no argument against the mental origin of disease. You confess to ignorance of the future and incapacity to preserve your own existence, and this belief helps rather than hinders disease. Such a state of mind induces sickness. It is like walking in darkness on the edge of a precipice. You cannot forget the belief of danger, and your steps are less firm because of your fear and ignorance of mental cause and effect. And mind, saying that the mind created the disease without knowing that the disease could exist is just a really good question to ask. And perhaps it's just as simple to say that you manifested the disease, the sin, through an error at some point, and whether or not you know why or how it manifested is kind of irrelevant anyway. But it's not irrelevant. I don't know. Moving on. Heat and cold are products of mortal mind. The body, when bereft of mortal mind, at first cools, and afterwards it is resolved into its primitive mortal elements. Nothing that lives ever dies, and vice versa. Nothing that dies ever lives? What? Anywho. Mortal mind produces animal heat and then expels it through the abandonment of belief or increases it to the point of self-destruction. Hence it is mortal mind, not matter, which says, I die. Heat would pass from the body as painlessly as gas dissipates into the air when it evaporates, but for the belief that an inflammation and pain must accompany the separation of heat from the body. Chills and heat are often the form in which fever manifests itself. Change the mental state and chills and fever disappear. The old school physician proves this when patient says, I am better. But the patient believes that matter, not mind, has helped him. The Christian Scientist demonstrates that divine mind heals, while the hypnotist dispossesses the patient of his individuality in order to control him. No person is benefited by yielding his mentality if mental despotism or malpractice. All unscientific mental practices are erroneous and powerless, and error should be understood so rendered fruitless. The genuine Christian Scientist is adding to his patient's mental and moral power, and is increasing his patient's spirituality while restoring him physically through divine love. Palsy is a belief that matter governs mortals and paralyzes the body, makes certain portions of it motionless, destroys the belief, show mortal mind that muscles have no power to be lost. For mind is supreme, and you cure the palsy. Consumptive patients always show great hopefulness and courage, even when they are disposed to hopeless danger. This statement of mind seems anomalous, except to the expert in Christian Science. This state is not understood simply because it is a stage of fear so excessive that it amounts of fortitude. The belief in consumption presents to mortal thought an hopeless state, an image more terrifying than that of most other diseases. The patient turns involuntarily from the contemplation of it, but though unacknowledged, the latent fear and despair of recovery remains in thought. Just so is it with the greatest sin. Just so is it with the greatest sin. It is the most subtle and does its work almost self-deceived. The disease deemed dangerous sometimes comes from the most hidden, undefined, and insidious belief, and Ace, you're on leash, bro. On leash is walking. You're fine, do your thing. The disease deemed dangerous sometimes comes from the most hidden and undefined and insidious beliefs. The pallid invalid, whom you declare to be wasting away with consumptions of the blood, should be told that blood never gave life and can never take it away, that life is spirit, and that there is more life and immortality in one good motive and act than in all the blood which ever flowed through mortal veins and simulated a corporeal sense of life. And I don't know. The Bible kind of disagrees with that. It says that blood is the life source. And I really hate that by the body, mind, and the spirit aren't three separate entities to tend to while we're on the earth plane, if you will. While we're here on earth, whatever this human existence is. To deny the body entirely is an error. It's gotta be an error. Let's redefine life as every act of existence, meaning feeling within the body, the mind, or the spirit, whatever it is. That's life. All three are life. All three together in and of themselves are life manifesting on the earth plane. And the potential heaven and hell that we can create here on earth. If the body is material, it cannot for that reason suffer with a fever, because the so-called material body is a mental concept and governed by mortal mind. It manifests only that the so-called mind expresses. Therefore, the efficient remedy is to destroy the patient's false belief by both silently and audibly arguing the true facts in regard to harmonious being, representing man as healthy instead of diseased, and showing that it is impossible for matter to suffer, to feel pain or heat, to be thirsty or sick. Destroy fear and fever. Some people mistaught as to mind science inquire when it feels it will be safe to check a fever. Know that in science you cannot check a fever after admitting that it must have its curse. To fear and admit the power of disease is to paralyze mental and scientific demonstration. And that seems a good enough place to stop today. To fear and admit the power of disease is to paralyze mental and scientific demonstration. And all you people that are just agreeing with whatever your doctor has to say, getting a second, third, fourth, however many opinions you're getting from different educated, indoctrinated folk that are telling you what they were trained to tell you what they think it is, so they can collect money. Because, like I said, everyone's got to get those Federal Reserve greenbacks, and going through the system is how to do it the best way in their minds. It's not the best way, at least in quantity. Going through the education, and there's no college that can teach you how to make as much money as you can make doing all the bad shit out there, being good at being bad. Good is a relative term to skill, as I wouldn't want it to be the good versus bad as far as moral and having a conscience go. So it's rarely good in that regard. But believing in the disease, especially these mental disorders, these ones I really struggle with. Especially those that are just fall into the drug as a solution, and then eliminating people from their lives, because the goal of the female mind is to fit in by avoiding the hard conversations and just playing along, and that's the best and easiest way to fit in. And a lot of people spend a lifetime trying to figure out how to have friends and fit into a little clique and be welcomed into other people's cliques and all the games and whatnots that these groups get to play. But anyway, the mental disorders, these ones are challenging in any disease to believe in. Even mine, like I say in other videos, the more you speak it into existence, the more real it is, and the less we're remembering why we wanted to be around each other in the first place. How do you destroy a relationship? Kenzie goes and tells everyone reasons why they should be mad at me relentlessly, until everyone she knows is upset with me for something that I've done in the past or the present, or any deemed fear she has for the future. So whatever story and make-believe game Kenzie goes and plays along with, and me speaking it into existence doesn't make it any better. It just paralyzes mental and scientific demonstrations. The power of the disease. It just gives it more and more power, and it hurts more and more and more, and drives us farther from healing. But there can't be any healing when Kenzie's just a surgeon, just not even a surgeon, she's just a slice and dicer, fucking Freddy Krueger, Edward Scissorhands, but not nice and friendly and caring and loving, but fake. Anyway, don't want to talk crap about her no more either, because no one wants to see her that way. But to not know she's that person too, and capable of it, and has no conscience. She has one. She knows what she's doing is wrong, but she also knows that if Luke's never around, she never has to think about him until Luke. And as long as the government plays along with her little game, then she never has to face all the terrible things she did. And then out of sight, out of mind, and that's the game that she's playing right now. And has always been playing. How do I get him out of my sight so I don't have to think about him ever again? And everyone's playing along. Everyone's playing along in Kenzie's little game. And me talking about it only creates more more dis-ease. But the solution, there's, like we said in the past, there's poison in the antidote, so you got to address the poison. You got to taste it, you got to know it's there, you got to know what's going on with the poison, so that the body can say, okay, this is what the poison is, I know what to do the next time I see this. And if you can't give the body a little bit of, the mind a little bit of the poison, and the soul a little bit of the poison. One of my friends is a Jew heritage, if you will. They have, somehow there's an ethnicity that claims Jewish ancestry, which is just weird to me, the concept, because it's a thought, it's an idea of God that they follow and believe in. So to say that it's has some sort of place in the physical body that you're creating, but anyways, it's irrelevant. It's a trigger for her. The overview of my cool conditioning course, I spell words wrong to make it KKK. And it's a trigger for people, but the whole point is, if you can't overcome your triggers with someone like me that's non-threatening and isn't going to hurt you, it's just the KKK as a word, and sure, you're mad about it, but get over it. Like, I'm not a skinhead trying to hang blacks and queers, although I talk shit about everyone that does awful shit, and blacks and queers do awful shit just as much, if not more, than your average person, because the victim mind, they get away with it. So Kenzie and Dave are always victims, so as long as they're victims, all the terrible things they do, they get away with, because Kim's going to protect them, and the government's going to protect them, because they just pretend they're victims, and then everyone plays along. And people born with dark complexion that secrete more melanin than your white person, your lighter skinned person does, are in some sort of cult of victimhood, where they're just living through life, jumping into the victim pool whenever they feel like it. Same with people born with a pussy. Anyway, and the more you speak that into existence, the more you create that, the more you destroy the connection men and women have. Oh, let me get him off the leash for you. Alright, anyway, I've rambled on too long. Case 377. Alright, I'm gonna try to read this book and get back on some shit. There he is. Tried yesterday to read it, and I got 2 hours. I got through three pages, because I'm just so distraught about how evil Mackenzie Engelhardt is, and how everyone just is trapped in the game. And I try to make it clear what's going on here, because people have misconceptions. But I'm gonna get back on this book too. But this doesn't end. What's going on? This doesn't end until everyone stands on what Kenzie and Jessica are actually doing. Until Kenzie and Jessica do the right thing, until they come clean. And essentially, what we have here is the ref always calls the retaliation. He never sees the first. He sees the person retaliating. So Kenzie pokes and prods and B's an awful person, lies and manipulates. And the bottom line is, she's an abusive wife. If a man ever behaved the way Kenzie's behaving, in even a remotely close kind of way, if a man ever went into his wife, if Wade went to Kenzie's best friend and said she's not welcome anymore because no one likes her, she's not welcome around no more, and made sure she's not welcome to anything ever, and said Kenzie's not allowed to go visit her and not allowed to go on these girls' trips. Wade's not allowed to come visit me because Kenzie doesn't want her to, because she says she'd be afraid if Wade goes and has fun. But anyway, she's an abusive woman, abusive wife. She's going to be an abusive mother. As soon as thoughts creep into her mind about fear and a negative idea she has, she's just going to go on attack, destroy her children's lives, destroy her husband's life. She doesn't give a fuck. She doesn't give a fuck. She's pure evil. And so until they're ready to get Jessica and Kenzie to come to the table, come clean and stand on what's really going on, Jessica and Kenzie don't even really have to come to the table, to be honest. It's not even about getting to Jessica or Kenzie. It's about everyone getting on the reality of the scenario, because I'm not operating from a level where Jessica and Kenzie aren't complete psychopaths. So until anyone that wants to come to a peaceful resolution, wants peace in their life, i.e. anyone in the Bublitz or Engelhart family or Pavlachik family, we're operating on that function of Kenzie and Jessica are diabolical psychopaths. On the level of Ghislaine Maxwell. Everyone thought Ghislaine Maxwell was your friend, and she was a manipulative psychopath. And that's what Kenzie and Jessica are. And girls fall into the trap because girls coach other girls, so it's just rampant in girl culture. But when you find the girl that's at the core, the source of all the poison, it's the girl that loves, that enjoys, that thrives on the chaos she creates, and just sits back and enjoys it. And she's pure evil for doing it. And so Wade and I can't have any peace or joy. So whether the government, the Joe said, I can see why people don't want you around. It's like, I was perfect angel. That's why Wade invited me over to watch football that day. Kenzie said it was just a trial to see how I'd operate, because we're all living in Kenzie's fucked up world. Kenzie's nightmare. She wants to create that dirty, evil, fucking psychotic cunt, bottom-feeding bitch, piece of fucking shit, Mackenzie Engelhart, pure fucking evil piece of shit. Judge Joe, Wade invited me over to watch football. The day Kenzie said I'm not welcome over, everyone's playing Kenzie's make-believe game, so she can be happy. It's not reality. They're playing it in her world. When they're hanging out with me, everything's normal. But when they're in her world, they have to pretend whatever she wants. That's how it fucking works. Kenzie's world, they pretend she's whatever she is. They hang out with me, everything's normal with me. My fiance and my girl is with me, everything's great. She's with her feminist slut friends. All of a sudden now she wants to go fuck other guys, and anyone that would be in the way of that is a misogynist, sexist pig. A disgusting man. Whatever Kenzie can get you angry at today. So when you get to the bottom, where the core, where all the poison and the destruction's coming from, i.e. Jessica Klein and Mackenzie Engelhart, the problem is girls just get away with it. They just get to play pretend. So Wade and I can't be friends because Mackenzie's an abusive wife. She's an evil, abusive woman that lies and needs to live in her lie, and drags everyone into her lie, And everyone wants to say it's because I got angry about it 6 months, a year, 2 years. She came into my house and made that declaration and has been playing her make-believe game ever since, and everyone's been playing along. And I did nothing. I was nothing but good and wonderful, living in her psychotic world for a fucking year and a half before I fucking even told my friends anything about it. No, it was a year. It's August of 2021. August 5th, 2021. Almost a full year living in Kenzie's fucked up delusion. But I guess it was a self-fulfilling prophecy. Kenzie knew what was going to happen and predicted the future. My illness that she didn't have any fucking part in creating. Kenzie Engelhart is pure evil, demonic cunt, pile of fucking shit. And all of her friends and family that are her supporters, i.e. Kimberly Bublitz, are one, just part victim, and two, an evil, dirty fucking cunt for playing along for so long. Everyone knows Jessica Klein is a lying bitch. Everyone that knows her knows that Jessica's a lying bitch. Even Ed. But for whatever reason, whenever I tell Ed that Jessica's lying, Ed's like, no, you're the liar. Fuck you, Ed. And then if I say fuck you, Ed, for calling me a liar, now you're the bad guy because you're not allowed to say fuck you, Ed, for being a fucking cunt. Anyway, I'm going to try to read this book without getting angry at the piles of shit that say they love me. You have a chemical imbalance. You're supposed to get abuse from the people you love with a smile. Let them destroy you and beat you and hurt you and take things away from you and let Kenzie be a dirty fucking cunt. And don't ever show an emotion because you're a man. You're not allowed to have those. If you're a man and you have those, well, Kim Bublitz said, I'm going to go murder a bunch of little children in an elementary school. Yeah. Love. Alright. I'm gonna try to get this book. It's a triggering book. Because this book is triggering because it mostly talks about cleansing your soul. And to do that, you have to repent and atone. So, and then the people, it's infuriating because she doesn't take Kenzie and Kim into consideration into the mind. So I have a mind. We all the peoples on this earth have a mind, and then our minds operate on how do we get what we need and want. And everyone's got that mind. And to say the evil doesn't exist, to say Kenzie Engelhart is not pure evil, to say Kenzie Engelhart just doesn't exist, she does exist. Her mind does exist. Ghislaine Maxwell is real. Whether I've met her or not, I've seen her face and I've heard the stories, and it's real to anyone that believes it. And you want to say don't believe it? How do I just not believe Kenzie came into my house, said I'm not welcome around anymore, and then I wasn't welcome around anymore, and then if I talk about it a full year later and ask my friends for help and say I thought one of you might have cared about me enough to help me figure out how to have a place to call home, even though Kenzie Engelhart hates me and has done all of the awful things I said she did? Nope. So it's infuriating because the evil exists, and if you can't talk about the evil and you just have to pretend it doesn't exist, sure, you and your little cult, your little isolated group can maybe ascend like any of the ancient civilizations that built the pyramids seem to be what happened with them. Where no sign of them left, but a bunch of things were left. Anyway. But the problem is you gotta be able to talk about the poison. The antidote contains poison, so to heal from the poison, you have to talk about it. So in order for the Bublitz family, for Kim Bublitz and me, and anyone that's involved in the scenario can come to any sort of peace, we need to be able to address the poison. And Kenzie's the poison. Whether you want to call me the poison or not because I'm angry and say, oh, the way you responded a year later. It was more than a year later because, like I said, no public posts about Kenzie private text messages to a group of my people that called me friend. Kim writes it in the thing saying everyone loves me and misses me or something stupid like that. Kenzie's pure evil. So it's just rambling. It's hard. Oh, it hurts. Anyway, page 377. Christian Science Practice. If your patient believes in taking cold, mentally convince him that matter cannot take cold and that thought governs this liability. If grief causes suffering, convince the sufferer that affliction is often the source of joy and that he should rejoice always and ever present. Love. Invalids flee to tropical climates in order to save their lives, but they come back no better than they went away. Then is the time to cure them through Christian Science and prove that they can be healthy in all climates when their fear of climate is exterminated. Through different states of mind, a body becomes suddenly weak or abnormally strong, showing mortal mind to be producer of strength or weakness. This thing, it's just, she's so aggressive when she talks. Climate is harmless is what her point is in this paragraph here, is what she says on the side. And to save their lives as if they were going to die. There's people that get sick as the climate changes and regularly get sick when the climate changes. And her concept here is that you wouldn't get any sort of illness as the climate changes if you didn't believe it existed. If you didn't believe the change in the climate is what caused the sickness, then every year the change in climate wouldn't be like, if you had an allergy and somebody said and you didn't believe it was an allergy, maybe then it wouldn't be an allergy and your feeling and congestion could have been just something else, who knows. Anyway, I'm rambling. Through different states of mind, the body becomes suddenly weak or abnormally strong, showing mortal mind to be the producer of strength or weakness. A sudden joy or grief has caused what is termed instantaneous death. Because the belief originates unseen, the mental state should be continually watched that it may not produce blindly as its bad effects. And this energy inside of us is our life source. So when that energy ceases to want or ceases to go on, it can cause instantaneous death. Which is what my future, what I got a glimpse into my future should I ever believe a girl would be my friend forever and then do whatever Kenzie wants instead. Whatever Ghislaine Maxwell or their slut friend coaches him to do and starts fucking other guys because whatever idea of a mistake I made in the past. That infuriates me about Judge Joe. Said that if all of my relationships end the same way, then maybe I should look at myself, is what he wanted me to get at. And every girl left because they wanted to be with some guy that had more money and would let them be naked on a yacht and give them free drugs and alcohol, and they didn't have to do anything. They left for some feminist fantasy that she should go be a naked slut for a bunch of douchebags that throw money and drugs at her. and fuck some fake-ass piece of shit at the bar that's just running a fake-ass game, playing a game with some dumb fucking cunt. He doesn't care if she's got a man, if she's engaged, if she's married. Who gives a fuck? He'll fuck her anyways, and then when he's done fucking her, he'll say, get the fuck away from me. I was just running a game on you, you stupid fucking bitch. You should have fucking known better. Or he'll play pretend that they're friends or whatever. It doesn't matter. She already fucked around and was a pile of shit. And now when she comes crying back to me, Judge fucking Joe, I should look in my own inward. Why does Kenzie hate me? To make sure I'm not welcome around. That's the fucking question, Judge Joe. Bottom line, what the fuck? How do I fucking fix it? When a dirty, evil fucking cunt like Kenzie enters my life and makes it her mission to destroy all of my relationships, period, end of subject, it's fucking done then, because that girl is going to be with somebody else. And it's going to be all my fault, and I don't get to know why, because I don't even get to have the fucking conversation. Kenzie said I'm out. I get to hide and file a personal protection order. So Luke doesn't get to know why Kenzie decided he's not good enough. But all I have to do is look inward and know that Kenzie said I'm not welcome around, no one likes me, no one ever liked me, no one ever wanted me around, and she'll never allow me to be with anyone I want to if she doesn't approve of it. Period, end of subject. So until you figure out how I can look inward to get Kenzie to not be an evil, dirty fucking cunt, well then you can come and fucking lecture me about something, Judge Joe. Put me in fucking jail for that evil, dirty fucking cunt. So no, there won't be any peace until Kenzie comes clean. Until Kim Bublitz stops playing Kenzie's dirty cunt game. Until Kim Bublitz goes to Kenzie and said, you're a piece of shit, Kenzie, for fucking this all up. For being a dirty fucking cunt. Until Kim Bublitz goes to Kenzie Engelhardt and says, Kenzie, you're an evil fucking cunt. Stop being an evil fucking cunt, Kenzie. That's when this ends. So, Kim, you can get your PPO, but you're gonna read this fucking letter. You're gonna fucking read it, Kim. Through different states of mind, instantaneous death, that's what we were talking about. Instantaneous death. One of my ex's grandpas died from a broken heart. His wife kept fucking around on him, and no one tells her who she can fucking not fuck. She's an empowered woman. And he just did nothing but love and adore her. And she just rode one cock after another, whatever pleased her at that moment. And he was old, and it happened for the last time, and he just said, I can't deal with it anymore, and just his energy, his soul disappeared from this earth. The author never knew a patient who did not recover when the belief of disease had gone. Remove the leading error of or governing fear of this lower so-called mind, and you remove the cause of all disease, as well as the morbid or excited action of any organ. You also remove in this way that are termed organic diseases as readily as functional difficulties. The cause of all so-called disease is mental, a mortal fear, a mistaken belief or a conviction of necessity and power of ill health. Also, a fear that mind is helpless to defend the life of man and incompetent to control it. Mind is not helpless to defend the life of man or incompetent to control it. It's just gotta keep remember there's other minds that exist on this earth realm here, and they make decisions too. So whether you can control your own life, Kenzie still is going to have her involvement and make sure that if you want to have a happy life, that you'll do whatever it takes to make sure Kenzie gets whatever the fuck Kenzie wants. And Kim will hurt anybody. Kim doesn't give a fuck about Wade. Why would Wade want to be your friend if you call his wife the devil? He wouldn't. But he also wouldn't want his wife to be the devil. He'd want his wife to be a nice, decent human being and not an evil fucking cunt. But you don't care about that, Kim. You don't care about that. You don't care about Wade and you don't care about me. You just want me to stop talking about how evil she is. That's the problem with our society. Everyone keeps telling me to give it up. Let Kenzie win. Let her get away with it. Let her be a fucking evil, degenerate cunt for the rest of her life that abuses my friends. Nope. Sorry. Not happening. Like I said, this doesn't stop until Kenzie comes clean. Until Jessica comes clean. And my relationships are restored. The cause of all so-called disease is mental or mortal fear, mistaken belief, or conviction. The necessity and power of ill health. Also a fear that mind is helpless of a life. Without this ignorant human belief, any circumstance is of itself powerless to produce suffering. Its latent belief in disease, as well as the fear of disease, which associates sickness and circumstances and causes the two to appear conjoined, even as poetry and music are reproduced in union by human memory. Disease has no intelligence. Unwittingly, you sentence yourself to suffer. The understanding of this will enable you to commute this self-sentence and meet every circumstance with truth. Disease is less than mind, and mind can control it. Alright. Sorry, buddy. Without the so-called human mind, there can be no inflammatory nor torpid action of the system. Remove the error and destroy its effects. By looking a tiger fearlessly in the eye, Sir Charles Napier sent it cowering back into the jungle. Yeah, whatever. An animal may infuriate another by looking it in the eye, and both will fight or for nothing. A man gaze fast and fearlessly on a ferocious beast often causes the beast to retreat in terror. This latter occurrence represents the power of truth over error, the might of intelligence exercised over mortal beliefs to destroy them, whereas hypnotism and hygienic drilling and drugging adopted to cure matter is represented by two material erroneous spaces. And she's right. If you stand your ground to certain animals, certain predators, like apex predators, like a tiger or a lion, there's a good chance they're not gonna fuck with you, but they're not running away in fucking terror. Go fuck yourself. You're not food to them. They were checking you out and testing you and seeing what you were going to do and what you were all about. And just because he looked him in the eye, sent him running away in terror. That's just some fuckboy piece of shit story to tell. So this dumb cunt tells that story and shares whoever this douchebag is who they told the story about. So fucking dumb. Just some fucking gassed up fucking cunt believing some fuckboy's story. Do you believe his story? He terrified a beast. Fuck you people. You women are so fucking dumb. You women are so fucking stupid. Scented cowering back into the jungle. Oh, he's such a man. Gaston. Anyway, no, he's Sir. He's Sir. He got knighted, probably. That's what that means, right? Some cunt like Kenzie with the title of a queen said he's a Sir. Kim, that guy that assaulted me from behind, Kim calls him a gentleman. Cause Kim writes the story. Some dude assaulted an innocent person from behind and pinned him down and put him in an armbar. Some guy he had fucking almost 100 fucking pounds on. That calls him a gentleman because, you know, he's the hero in Kim's eyes. So whatever story Kim's got to make up so that it sounds good to her. She's an elder at her church. She's an elder at her church that needs protection because I want her to read a letter. She needs protection. She's an elder of the church. An empowered woman that should be respected. And that guy that assaults strangers from behind that deliver letters, you just deserve to get assaulted. He's a gentleman. Not gentle nor a man. Not a fucking man. Men don't assault fucking people that are half their size but from behind like little fucking cowardly cunts. Go fuck yourself. Gentlemen. Sir. Queens. Fuck you fucking people. No, they're royalty. You can't say that. We like watching the TV shows. People are fucking garbage. The latter occurrence represents the power of truth over error. The might of intelligence exercised over... Disease is not an intelligence to dispute the empire of mind or dethrone mind and take the government into its own hands. Sickness is not a God-given nor a self-constituted material power which copes astutely with mind and finally conquers it. God never endowed matter with the power to disable life or to chill harmony with a long and cold night of discord. Such a power without the divine permission is inconceivable, and if such a power could be divinely directed, it would manifest less wisdom than we usually find displayed in human government. And the karma in God concept here that she keeps saying God's not the evil. If she does, it's like if you keep making mistakes over and over again, God reminds you with karmic retribution. And it can be in the form of physical error and physical disease. And emotional torment and whatever it could be. But you should think about it as being dealt the lightest offering to correct the behavior that's causing the disease. And we can, like mine, we can talk about how my bad behavior, my yelling, my screaming, my cussing, my calling people out directly and saying they're fucking out of line for their ideas and spewing them out. And no one coming to what the bottom line. Until Kenzie gets into a room and we're sitting there and she comes clean about all the awful things she did and we can operate on a reality of what truth is, then there's no peace for anybody. It's not my response to how she's created the lies. It's that's the problem. It is, but it's the whole game is look what they did in retaliation. Ed does it my whole life. He's proud of it. It's a game to him. He'll go up to people and he'll intentionally try to hurt me, try to lie and manipulate me and get me upset at him. And if I show any emotion, he says, look, he had an emotion. He had an emotion. Now I'm justified being a terrible dad, being a terrible fucking father, being a shit man and just a fucking douchebag that doesn't help out with anything. But he'll make sure he fucking hurts me and lies to me and does terrible things to me over and over and over again relentlessly. But if he says a nice thing first, if his first sentence is a fucking fake-ass compliment that he doesn't fucking mean, then it's okay because he said something nice. So he listened to his friends who he gossips and talks shit about and pretends he's not an evil fucking douchebag. But none of the people he talks to behind my fucking back have the decency to talk to me. No. Kim and Kenzie just figure it out together. They figure out, Wade and I decide we're going to figure out how we can be friends. But nope, Kim and Kenzie decided what they decided. Nope, Kenzie's the victim. Whatever they need to make believe, whatever they need to fucking make believe. That girl's pure fucking evil. Pure fucking evil. So. One fucking page. What time is it? Got it. If disease can attack and control the body without the consent of mortals, sin can do the same for both our errors, announced as partners in the beginning. The Christian scientist finds only effects where the ordinary physician looks for causes. The real jurisdiction of the world is in mind, controlling every effect and recognizing all causation as vested in divine mind. A felon on whom certain English students experimented fancied himself bleeding to death and died because of that belief when only a stream of warm water was trickling over his arm. Had he known his senses of bleeding was an illusion, he would have risen above the false belief. And I don't know if that's true. I didn't look it up yet. I wanted to look it up. So like I said, I got to page 380 the other day, but that was 2 hours of being remembered of how evil Kenzie Engelhardt is. How pure evil Mackenzie and Jessica Klein are. And how much it hurts that they're just evil people and that everyone just plays their game. And they don't have not a single person has the decency to make that any of those girls be a decent fucking human being. They just drag everyone down and make everyone a pile of shit. Because they care. I think that's pretty messed up that they experimented on a guy, assumingly having him blindfolded so he couldn't see that it was just water, and making him watch the water flow down his body and making him believe it was blood or something and he died. I don't know. But that's fucked up. That it could happen. Weak mind. It would have to be. Because if they were only pouring warm water on the body, your body would have physical effects of weakening before, I would assume, before you just died of blood loss. They would have had to have gone through I don't know. Let the despairing invalid inspecting the hue of her blood and on a cambric handkerchief think of experiment of those Oxford boys who caused the death of a man when not a drop of his blood was shed. And let her learn the opposite statement of life as taught in Christian Science, and she will understand that she is not dying on account of the state of her blood, but is suffering from belief that blood is destroying her life. The so-called vital current does not affect the invalid's health, but her belief produces the very results she dreads. Fevers are errors of various types. The quickened pulse, coated tongue, febrile heat, dry skin, pain in the head and limbs are pictures drawn on the body by the mortal mind. The images held in this disturbed mind frighten conscious thought, and left the fever picture drawn by millions of mortals and imaged on the body through the belief that mind is in matter and discord is real as harmony, is destroyed through science. It may rest at length on some receptive thought and become a fever case, which ends in belief called death, which belief must be finally conquered by eternal life. Truth is always the victor. Sickness and sin fall by their own weight. Truth is the rock of ages, the headstone of the corner, but on whomsoever it shall fall, it will grind him to powder. And that's what's going on with our group with it, and we'll keep leaning on it. Kenzie lied, and until we're standing on the rocks of truth, we're on fucking Kenzie's lies, which are fucking powder, and she keeps fucking lying. She's a lying, evil demon. She's the devil. She's the fucking devil. And me calling her the devil is not the reason I'm not welcome. I'm not welcome because she said I'm not welcome in August of 2020. And everyone was still trying to be my friend and figure out how to make it work. No one really even knew what was happening, to be honest, until December. And then I just talked about Mean Girls and had nothing to do with Kenzie. They threw a fucking intervention in fucking January or like February or something stupid about things they knew nothing about, gassed up by Kenzie and Kim. Because the guys, I didn't tell them any of the stories, so the only person that would have given them to them was Kenzie and Kim. While Kenzie and Kim pretended they had no involvement and were gassing everybody up to lecture me about shit that they didn't know that wasn't real. It wasn't real. But it's in Kim's mind, so whatever's in Kim's mind is real. Attacking people from behind. She even brought up, this is one thing that just eats me away about Kim. I gotta write this down and share it later too. Share it with the group of people, but eats me away about Kimbo Slice and Dice Your Life. I told a story about what self-defense is, and she just sees it as a story of killing. She doesn't read the story and realize that a man doesn't assault a man half his size from behind as that man's walking away peacefully when that man didn't do anything but hand a letter to somebody. That's not a man. And it's not a gentle thing to do either. A gentleman would have used his words first. Not just sneak attack like a fucking cowardly cunt piece of shit. But the story goes, self-defense, if someone's on your property and enters your home, you have the right to shoot them. But if they're turned their back to you and they're trying to leave and you shoot them, then that's called assault. That's called attempted murder. And the story goes, if somebody's that guy and that Kimberly's friend, some gentleman at her church, assaulting me from behind is not self-defense. I got assaulted and attacked. And like I said in the court, I'm well within my rights to press charges. And I almost feel like I have to just to fucking prove to Kim that the government would see that it was an assault and that I got attacked from behind and I didn't do anything wrong there. And that I would be vindicated and that I would win some sort of some sort of government vindication, maybe a few bucks from Emmanuel Lutheran and some douchebag. And I said I don't want to do it. I don't want to fucking do it. I don't want to do it. But I would win the court because I got assaulted and attacked by some piece of shit, by some scumbag, by some Christian that thinks he's a hero. That Kim protects as the gentleman because he's a gentleman. Fuck you people are evil. You people are fucking evil as fuck. And then say, he's gonna shoot up an elementary school. Fuck you people. Fuck you people. For real. My delusion, Joe. Joe, that's the world I have to live in. That's the world I have to live in. If I don't believe that Kenzie's a perfect angel, and that Dave should be able to lie and steal from me whenever he wants, without me even as of scolding them, not even being able to say a word about it, Joe. If I have an emotion and a feeling about it 2 years later, now you get it. Now you get it. Kimbo, slice and dice your life. I had to write that down. Self-defense, Kim. Self-defense. All Kim heard was a story about killing. And then Kim felt fear. And then Kim projected some delusional psychopath's fear out into the world on me. And now I have to live in that fucking psycho's world. And if I'm not happy about it, Joe, then guess what? I'm the problem. I'm the problem because I'm talking about it, Joe. You get it now. You get it now. I told a story about self-defense and it scared Kim. I delivered a letter, a fucking handwritten letter, a note to Kimberly Bublitz, and she got scared, so she needs a personal protection order. Her friend assaulted me from behind, sneak attack, as I was trying to leave after I gave her a letter. She said, hold him down, keep him here, we want to get the cops so I can throw him in jail. You're not throwing him in jail, why not? Why not? I've given you all of the demands that I've given you. I'm the queen. Do what I want. I'm Kimberly Bublitz. Do what I want. Do what I want. Poke, poke, prod, 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 poke, prod, poke, prod. I have no involvement. I didn't do any of it. It was the cops that did it. It was that Tubblard that did it. It was the gentleman that attacked him. Kim had no involvement. She just knew my presence made her discomfortable, so if she feels a discomfort, then anyone who assaults and attacks that person is the hero, and a gentleman, and a scholar, and a sir. You fucking people are evil. Psychopaths. Psychopaths, Joe. And I have to live in this world where if I talk about their psychosis, I have to live in their psychosis. I have to live in it and just be happy about it. And take their drugs. Take their drugs. If I take their drugs, then I can be numb and in my bed and all alone and fat and miserable. I'm still all alone and angry and miserable about it because Kenzie Engelhardt is pure fucking evil. Contending for the evidence or indulging the demands of sin, disease, or death, we virtually contend against the control of mind over body and deny the power of mind to heal. The fourth method is as though the defendant should argue for the plaintiff in favor of dissension, which the defendant knows will be turned against himself. The physical effects of fear illustrate its illusion. Gazing at the chained lion crouched for a spring should not terrify a man. The body is affected only with the belief of disease produced by a so-called mind ignorant of truth, which chains disease. Nothing but the power of truth can prevent the fear of error, improve man's dominion over error. Many years ago, the author made a spiritual discovery, the scientific evidence of which has accumulated to prove that the divine mind produces in man health, harmony, and immortality. Gradually, this evidence will gather momentum and clearness until it reaches its culmination of scientific statement and proof. Nothing is more disheartening than to believe that there is a power opposite to God or good, and that God endows this opposing power with strength to be used against himself, against life, health, harmony. Every law of matter or the body supposed to govern man is rendered null and void by the law of life, God. Ignorant of our God-given rights, we submit in unjust decrees, and the base of education enforces this slavery. Be no more willing to suffer the illusion that you are sick or that some disease is developing in the system than you are to yield to a sinful temptation that the ground that sin has its necessities. When infringing some supposed law, you say that there is danger. This fear is the danger and induces physical effects. We cannot in reality suffer from breaking anything except a moral or spiritual law. The so-called laws of moral belief are destroyed by the understanding that soul is immortal, and that an immortal mind cannot legislate the times, periods, and types of disease with which mortals die. God is the lawmaker, but he is not the author of barbarous codes. In infinite life and love there is no sickness, sin, nor death, and the scriptures declare that we live, move, and have our being in the infinite God. Think less of the enactment of mortal mind, and you will sooner grasp man's God-given domain. You must understand your way out of human theories relating to health, or you will never believe that you are quite free from some ailment. And that's what another thing that's fucked up about Kimberly Bublitz. It's fucked up about these fucking people, where she wants to call my illness, she wants to keep calling it a mental illness, that I won't let go that her niece is an evil fucking cunt. I won't just stop talking about it until she figures out a way to make things right. I will not. Like I said, Wade doesn't want to be friends with me while I'm calling his wife the devil. And his wife, I'm not going to stop calling his wife the devil until she stops being the devil, or at least admits to everybody that she is the devil, and we can all operate on the same level playing field. Mackenzie Engelhart is the fucking devil. And if me calling her the devil is the problem, then she needs to stop being the devil. That's how it works. It's not an illness, and they keep trying to make me ill, make it an illness, make it a disease, make it an illness, make Luke unhealthy. Because he's angry that he's not welcome in Wade's house since Kenzie said so in August of 2020. But we're making it about anything but what Kenzie said and did that day. It's anything but. We're not allowed to talk about that day. That day doesn't fucking exist. It never happened, Luke. You're mentally ill. Go get help. That's where we're at. I have to pretend that day never fucking happened so Kenzie can be happy. Happy wife, happy fucking life. And I won't. I remember it. I have to suffer it. You want me to just fucking not think about it as if it never fucking happened? Take Kim's drugs and poison my body and my mind so it doesn't hurt as much anymore. So then they can tolerate me around if I just don't say anything and I'm drooling all over myself. Fuck you people. Fuck you, Kim. The harmony and immortality of man will never be reached without the understanding that mind does not in matter. Let us banish sickness as mind not being in the brain is what she's saying there. Mind is not in matter. Then what is the fucking brain? This is interesting to try to figure out what's inside the body if you've never cut one open and seen one. But pictures and books. What the system tries to teach us so that we believe it. But this lady's saying that the thoughts aren't in the brain. The downloads feel like that's where they're at, though, so who knows. Mind is not in matter. Let us banish sickness as an outlaw and abide by the rule of perpetual harmony, God's law. It is man's moral right to annul an unjust sentence, a sentence never inflicted by divine authority. Hey, let me read that again for you, Kim, and the Booblets bunch of heroic victims that are terrified. Tell Kenzie it's a man's moral right. Well, I guess Kenzie's a woman, so she has no moral obligations. Whatever she wants and feels like in the moment, and everyone will play along. Girl power. It's a man's moral right to annul an unjust sentence. A sentence never inflicted by divine authority. And that would actually fall more towards Wade, because Wade's a man. Wade wants to be a man. But Kenzie won't let him. Kenzie won't allow it. She would never allow it. She would never allow a man her husband to annul an unjust sentence that she created. Never allow it. So Wade can't be a man with moral rights. He has no moral rights. He does whatever Kenzie wants, because happy wife, happy life. And if Luke talks about the Queen of Hearts, and Alice in Wonderland skits and other funny things, and Kenzie makes it all about her, then anyway. Perfect. I had somewhere to be at noon, but they asked to push it to 1. Perfect. Back at it. Jesus Christ overruled the error which would impose penalties for transgressions of the physical laws of health. He annulled supposed laws of matter, opposed to the harmonies of spirit, lacking divine authority and having only human approval for their sanction. And I don't know. Yeah, I think that's all he did was just give them a little boost to get there. I don't think he did it. Obviously, God did all the work, right? And their belief in God and their agreement to repent and atone, something Kenzie is incapable of doing. And no one would dare make her come clean about any lie she told. No, it doesn't matter what lies you told. The person you already destroyed said something about it a year after, so now we're hurting him for that. Good job, Kenzie. You're a hero, an empowered woman. You're going to be such a great mom. Your children are going to just love and admire and adore you until they listen to one of my videos. Anyway. If half the attention given to hygiene were given to the study of Christian Science and to the spiritualization of thought, this alone would usher in their millennium. Constant bathing and rubbing to the alter the secretions or to remove unhealthy exhalations from the cuticle, receive a useful rebuke from Jesus' precept. Take no thought for the body. Take no thought, ... for the body. We must beware of making clean merely the outside of the platter. She's just trying to say here, don't carry too much about hygiene. Being perfectly clean all the time isn't what creates your sicknesses and the diseases either. So leaning into the excessive thought there is a problem, but it just sucks this book because she uses and says Jesus' precept says take no thought for the body, but that ... means there's things she's leaving out, meaning she's just drawing parallels she wants us to read. In that sentence, Jesus might not have meant take no thought for the body, but I don't know what precept she's talking about, because it's unquoted, or it's quoted but not cited. He who is ignorant of what is termed hygienic law is more receptive of spiritual power and of faith in one God than is the devotee of supposed hygienic law, who comes to teach the so-called ignorant one. Must we not then consider the so-called law of matter or canon more honored on the breach than the observance? A patient thoroughly booked in medical theories is more difficult to heal through mind than one who is not. This very is the saying of our Master, whosoever shall not receive the kingdom of God as little child shall in no wise enter therein. One whom I rescued from seeing spiritual oblivion in which the senses had engulfed him wrote me, I should have died but for the glorious principle you teach, supporting the power of mind over the body and showing me the nothingness of the so-called pleasures and pains of senses. The treatise I had read and the medicines I had taken only abandoned me to more hopeless suffering and despair. Adherence to hygiene was useless. Mortal mind needed to be set right. The alignment was not bodily, but mental, and I was cured when I learned my way in Christian Science. We need a clean body and a clean mind, a body rendered pure by mind as well as washed by water. One says, I take good care of my body. To do this, the pure and exalting influence of the divine mind on the body is requisite, and the Christian Scientist takes the best care of the body when he leaves it most out of his thought, and like the Apostle Paul is willing rather to absent from the body and to present with the Lord. And there's something to say about that. It's like reading a book on what it means to be a man, and when they talk about what you should wear and dress code and policy on wearing and going out in public, it's just appropriate for the occasion, but it's the point it makes is take a good look at yourself once or twice, get yourself ready to go out, and then forget about everything that you look and what you have on your body. And that's not what girls are doing. Girls are just trying to change what they wear and just be out there and get compliments and be seen, and this is what I'm wearing today, and this is what makes me cool and sexy, and blah blah blah. But a man gets most respect, and women get most respect. These girls aren't looking for respect. These girls are looking for fucks. They're looking to have sex and get sexual energy and attention towards them. But the man should put his clothes on and just go out and forget about it. Go about his business. And that's what you should take care of your body. That's what your body's good for. make sure you're presentable for the occasion, you're clean and good, and then go out and forget about those things and be present with the moment and stop trying to be a little attention whore. A hint may be taken from the emigrant whose filth does not affect this happiness, because mind and body rest on the same basis. To the mind equally gross, dirt gives no uneasiness. It is the native element of such a mind that which is symbolized and not chafed by its surroundings, but impurity and uncleanliness which do not trouble the gross could not be borne by the refined. This shows that mind must be clean to keep the body in proper condition. And that's something that gets neglected too to talk about, is mind cleanliness. And I keep talking about it in this PPO and all the time. No one gives a fuck about my mind or my soul or Wade's mind or anyone's mind. Kenzie doesn't give a fuck about Kim's mind or anyone's mind. Kenzie got what she wants and she's playing make-believe, and she'll play make-believe till her death, and no one gives a shit. No one gives a shit. They do. They do enough to get me to stop talking about it. To try to get me to stop talking about it. But my mind is a disorder. She calls it a mental illness. Disorder. Kenzie's lying until she stops and my mind gets my mind in order again. Until my mind's in order. I'm not indefinitely taking your drugs just so you guys can be happy with me being numb. So you're not afraid I don't murder a bunch of elementary school children, Kimberly Booblets. You're awful. You're awful. The tobacco user eating or smoking poison for half a century sometimes tells you that the weed preserves his health, but does this make it so? Does his assertion prove the use of tobacco to be the salubrious habit, and man to be the better for it? Such instances only prove the elusive physical effects of false belief, confirming the scriptural conclusion concerning a man. As he thinketh in his heart, so he is. The movement cure, pinching and pounding the poor body to make it sensibly well when it ought to be insensibly so, is another medical mistake, resulting from the common notion that health depends on inert matter instead of mind. Can matter, or what is termed matter, either feel or act without mind? We should relieve our mind from the depressing thought that we have transgressed a material law, and of necessity pay the penalty. Let us reassure ourselves with the law of love. God never punishes man for doing right, for honest labor, or for deeds of kindness, though they expose him to fatigue, cold, heat, contagion. If a man seems to incur the penalty through matter, this is but a belief of mortal mind, not an enactment of wisdom, and man has only to enter his protests against this belief in order to annul it. Through this action of thought and its results upon the body, the student will prove to himself by small beginnings the grand verities of Christian Science. If exposure to drought of air while in a state of perspiration is followed by chills, dry cough, influenza, congestion symptoms in the lungs, or hints of inflammatory rheumatism, your mind remedy is safe and sure. If you are a Christian Scientist, such symptoms are not apt to follow exposure. But if you believe in laws of matter, their fatal effects when transgressed, you are not fit to conduct your own case or to destroy the bad effects of your belief. When the fear subsides and the conviction abides that you have broken no law, neither rheumatism, consumption, nor any other disease will ever result from exposure to the weather. In science, this is an established fact which all the evidence before the senses can never overrule. Sickness, sin, and death must be length quail before the divine right of intelligence, and then power of mind over the entire functions and organs of the human system will be acknowledged. It is a proverbial that Florence Nightingale and other philanthropists engaged in humane labors to have been able to undergo without sinking fatigues and exposure which ordinary people could not endure. The explanation lies in the support which they derived from the divine law rising above the human. The spiritual demand quelling the material supplies energy and endurance surpassing all other aids, and forestalls the penalty which our beliefs would attach to our best deeds. Let us remember that the eternal law of right, though it can never annul the law which makes sin its own executioner, exempts man from all penalties but those due for wrongdoings. Constant toil, deprivations, exposures, and all untoward conditions, if without sin, can be experienced without suffering. Whatever it is your duty to do, you can do without harm to yourself. If you sprain the muscle or wound the flesh, your remedy is at hand. Mind decides whether or not the flesh shall be discolored, painful, swollen, and inflamed. You say that you have not slept well or have overeaten, you are a law unto yourself. Saying this and believing it, you will suffer in proportion to your belief and fear. Your sufferings are not the penalty for having broken a law of matter, for it is a law mortal mind which you've disobeyed. You say or think because you have partaken of salt fish that you must be thirsty, and you are thirsty accordingly, while the opposite belief would produce the opposite result. Any supposed information coming from the body or from inert matter is, if either were intelligence, is an illusion of mortal mind. One of its dreams realized that the evidence of the sense is not the accepted in the case of sickness any more than it is in the case of sin. Expose the body to certain temperatures and beliefs says that you may catch cold and have catarrh, but no such result occurs without mind to demand it and produce it. So long as mortal declares that certain states of the atmosphere produce catarrh, fever, rheumatism, or consumption, those effects will follow, not because of the climate, but on the account of the belief. The author has in too many instances healed disease through the actions of truth in the minds of mortals and corresponding effects of truth on the body, not to know that this is so. A blundering dispatch mistakenly announcing the death of a friend occasions the same grief that the friend's real death would bring. You think that your anguish is occasioned by your loss. Another dispatch correcting the mistake heals your grief, and you learn that your suffering was merely the result of your belief. Blessed is with all sorrow, sickness, and death, you will learn at length that there is no cause for grief, and divine wisdom will then be understood. Error, not truth, produces all the suffering on earth. If a Christian scientist had said while you were laboring under the influence of the belief of grief, your sorrow is without cause, you would not have understood him, although the correctness of the assertion might afterwards be proved to you. So when your friends pass from our sight and we lament, the lamentations is needless and causeless. We shall perceive this to be true when we grow into the understanding of life, and know that there is no death. Because mortal mind is kept active, must it pay the penalty in softened brain? Who dares to say that actual mind can be overworked? When we reach our limits of mental endurance, we conclude that intellectual labor has been carried sufficiently far. But when we realize that immortal mind is ever active, and that spiritual energies can neither wear out nor can so-called material laws trespass upon God-given powers and resources, we are able to rest in truth, refreshed by God, the assurance of immortality, opposed to mortality. Our thinkers do not die early because they faithfully perform the natural functions of being. If printers and authors have the shortest span of earthly existence, it is not because they occupy the most important posts and perform the most vital functions in society. That man does not pay the severest penalty who does the most good. By adhering to the realities of eternal existence instead of reading disquisitions on the inconsistent suppositions that death comes in obedience to the law of life, and that God punishes man for doing good. One cannot suffer as the result of any labor of love, but grow stronger because of it. It is the law of so-called mortal mind, misnamed matter, which causes all things discordant. The history of Christianity furnishes sublime proofs of the supporting influence and protecting power bestowed on man by his heavenly Father, omnipotent mind, who gives man faith and understanding, whereby to defend himself not only from temptation but from bodily suffering. The cardinal sins, when you lean into them, there's always going to be some sort of karmic retribution, karmic suffering, returned on the body or the spirit, so better watch out. I love, I'm going to read this book again, but I've just been thinking about it, and I just love how Kimbo Slice and Dice Your Life shows her fear. I sat down next to her and handed her a piece of paper, and my understanding of the emotion of fear, the fear response is run away and cower, and I don't know. Anyway, I got up and started walking out, and she chased me down with her chewing me out, right, her head right in my ear, just yelling at me, screaming that she wants to hurt me. That's not something that somebody does in fear. That's something somebody does. I don't know how. She just justifies it in her head by lying to herself and lying to everybody, but her response wasn't fear. It's just the words she has to say. She gets to. Just she's born with a pussy, so she gets to say it, actually. She doesn't have to. It's just one of the perks of being born with a pussy. All you have to do is lie and say you were afraid after you got somebody assaulted and called the cops on them and kept petitioning and keep petitioning to hurt this person over and over and over again out of fear. Yeah. Whatever lie you gotta tell yourself. Anyway. I'm gonna read a book. We're at 388. And I'm excited because we're almost done. We only got like 300 and some more to go. The Christian martyrs were prophets of Christian science. Through the uplifting and consecration power of divine truth, they obtained a victory over corporeal senses, a victory which science alone can explain. Stolidity, which is resisting state of mortal mind, suffers less only because it knows less of material law. The Apostle John testified to the divine basis of Christian science when dire inflictions failed to destroy his body. Idolaters, believing in more than one mind, had gods many, and thought that they could kill the body with matter independently of mind. Admit the common hypothesis that food is the nutriment of life, and there follows the necessity for another admission in the opposite direction, that food has power to destroy life, God, through a deficiency or an excessive equality or a quantity. This is a specimen of the ambiguous nature of all material health theories. They are self-contradictory and self-destructive, constituting a kingdom divided against itself, which is brought to desolation. If food was prepared by Jesus for his disciples, it cannot destroy life. But lack of it can, and poison, that doesn't make sense. The fact is, food does not affect the absolute life of man. And this becomes self-evident when we learn that God is our life. Because sin and sickness are not qualities of soul or life, we have hope in immortality. But it would be foolish to venture beyond our present understanding, foolish to stop eating until we gain perfection and a clear comprehension of living spirit. In that day of understanding we shall neither eat to live, nor live to eat. If mortals think that food disturbs the harmonious functions of mind and body, either the food or this thought must dispensed with, for the penalty is coupled with the belief. Which shall it be? If the decision be left to Christian science, it will be given in behalf of the mortal of mind over this belief and every erroneous belief in material condition. The less we know or think about hygiene, the less we are predisposed to sickness. Recollect that we are not the nerves, not matter, but mortal mind, which report food as undigested. Matter does not inform you of bodily derangements. It is supposed to do so. The pseudo-mental testimony can be destroyed only by the better results of mind's opposite evidence. Our dietetic theories first admit that food sustains the life of man, and then discusses the certainty that food can kill man. This false reasoning is rebuked by Scripture by the metaphors about the fount and stream, and the tree and its fruits, and the kingdom divided against itself. If God has, as prevalent theories maintain, instituted laws that food shall support human life, we cannot annul these regulations by opposite law that food shall be inimical to existence. Materialists contradict their own statements. Their beliefs in material law and in penalties for their infractions is the ancient error that there is fraternity between pain and pleasure, good and evil, God and Satan. This belief totters to its falling before the battle axe of science. This belief totters to its falling before the battle axe of science. A case of convulsions produced by indigestion came under my observation. In her belief, the woman had chronic liver complaint and was in the suffering from a complication of symptoms connected with this belief. I cured her in a few minutes. Our instant one instant she spoke despairingly of herself. The next she said, "My food is all digested, and I should like something more to eat." We cannot deny that life is self-sustained, and we should never deny the everlasting harmony of soul, simply because to the mortal sense there is seeming discord. It is our ignorance of God, the divine principle, which produces apparent discord, and the right understanding of him restores harmony. Truth will at length compel us all to exchange the pleasures and pains of senses for the joys of soul. And you think if she actually healed this girl in this concept, that she wouldn't have needed to eat more food than if the liver just digested the food, but the food doesn't sustain life, then she doesn't need the food. So why not heal her of that idea rather than the idea that the food is undigested? Then just skip that step and say she doesn't need food to be digested, so it's all digested and you don't need any more, and just poof, magic, it'll happen. She just won't need to eat food like a normal human being, like every other human being on the planet. Just pretend, just play pretend. Wonder if this lady ever ate. No one ever seen her eat food. When the first symptoms of disease appear, dispute the testimony of the material senses with divine science. Let your higher sense of justice destroy the false process of mortal opinions which you name law, and then you will not be confined to sick room, nor laid upon a bed suffering in payment of the last far thing, the last penalty demanded by error. Agree with thine adversary quickly, whilst thou art in the way with him. Suffer no claim of sin or of sickness to grow upon the thought. Dismiss it with an abiding conviction that it is illegitimate, because you know that God is no more the author of sickness than he is of sin. You have no law of his to support the necessity either of sin or sickness, but you have divine authority for denying that necessity and healing the sick. Agree to disagree. The approaching symptoms of chronic or acute disease, whether it is cancer, consumption, or smallpox, meet the incipient stages of disease with as powerful mental opposition as the legislator would employ to defeat the passage of an inhuman law. A moral one, maybe. Rise in the conscious strength of the spirit of truth to overthrow the plea of mortal mind. Alias matter, arrayed against the supremacy of spirit. Blot out the images of mortal thought and its belief in sickness and sin. Then, when thou art delivered to the judgment of truth, Christ, the judge will say, "Thou art whole." Instead of blind and calm submission to the incipient or advanced stage of disease, rise in rebellion against them. Banish the belief that you can possibly entertain a single intruding pain which cannot be ruled out by the might of mind, and in this way you can prevent the development of the pain in the body. No law of God hinders this result. It is error to suffer for aught but your own sins. Christ or truth will destroy all other supposed sufferings, and real suffering for your own sins will cease in proportion as the sin ceases. And that concept becomes more and more clear, that the truth will destroy all the supposed suffering, and real suffering for your own sins will cease in proportion as the sin ceases, which essentially just says, as you start to believe the truth more and you start to stop sinning because of your false ideas on what the truth is, or what the truth should be, and what reality should be versus what reality is, and what it needs to be and what it must be for you and everyone to be at peace and happiness and live a healthy, prosperous, joy, full of love and abundance. You have to go through those stages. And you have to turn against the false ways and the sins. And the suffering then stops proportionately, as it says. So like a mistake. This concept of these, most girls and the fuckboys, the sluts and the fuckboys have come to this conclusion of have fun with all the wrong ones while you're waiting for the right one. And the mistake in there is the mind connection and the spiritual connection gets broken when you give your mind and your spirit to someone else. So you can't harness the energy accurately. And the way I can explain it is the karmic fall. You feel it every time you give yourself and your mind and or body to someone else. Then you just wake up the next day regretting it most time, or just is unsatisfied. And sometimes it just comes with more of the anger and negative emotion that, I don't know, what goes up must come down. So you had some whatever, and now you have to think the thoughts about how they're doing all that with somebody else and not doing that with you. While you're doing it with all the wrong ones, and the one you've decided is the right one is also going and doing it with all the wrong ones, because that's just what you guys have decided to continue on just banging all the wrong ones and then trying to hold out and be nice and the good girl for all the ones that might be the right one. It's just as that ceases, then I've noticed that spiritual feeling, that connection can grow. Just doesn't necessarily mean that it's reciprocated back. But anyway, I think if both people in a relationship operated that way, that's how the spiritual connection can get real strong. But it's just good old fashioned fun to let people share your nakedness with everyone and anyone, and bang whoever feels good, and just pretend you're friends until you bang, and then keep being friends or don't be friends anymore. Who gives a fuck? It's just fucking, because you guys don't have any souls anymore, so. But you all wish you did. They all wish they did. Me included. Justice is the moral signification of law. Injustice declares the absence of law. When the body is supposed to say, I am sick, never plead guilty. Since matter cannot talk, it must be mortal mind which speaks. Therefore, meet the intimation with a protest. If you say, I am sick, you plead guilty, then your adversary will deliver you to the judge, mortal mind, and the judge will sentence you. Disease has no intelligence to declare itself something and announce its name. Mortal mind alone sentences itself. Therefore, make your own terms with sickness and be just to yourself and to others. And I think there's something to that. Just because the idea of if you get like chills and a shiver because you're cold, and you keep getting it and you think you're getting a cold, and then all of a sudden maybe your nose gets stuffed, so now you're getting a runny nose and you think you're catching a cold, something else goes wrong. Now you just feel weak, tired, just want to lay in bed under blankets. And maybe just your blood sugar's low and you didn't lean into that and you just went and ate something and drank something warm, and all of a sudden you're not going to be sick that day. And who knows, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy concept. But I spent very, 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 very few days with any sort of sickness or any sort of long-term pain, because I just naturally assume everything's going to go away very quickly. That there's something that I can do and I can make a tweak in my life right now that can make whatever pain I have go away, whether that's drinking water, whether that's eating something, whether that's stretching or massaging the location that has pain, or doing something to try to heal whatever ailments I have in the moment, and do a preventative measure and just assume it's just a warning sign for a potential sickness or something that needs to get attention for even if it's just 5 minutes, just to drink some vitamin C and know you're gonna feel good because of it. I don't know what works and what doesn't work, but mentally contradict other complaint from the body and rise to the true consciousness of life as love, as all that is pure and bearing the fruits of spirit. Fear is the fountain of sickness, and you master fear and sin through divine mind. Hence it is through divine mind that you overcome disease. Only while fear or sin remains can it bring forth death. To cure a bodily ailment, every broken moral law should be taken into account and error be rebuked. Fear, which is an element of all disease, must be cast out to readjust the balance for God. Casting out evil for fear enables truth to outweigh error. The only course is to take antagonistic grounds against all that oppose to the health, holiness, and harmony of man, God's image. The physical affirmation of disease should always be met with the mental negation. Something to be said about harmony of man being God's image. And there's a lot of people that just don't want harmony because they love the chaos. They thrive off of it, enjoy doing it, and care less about the outcome. Like, I'll keep reminding you, Taylor Swift's got a song that says I did something bad, and a song about that's might be called Karma. And they're both about how she just loves shitting and destroying anyone that made her mad. Anyone that gave her a feeling she doesn't like, she's gonna make them suffer, and she just loves it. She loves it and loves it and fucking loves it. All the Swifties love the empowered woman. She's so powerful. Look how she gets to destroy people. She's not really powerful building up any women, but she sure knows how to tear men down. She sure knows how to do that. She's great. She's great. The body seems to be self-acting only because mortal mind is ignorant of itself, of its own actions, and there results ignorant that the predisposing, remote, and exciting cause of all bad effects is a law of so-called mortal mind, not of matter. Mind is the master of the corporeal senses and can conquer sickness, sin, and death. Exercise this God-given authority, take possession of your body and govern its feeling and action. Rise in the strength of spirit to resist all that is unlike God. God has made man capable of this, and nothing can vitiate the ability and power divinely bestowed on man. Be firm in understanding that the divine mind governs and that science man reflects God's government. Have no fear that matter can ache, swell, and be inflamed as the result of law of any kind, when it is self-evident that matter can have no pain nor inflammation. Your body would suffer no more from tension or wounds than the trunk of a tree which you gash, or the electric wire which you stretch, were it not for mortal mind. When Jesus declares that the light of the body is the eye, he certainly means that light depends upon mind, not upon the complex humors, lens, muscles, the iris, and pupil constituting the visual organism. Man is never sick from mind, is not sick, and matter cannot be. A false belief is both the tempter and the tempted, the sin and the sinner, the disease and its cause. It is well to be calm in sickness. To be hopeful is still better. But to understand that sickness is not real and that truth can be destroyed at a seeming reality is best of all. For this understanding is the universal and perfect remedy. This is one that I want to go in on because I got this one that really irritates me. This disease really irks me. It irks me. I'm going to go off on Jim Boner's, what is it called? Rheumatoid arthritis. What a fucking joke. That's one of those diseases that if you just didn't imagine yourself being a giant pussy that just is incapable of doing basic shit, and you got stronger and made that weakness disappear, all of a sudden your pussy syndrome would be, I'm a normal human being with working, functioning appendages. Look at me, I'm a big boy now. And people will live with these diseases to get what they want for the rest of their lives just because they think the kickback that they get is good. In these cases, it's an excuse to bail on physical labor or pretend or get some sympathy in somebody that'll take care of you because you need help, and if you could take care of yourself, then that person wouldn't be helping you out anymore. Maybe that person would leave if you got healthy and didn't need them to do things for you. And just makes me think of how people live in their own delusions that other people feed them. Like this one lady I was hanging out with, she was so obese. And it was bad for her. She couldn't walk with me more than like a quarter mile without needing to sit down. And these people, they feel bad about it. Like any addict when they go to their addiction. So these fat people addiction, it's food. So my addiction, I have a couple, but anyway. Things that I go to that I'd rather not. I want to stop smoking in the morning, but I get upset about something and then all of a sudden I'm smoking. And I know I shouldn't, I get upset about it. If someone reminded me about it, I'd feel some level of shame in myself. And that's how fat people are when you talk about when you talk about eating and food around them. They just get that negative emotion. So the concept is you can't make them feel that. Our whole society is all about, we'll give you a personal protection order if you say you're afraid. He gave you a piece of paper. You chased him down, hounded him down. Your boy tackled him from behind to make sure he didn't get away before the cops could get there. And now you're pretending that's some level of fear. That's fear. That's fear. Anyway, back to this lady. She didn't want to lose weight because the guy, any guy that would give her time to, any guy that was so desperate that would fuck her, just gassed her up about how they like fat girls. I like good cushion for the pushing. I like how big your ass are. I like how big your tits are. And they may, but negligibly to anything else. If you were a skinny bombshell, they would way like you better that way, I promise. They would fucking like you a lot better that way. But you're not, so they want to make you feel good, and so they'll make her feel good about how fat and disgusting she is, how unhealthy she is, and just let her live in that world, and might feel good for a day, but now she believes it. She believes it and won't change because of the value she sees in her obesity. So just her false ideas let her continue to be gluttonous, living in the sinful life, because there's always some fuckboy douchebag that doesn't give a flying fuck about your health and your actual happiness, but they just want to make you feel the good vibes so you're happy, and they'll pretend to be your friend until you get to fuck, and then whatever. It's just sad. Back to it. Be conceding power to discord. A large majority of doctors depress mental energy, which is the only real recuperative power. Knowledge that we can accomplish the good we hope for stimulates the system to act in the direction which mind points out. The admission that any bodily condition is beyond the control of mind disarms man, prevents him from helping himself, and thrones matter through error. To those struggling with sickness, such admissions are discouraging, as much as so as would be the advice to man, who is down in the world, that he should not try to rise above his difficulties. To those struggling with sickness, such admissions are discouraging, as much so would be the advice to a man who's down in the world, that he should not try to rise above his difficulties. And that's just a big shout out to Judge Joe. That's twice that my guy fucking advices to separate and to give up. And he can't see my side of it for some reason. He can't see it. He just sees the hateful ones, the Kenzie and her supporters, and don't see all of Kenzie's victims and don't care about Kenzie's victims, and say, let Kenzie continue to be an abusive, evil woman. Let her continue to be abusive and evil to everyone that should cross her in a wrong moment. And I don't think that's the case. I think I should correct her. I think she needs to get corrected. I think she needs to be a decent fucking human being. And stop abusing my friends and the people that I care about, and me included. So you could pretend that I need to give up and that the people that are Kenzie and her supporters need to separate from me. But you forget that I got some support too, Joe. I got supporters out there in the world. They might not be there for me right now because I'm not there for them. Because I'm fucking all alone right now with a few... One.
Team of one other trusted supporter. Then a bunch of ones that are just lurking on the edges, just waiting for the light to shine again. Just saying, just waiting for it. So you tell me you say, what is this? What does she say? The advice is to a man who is down in the world that he should not try to rise above his difficulties. That's our judicial system. Kenzie and Kim paid us money to file personal protection orders, so if they give us money, Kenzie calls the cops, and the cop tells me that I can't go, I'm not allowed over at Wade's house because Kenzie said so. Wade never agreed to this, but Kenzie called the cops, so who cares if the man of the house would invite me over, which, in theory, as I understand it, only 2 people live in that house, so she can't do it in reality. And the cops don't have the right. But the personal protection order, that's when fucking Harry Balls Gill fucking fucked everything up with his fucking ex parte bullshit order. Give a fucking girl a ex parte order for nothing, for fucking nothing. I went over and apologized to Wade, and would have apologized to her if she wasn't hiding, pretending like it was going to be incident number 3, where she was the victim of me apologizing, and drew devil horns on a ugly picture of her. And that's ex parte, in dire safety that she needs an ex parte order, where I'm not allowed on their house, at their house anymore. By the government order, I go to fucking jail now. Wade never agreed to it. The man of the house didn't. But who gives a fuck? Kenzie wanted to fucking destroy everything, and Kim was poking and prodding. Just like she said in her PPO. Also, I'm mentally ill for thinking that Kenzie and Kim were poking and prodding, because that's my mental illness, is that they got themselves involved. Which they weren't. They were never involved. Apparently, until the PPO. That's when they got involved. That's it, Kim. Anyway. Don't rise above the difficulties. That's the solution. I am gonna get to a stop point. Hit. Experience has proved that to the author the fallacy of material systems in general, that their theories are sometimes pernicious, and that their denials are better than their affirmations. While you bid a man let evils overcome him, assuring him that all misfortunes are from God, against whom mortals should not contend, will you tell the sick that their condition is hopeless unless it can be aided by a drug or climate? Are material means the only refuge from fatal chances? Is there no divine permission to conquer discord of every kind with harmony, with truth and love? That's what the battleless system is. I was talking to a guy about my coaching practice thing, program, whatever you want to call this thing that I'm setting up to help the system operate properly. It's fucking annoying. It's fucking annoying to say it that way. But it's fucked. Not everyone is, but the majority of people are doing it wrong, because it's what's expedient. It's what's easiest for them to do to line their pockets. But that's this concept of awakening and ascending, the Great Ascension they call it. The Great Ascension they're calling it. This is the generation where it's not just a group of an individual like Jesus or a group of people like the Mayans that go and ascend. No. What it is a way mass ascending. Everyone's ascending, you get it? This one's different than the other enlightenments than all the fucking other ones. And the concept is these people, what's happening to them is they're coming into this stage where they're starting to, it's this cognitive, it's Dunning-Kruger effect kind of, but not really. It's not just that they've started to learn about something and now they're learning more and more about it, and then they're finding themselves in the same circles. So an example is like, when you start talking about a particular product, now all of a sudden your phone's showing that product. Or when you start having these conversations, now other people are sharing their ideas. So you think everybody's in the same state of mind as yours and it's expanding outward, but then you kind of only gravitate towards those pockets. Then on top of that, the social media algorithm puts you in little group and pockets, so that you don't disturb other people with your fucking bullshit. So if you're just a political nut, then the only people that will be that'll get eyes on you most time are people that are seeking you or people that are commenting and posting on like stuff. And then the people that are watching cute puppy videos and cat videos and cooking stuff, they're not seeing any of your fucking bullshit. That's how they separate you. So then you get put into pockets of groups and you think, oh, all of the people that I talk to around me are having these same conversations. So now everyone's awakening. Everyone knows who fucking Joe Rogan is, but not everybody fucking agrees with him or watches his podcast or knows shit about him. But anyway, I'm rambling and it's extended outward further than I wanted to go. Back to it. Where are we at? No, not rising above difficulties. That's the advice I get. Give up, leave him alone, give up, leave him alone. Here's the problem. Kinsey started a war, and Kim is her supporter, her Jabberwocky, okay? So, we're at war. That just is what it is. Everyone is collateral damage to Kinsey's Wonderland and me fighting back and not taking her shit. Standing my ground and standing on her rather than just doing what everyone else does and let her be the boss and be a fucking dirty cunt whenever she feels like it. Which I'm more than happy to let her do. It's just she went too fucking far with this one, you dirty bitch. You evil, dirty fucking evil fucking cunt. You pure evil bitch. You're so fucking evil. You're so fucking evil. We should remember that life is God and that God is omnipotent. Not understanding Christian Science, the sick usually have little faith in it until they feel its beneficent influence. This shows that faith is not the healer in such cases. The sick unconsciously argue for suffering instead of against it. They admit its reality, whereas they should deny it. They should plead in opposition to the testimony of the deceitful senses and maintains man immortality and eternal likeness to God. And just want to start trying to figure out a way to not be able to share stories. This person kept letting people with doctors give her ideas and say, let's try this and let's try that. And they just experimented on her over and over and over again. And they just kept making her worse. They kept making her worse and worse, giving their fabricated added material as if her body couldn't heal herself if they didn't fucking put that fucking shit in. If they didn't fucking, I had a compound fracture, both bones broke in half, and I'm not necessarily saying that these pins and braces aren't a bad thing, but they do not make my arm stronger. My arm is weaker because of it. Sometimes it feels like I can just forget about it and pretend it never happened. And I never feel the pain when I'm exercising and lifting. And then for no fucking reason, I'll be doing curls and I won't be able to finish a set because the pain will ache so much that it just, for no seeming reason, it almost feels like my arm might be bending if I do another curl. Which I know wouldn't happen, but I don't know why the pain is so strong. It's so excruciating, I can't do it. Maybe I could, but I don't know what the fuck would happen if I pushed through that kind of pain. I might try next time. The great exemplar, the healer, should speak to the disease as one having authority over it, leaving soul to master the false evidence of the corporeal senses and to assert its claims over mortality and disease. The same principle cures both sin and sickness. When divine science overcomes faith in a carnal mind, and faith in God destroys all faith in sin and in material methods of healing, then sin, disease, and death will disappear. Prayers in which God is not asked to heal, but is besought to take the patient to himself, do not benefit the sick. An ill-tempered, complaining, or deceitful person should not be a nurse. The nurse should be cheerful, orderly, punctual, patient, full of faith, receptive to truth and love. The nurse should be cheerful, orderly, punctual, patient, full of faith, full of faith in the success, receptive to truth and love. It is mental quackery to make disease a reality, to hold it as something seen and felt, and then to attempt its cure through mind. It is no less erroneous to believe the real existence of a tumor, a cancer, or decayed lung, while you argue against their reality, than it is for your patient to feel these ills in physical belief. Mental practice, which holds disease as a reality, fashions disease on the patient, and it may appear in the more alarming form. And that's one thought that I just keeps trapped in my mind about these diseases, because these x-rays and MRIs, and people are letting doctors cut into them for these fucking shadows, is insane to me. It's insane to me. No, I'm a doctor, guys. Trust me, I was educated. This x-ray machine is never wrong. You see that little shadow there? That shadow's not supposed to be there. Let me cut into you and put some metal and drill some metal into your bones and tie you back together and get rich in a big house off of cutting India. I'll cut that bad little shadow right out of your body, I promise. And then your disease will disappear, I promise. I'm a doctor. And I would never let him even consider a disease like that in my body. I never have, I never would allow it. So if shit happens to me, that would suck. But just to think that outcome and believe that that's a possibility for myself is just not a, I don't know why anybody would want to allow themselves to believe that. But then the thought is if the doctor can manifest it with their words, if they can be educated, let's say in this hypothetical theory magic is real, and an incantation is essentially the hundredth monkey. If once you get the 100th monkey to believe that this way of doing things is the way of doing things, then everyone starts to fall in line. It's the masses. As you start to get other people to believe that this is what it is, and they start to believe it. And then potentially how many people are agreeing with this philosophy can create it within the human body is a thought that I'm sure I'll never know. I'm sure I'll never know. Just like if Kanye was gonna win or not. We'll never fucking know. Anyway. Mental practice which holds disease as a reality fastens disease on the patient, and it may appear in a more alarming form. The knowledge that brain lobes cannot kill a man nor affect the functions of mind would prevent the brain from becoming diseased, though a moral offense is indeed the worst of diseases. One should never hold in mind the thought of disease, but should efface from thought all form and type of disease, both for one's own sake and for that of the patient. Avoid talking illness to the patient. Make no unnecessary inquiries relative to feelings or disease. Never startle with a discouraging remark about recovery, nor draw attention to certain symptoms as unfavorable. Avoid speaking aloud the name of the disease. Never say beforehand how much you have to contend with in a case, nor encourage in the patient's thought the expectation of growing worse before the crisis is past. And I'm going to read that again in context of these fucking pieces, these slime, these Kenzie Engelhart of this world, the pure evil ones like my sister and Kenzie Engelhart. For example, when Garrett's birthday, 2020, Ryan drove me home and told me that I'm fucking everything up. Wade invited me over and Kenzie said no and made Ryan drive me home. And he said it was because I'm fucking because out-of-towners are fucking everything up. And I didn't accuse Kenzie of anything when I approached her and addressed it. I just asked her why she thinks Ryan would say it. And her response to me asking why she thinks Ryan would say it was, you need mental help. You need mental help. You need to go get help from a therapist. And I don't understand that response. Those responses don't make sense, Kenzie, because Ryan said it. Ryan said out-of-towners are fucking everything up. And I just asked you why you think he would have said it. And I don't understand why that makes me mentally ill. Just like Judge Joe said, I told him all of my relationships end the same way. Some dirty fucking cunt that hates me makes sure she destroys my fucking relationships, does whatever it takes to divide and conquer, separate me from them, make sure I'm not welcome, and when she's got her by themselves, get her to lust after somebody else and fuck somebody else, and leave me forever as the bad guy and pretend I never existed, and I just lost my best friend because some dirty, evil fucking cunt like Kenzie. And now I really forget where I was going with that. Kim Bublitz keeps wanting to call me mentally ill. She keeps wanting to give me a disease, an incurable disease that needs fucking drugs, because we won't agree that Kenzie's a fucking bitch, that she's not possible of it, she's not ever fucking capable of it. That girl's a fucking evil fucking cunt to fucking play this game for so fucking long. And Kim's just her fucking supporter. The fucking Jabberwocky, trying to give me a mental disorder, a disease that I'm gonna go murder a bunch of children. I'm murdering a bunch of children because I have a mental disorder, because I'm angry that Kenzie's an evil fucking bitch and that you're her fucking supporter, just playing along, just on team let's destroy Luke because Kenzie's a lying fucking cunt. And Luke called her a cunt, so now he's the bad guy. Who gives a fuck if Kenzie's an evil lying cunt? Doesn't matter, you're not allowed to call her a cunt. Back to it. I know a lot of doctors and therapists and people watching, and this is something to really pay attention to. Not just for fucking... It works. Optimism of healing promotes a healthy recovery. I imagine I can find tons of studies that'll prove it. I imagine it's not hard to find people that have shown studies that a healthy person, even with the mushroom therapy, the optimism of outlook at life gave them longer lifespan, I think I've seen some of them say. So they were in imminent death from their cancer, and they took mushrooms and got positive thoughts, and some people got negative thoughts, and those people with negative thoughts died sooner, and the people with positive thoughts lived longer. I don't remember that one, but I'm sure there's stuff like that out there that prove that philosophy. That not necessarily prove it, but give credit to it. So here we go. Avoid talking disease. This is the highlight of it. Avoid talking illness to the patient. Make no unnecessary inquiries relative to feeling or disease. And that's a tough one, because that's what they always go to. How are you feeling? And they're always, imagine, leading questions. Maybe if they just let the patient talk, but never startle with a discouraging remark about recovery, nor draw attention to certain symptoms as unfavorable, which that's one I liked, is just leaving the patient as ignorant as possible to what's going on, and just letting them think that they're going to get better. Trying to be as gentle as possible with any pessimism. Odds of recovery being low based on other people's potential recoveries being low, or whatever it may be. Be a tough one as a doctor for all this. Avoid speaking out loud the name of the disease. There's a lot of names for ways for the pharmacies to make money. Doctors to cut into people. A lot of names for it. They give themselves lots of reasons to justify cutting into people and poisoning their body with drugs they may or may not need at a particular time to help them, and then get off of them after their bodies and minds have been healed with proper healing methods. The ones that we're chatting about today, these are long-term methods. Never say beforehand how much you have to contend with in a case, nor encourage in the patient's thought that the expectations of growing worse before a crisis is past. The refutation of the testimony of material sense is not a difficult task in view of conceded falsity of this testimony. The refutation becomes arduous not because the testimony of sin or disease is true, but solely on account of the tenacity of belief in its truth, due to the force of education and the overwhelming weight of opinions on the wrong side, all teaching that the body suffer as if matter could have sensation. At the right time explain to the sick the power which their beliefs exercise over their bodies. Give them divine the wholesome understanding with which to combat their erroneous sense, and so efface the images of sickness from mortal mind. Keep distinctly in thought that man is the offspring of God, not of man, that man is spiritual, not material, that soul is spirit outside of matter, never in it, never giving the body life and sensation. It breaks the dream of disease to understand that sickness is formed by the human mind, not by matter nor by divine mind. And I'm going to stop there because we still have 45 pages to the end of the chapter. And I want to hit the gym and then enjoy the full moon. I think it's supposed to be full. It's close to full. It's nice, big, and bright out there. Maybe. Alright, back on this book. And then I got a list of shit to do today. I'm gonna start making a sourdough starter, and start making my own bread. I got enough cast iron in my car now. I think I can start making my own Dutch oven style. Anyway, back on this book. And I wanted to highlight something about the court, but I forget what it was. I remembered what the judge found as evidence of why Kim needs a PPO, and that's what it is. It's playing pretend with a girl that doesn't understand what. She may understand her emotions enough, but it's what girls do is they just highlight any anger of man as hate, or any reaction of man as hate, and say that girl is now fear. And it's not real. There's nothing real about it. It's just a girl trying to project a man into this world as something she doesn't like. And the judge says, I saw how you responded to them behaving this way, so I understand why they behave this way. And it's just a problem. I'll outline a timeline of how it works out, but it really is the game of just Kenzie gets to do something evil continually in secret behind your back, and Jessica, my evil sister, until other people are fighting, and then pretend she was hands off, not sending people poking and prodding like Kim does, pretending Kenzie doesn't poke and prod, and Kim doesn't poke and prod, and also their poking and prodding is justified. Anyway, these Christian Science practices won't necessarily help me out, because they keep going into the concept of you can prevent your own diseases, and I try to explain it to my mom too, and she gets it, because her religion does philosophically similar concepts, and understand that the mind's craving them, but keeps going to these doctors to give them. Essentially, she goes to a doctor. They say, I was educated to say this is what it is. Let me cut into you and get a biopsy and see if it is what I think it is. And all aches and pains are given drugs and surgery and make her worse before she gets better. But if they make her worse and then she heals correct or worse than she was before. Who knows? It's coin toss with these ones. I'm pretty sure it's not a coin toss. It's not a coin toss. It's closer to like a 10 to 20% success rate that these doctors, these professionals have, these fucking professional pieces of shit. Destroyed our fucking family. Anyway, back on this book. This book could heal a lot of people if they didn't let their minds wander like Kim does to create a Luke that would dare shoot elementary children. So crazy in Kim's psycho world. She hasn't talked to me in four fucking years. But a fucking sentence or two. While she's hiding. Pretending she's hiding because I might murder her. And any children that are around while I'm murdering her. Just so she can be a supporter of Kenzie, because that's how you support Kenzie. That's how Kenzie Engelhart gets Mackenzie Engelhart, doctor, empowered woman, gets support by pretending to be the victim. So she's an empowered woman that needs supporters. A team of people that want to pretend Luke might murder people. That's how it works. Girls team up together. It's part of the girl code. We team up and we create man what we want him to be. And if he gets angry about it, see, we're justified. Look, he had anger and he showed it on social media. So he's definitely a child murderer. Watch out. Kim Bublitz and the team at Emmanuel Lutheran got it all figured out, though. They have protocols, so if I show up, all the little children will be safe, because Kim's protecting everybody by preemptively strategizing how we hurt Luke should Kim ever have to see me, because she loves me so much she would do anything. She cares about me and loves me so much she'd do anything to help me. And that's what she's decided. Protocols to hurt Luke should he do anything, should we see him ever again. Love. That's how my sister loves too, since my whole life. Just destroys our family. She's pure evil too. The only supporters of Kenzie during the jail sentencing was fucking Kimbo Slice and Dice Your Life, and Wade's mom. Wade's mom, because she's just confused. Wade, because he has to be. And she may have a supporter or two in the background that have been helping her. But she's got a more immediate family. She's got a mom. Kim Bublitz isn't Kenzie's mom. Kenzie's got a sister too. And that girl wasn't there supporting Kenzie. Neither one of them were. Anyway, back on this book. I haven't even started. Sorry about that. To anyone that wants to cared about the actual book, but most people I imagine are just tuning in there. Page 397 out of 697. Hooray. 699. 700 even. Christian Science practice. By not perceiving vital metaphysical points, not seeing how mortal mind affects the body, acting beneficially or injuriously on the health, as well as on the morals and happiness of mortals, we are misled in our conclusions and methods. We throw the mental influences on the wrong side. thereby actually injuring those whom we mean to bless. Suffering is no less a mental condition than is enjoyment. You cause bodily suffering and increase them by admitting their reality and continuance as directly as you enhance your joys, by believing them to be real and continuous. When an accident happens, you think or exclaim, "I am hurt." Your thought is more powerful than your words, more powerful than the accident itself to make the injury real. Now reverse the process, declare that you are not hurt and understand the reasons why, and you will find the ensuing good effects to be in exact proportion to your disbelief in physics and your fidelity to divine metaphysics, confidence in God as all, with the scriptures, which the scriptures declare him to be. And that's only if God's got your fucking back. That's only if God's got your fucking back, and God doesn't have most people's back. God might let most people just fucking die, because most people are fucking trash, I imagine. Most people. I'll go into it in a lot of videos. It's like, we empower women, but most women are trash just as much as most men, because they don't try to really apply themselves beyond what they need and want. But anyway, rambling. To heal the sick, one must be familiar with great varieties of being. Mortals are no more material in their waking hours than when they act, walk, see, hear, enjoy, or suffer in dreams. We can never treat mortal mind and matter separately because they combine as one. Give up the belief that mind is, even temporarily, compressed within the skull, and you will quickly become more manly or womanly. You will understand yourself and your Maker better than before. And separating mind, body, and spirit. Say mind is not in the body, and also separate from spirit, so the spirit is and the thing compressed between the skull is just an operating system to help the body process properly, nothing more than a processor. And the mind would be then the person operating the machine. So then the body is just a machine, and the soul thoughts from outside of the body. Mind is outside of the body, she says. Give up the belief that mind is even temporarily compressed within the skull, and you will quickly become more manly or womanly. That's why you'll become more of a man and more of a woman, she's decided, if you go that route. I don't know, those two could relate, but anyway. You will understand yourself and your Maker better than before. Sometimes Jesus called the disease by name, as when he said to the epileptic boy, "Thou dumb and deaf spirit, I charge thee, come out of him and enter no more into him." It is added that the spirit cried and rent him sore and came out of him, and he was as one dead. Clear evidence that the malady was not material. And let's talk about that for a minute. The spirits being in people. And we can break that down into terms that people can understand. What spirits are. Spirits are... Kim's got a spirit inside of her. Kim's got a demon that Mackenzie casted out into the world. Mackenzie Engelhart made a deal with the devil, a liar, She created a lie into this world and gassed Luke up into a crazy bad guy far before any of Luke's social media posts that were any different from his normal modus operandi that all his friends were fine with but Kenzie. Because she's just a feminist, man-hating girl. Does whatever she can to, have fun being the empowered women on Team Girl. Let's destroy man because it's fun. Because she's great at it and enjoys it and it's fun. She doesn't care. She's just like most of your LGBT queers. It's not about love and about being able to be with who you want and equality. No, it's about let's have a party and be like each other and we're friends now and fucking who you want to fuck and we're all inclusive to everybody who agrees with us and on everything always, and then you're okay. Girl power. Anyway, rambling on a tangent. The spirits, how does it work? The one lady in jail. She's got a spirit in her. We'll talk about this one. I gave her some shit. One of the correction officers in jail. Chow is a trigger word. The only real thing of any value that comes is food 3 times a day. And so when you hear chow and you haven't eaten in all night or however long it's been since you eaten, you're always hungry in there unless you got a lot of good monies, but this lady yells chow at 7 a.m. when chow doesn't come until after 7:30. And she did it just with the intention of riling everybody up. Because there's no reason to do that. She yelled, "Get ready for chow," a half an hour before, and everyone's clothed in there. And when chow is yelled, almost every day someone knocks on the door as they're walking by to make sure everyone's out of bed, and they're never, hardly ever, if ever, waiting for anybody. And on top of it, they got a speaker system that they could click in and say, "Hey, the cart's coming, it'll be there in 5 minutes, get ready." Not stop by when you turn the lights on so that the people who are awake can get out of bed, but wake everyone up just because it's... Anyway, she was doing it just because... But we'll get into the spirit and how maybe she did it once, maybe she did it twice to get a rise of people and see how they respond. Because it's infuriating to get excited about, get ready for something, and then to be let down like that. And not necessarily infuriating, it's just frustrating. It's infuriating that when someone does it with the intent of fucking with somebody's spirit, the intention, and they're trapped in there, so it's not like she's supposed to be the helper, not the antagonizer, but she just loves, she's the one that goes in because she loves to have power and authority over people. Because I asked her if she was the one that did it. She's the one that yelled chow at 7 a.m. And she said, yeah, and I asked her if she was proud of herself. I said, "Are you proud of yourself?" And she flipped out, lost her mind. Kenzie went crazy. Kenzie or Jessica and this woman didn't get their way. The Queen of fucking Hearts, the wicked fucking witch, the evil fucking mean girl that just loves being a bitch. That's what she said. She called me a fucking asshole and said, "Get to the back of the line if you're gonna be a fucking asshole. And if you want to be a fucking asshole, I can be an asshole. I'm excellent at it." That's what she said. "I'm a great asshole," and then proceeded to be an asshole for the rest of the time I existed there. Whenever she had an opportunity to. And those are the fucking Mackenzies, the worst of the worst, because she's in a position of authority, supposed to be helping people make the world a better place, but all she's trying to do is tear people down and be justified, because I asked her if she was proud of herself for being a fucking bitch. I didn't ask her if it was for being a bitch, but she knew it was for being a fucking bitch. Her reply said it was a courtesy call. Fuck you. She knows it wasn't. But then, this is the demon that's inside of her. She has to now live in that world where it is real, where it's real, and it has to be real. She can't be the bad guy, because I sent a kite, which is a letter to everyone that wanted to read it. And she had to then defend herself and explain why she was losing her mind, why she flipped out, and threatened to put me in solitary confinement for asking her if she was proud of herself. She threatened that, dude. She threatened that. She said she put me in max security. Ace, calm down. Calm down, Ace. Ace, no. No more. Hey. Stop. Come here. Stop. Anyway, stop it. No, you're done. You're done. You're done. You're done. He's gone. He's gone. He's not gone. Security guard. Anyway. Ace loves protecting the car. Don't you, buddy? You good now? Anyway. So I didn't see her again in the mornings until a few weeks later, until a couple days before I had to leave. And she did it again. But she didn't do it with any conviction, because she knew she was in the wrong. But she has to now live in that world where it was a courtesy, and she's not a bitch. It's what Kenzie and Kim are doing. They're poking and prodding, and Kim was doing it just to try to keep the peace. And Kenzie was doing it to intentionally manipulate Kim into being her little Jabberwocky, and manipulate Ryan, and manipulate Dave, and manipulate Wade, and manipulate anyone she could into why Luke's not welcome, and why she hates Luke. But it's not her hate for Luke. It's she wants Luke to get help. Luke's mentally ill. He believes Kenzie's not a perfect angel that loves and cares correctly. Anyway, she's such an evil bitch. So everyone has to live in this make-believe world where these girls are altruistically just out there trying to be wonderful people. She's waking people up, getting them excited for food in jail over a half an hour before food comes. It's a courtesy. And Kenzie said, I'm not welcome in Wade's house ever again, because she's caring and loving. And also, never did it, Kim. Never did it, Kim. Kimbo, slice and dice your life. Since this show, the concessions, that's what a lot of these problems that everyone has are, is you keep rehashing them. And you live in the lie, until it's just a reality, until it's a reality. It's how manifestation works. You just keep living it. Fake it till you make it concept. Except for, it's not faking it, you just keep working towards it. Faking it is more of a hindrance, to be honest, because if you're just trying, and people see you trying, and you don't pretend that you know everything, then you can get advice and ask for help and be open to growing more. But if you're one like Kenzie, and you need to be perfect, and everything needs to be your way, and you're like Kim, and you need to be right all the time and perfect, and you're not open to, you're just a blind supporter of Kenzie, and even if she lies and makes you look like a fucking idiot. One of the guys in jail said one of the times he went to jail was because he said he's a ride or die friend like that. And the guy that he was friends with said this person did something that they were going to rough him up for it and get back what they came for. And they went there and threatened the guy and did their deeds. And he knew what he was doing was wrong, but he said that he'd be there for the guy and do whatever it took to help him. And you just assume that the person you're supporting is in the right, and you try to trust that they are. But then when you get caught in their lie and doing terrible things for them, men, you wind up in jail for that. And for girls like Kenzie and Kim, all they have to do is pretend they never did it. Just pretend, play pretend, say they didn't do it. Pretend she's an elder of the church, and the person she had assault me was a gentleman. And Luke's mentally ill if he says otherwise, if he says the otherwise. And if he's mad about it, well, guess what? We understand why you don't want him around. He gets mad that you treat him like shit. How dare he? He's just supposed to keep his mouth shut and let Kenzie be whatever the fuck she wants. So if she says in August of 2020 that you're not welcome around because she hates you, and she's going to make sure everyone hates you, then guess what? Just be happy about it. Just be happy about it. And know it never happened. But whatever, you're not welcome around anymore. And it's all your fault because of how you responded a year and a half, 2 years later. Anyway. That's where a lot of these problems are. The PPO. I'll get into that another time. The judge lined up a couple PPO orders for me, just so he could pretend they're not rubber stamping these things. And there was one that I'm glad I got to see. A couple sisters that couldn't keep it together. A barren bitch and her fucking her hood rat cunt of a sister. Two fucking dirty cunts. One just fighting. One not afraid to be out in the open and yell and scream and be a bitch. And the other playing mind games and torturing and being abusive and toxic and lying and manipulating. And it was really evident to see. It was really evident to see while you watched them argue in court. And interesting thoughts. The sister's holding her children hostage. Won't let them hang out with Aunt. Both arguing that one's more abusive over the other, and if pretending each other isn't abuse, pretending themselves aren't abusive and the other is abusive. And the one girl threatened her sister, but also didn't threaten her really. It just was threateningly yelling, screaming, if you want to call it threateningly. She said she's gonna go do it legally and not be violent against her, so the torture that she's causing is mental trauma by yelling and screaming in the phone in the judge's mind, I assume. But the dialogue being shut off. The judge, the one thing that wasn't asked in any of the scenarios is, what's your long-term goal and desire on these? Because for me, in my scenario, it's easy just to get everyone on board with who Kenzie is and what she did to me, and who Jessica is and what they did to me. And told my mom today, like, when my sister lies just to be a dirty fucking cunt because she had a feeling, that's what she does when she has a feeling. She just vents. She calls it venting. And she just spews out whatever angry thought she has in her head. Real, not real, it don't matter. And the fuckboy she's banging obviously knows how to comfort her with his cock, so he just ignores her and nods her head until she stops talking and he can bang the bimbo. The one PPO, the sister didn't have kids. And they're both fighting back and forth through Child Protective Services rather than teaming up together and being a family on the same team. They're just fighting each other, trying to tear each other's families apart. It's just such a fucking shame to watch fucking cunts and how they fucking operate. They're just two fucking dirty cunts that don't give a fuck about anybody but their fucking feelings. And the one bitch that filed the personal protection order wants to be able to hang out with her niece or nephews, whatever they were. I don't remember what genders they were, but she obviously loved them, and the sister knew she was trying to go through CPS to take them away or something from the sister so she could have them, because she couldn't have kids of her own, because she's either barren or can't keep a man around or whatever their problems are. Who knows? Women drama. Everyone's trapped in the girl drama. Girls just playing games with everyone's lives, manipulating people, petitioning governments and other organizations to interfere in other people's lives. I don't like my sister, so I'm going to call Child Protective Services on them and have her deal with those people. And I got enough dirt. I know my sister well enough to tell people and embellish on lies, on truths, so that it's scary, it's real scary, and you need to protect them and destroy their home. I'm her sister, and I care about my niece and nephews and my family, so destroy their home. That's what loving families do. And I just hate our fucking city and our country, because that's how it is. Everyone's just pretending in public so that they can act like they're family and friends and that they fucking care. But my sister's pure evil, and so is Mackenzie Engelhart. Homeopathic remedies, no. These instances show the concessions which Jesus was willing to make to the popular ignorance of spiritual life laws. Often he gave no name to the distemper he cured, to the synagogue ruler's daughter, whom they called dead, but of whom he said, "She is not dead, but sleepeth." He simply said, "Damsel, I say unto thee, arise." To the sufferer with the withered hand he said, "Stretch forth thy hand," and it was restored whole like as the other. Homeopathic remedies, sometimes not containing a particle of medicine, are known to relieve the symptoms of disease. What produces the change? It is the faith of the doctor and the patient which reduces self-inflicted suffering and produces a new effect on the body. In like manner, destroy the illusion of pleasure in intoxication, and the desire for strong drink is gone. Appetite and disease reside in mortal mind, not in matter. And there's something to that. Destroy the illusion of pleasure in intoxication. The idea of pleasure from alcohol, because you may have enjoyed times of being on alcohol, but most times when you're on alcohol, you're depressed and sad, and you come out of it in a bigger depression and a deeper sadness, with more problems and further from resolutions. And the pleasure you had wasn't in the alcohol. The pleasure you had was in enjoying the moment without your mind holding you back, without your mind's self-defense mechanisms, self-preservation mechanisms preventing you from preventing you from danger you call fun. To be to do uncomfortable things and feel comfortable doing them. And after you go through discomfort, there's a lot of times you'll find pleasure past the discomfort. It's the karma, the yin yang. You can't have good without the bad concept. So, for examples, if you take drugs that make you feel good, then a lot of times you crash on them. Another example is if I exercise and I lift, that's pain up front, but I get the pleasure from the body feeling good later. And so the joy comes later if you put the pain up front. I don't know why I went into that. But alcohol is a problem. It's the most abused drug. Then people destroy their lives. And then they blame alcohol as if they're not to blame for drinking alcohol to the excess that allowed them to make this bad decision. They just say, it's okay, don't worry about it. You have to forgive me because I did it on alcohol. So everyone's just giving them excuses for not being what they're supposed to be. Doing bad shit. So also faith cooperating with the belief in healing effects of time and medication will soothe fear and change the belief of disease to a belief of health. Even a blind faith removes bodily ailments for a season, but hypnotism changes such ills into new and more difficult forms of disease. The science mind must come to the rescue to work a radical cure. Well, then we understand the process. The great facts remains that evil is not mind. I want to go back to the homeopathic remedies sometimes create heals without actual medicine. But I don't remember why, so I'm going to go back to the book. Evil has no power, no intelligence, for God is good, and therefore good is infinite is all. You say that certain material combinations produce disease, but if the material body causes disease, can matter cure what matter has caused? Mortal mind prescribes the drug and administers it. Mortal mind plans the exercise and puts the body through certain motions. No gastric gas accumulates, not a secretion nor combination can operate, apart from the action of mortal thought, alias mortal mind. So-called mortal mind sends its dispatches over its body, but this so-called mind is both the service and message of this telegraphy. Nerves are able to talk, and matter can return no answer to a mortal mind. If mind is the only actor, how can mechanisms be automatic? Thirsty? If mind is the only actor, how can mechanism be automatic? Mortal mind perpetuates its own thought. It constructs a machine, manages it, and then calls it material. A mill at work or the action of a water wheel is but a derivative from and continuation of the primitive mortal mind. Without this force, the body is devoid of action, and this deadness shows that so-called mortal life is mortal mind, not matter. Scientifically speaking, there is no mortal mind out of which to make material beliefs. springing from illusion. This misnamed mind is not an entity. It is only a false sense of matter, since matter is not sensible. The one mind, God, contains no mortal opinions. All that is real is included in this immortal mind. Our master asks, how can one enter into a strong man's house and spoil his goods, except he first bind the strong man? In other words, how can I heal the body without beginning with so-called mortal mind, which directly controls the body? When disease is once destroyed in this so-called mind, the fear of disease is gone, and therefore the disease is thoroughly cured. Mortal mind is the strong man, which must be held in subjection before its influence upon health and morals can be removed. This error conquered, we can despoil the strong man of his goods, namely of sin and disease. Mortals obtain the harmony of health only as they forsake discord, acknowledge the supremacy of divine mind, and abandon their material beliefs. Eradicate the images of disease from perturbed thought before it has taken tangible shape in conscious thought, alias the body, and you prevent the development of disease. This task becomes easy if you understand that every disease is an error and has no character nor type, except what mortal mind assigns to it. By lifting thought above error or disease and contending persistently for truth, you destroy error. When we remove disease by addressing the disturbed mind, giving no heed to the body, we prove that thought alone creates the suffering. Mortal mind rules all that is mortal. We see in the body the images of this mind, even as in optics we see painted on the retina the image which becomes visible to the senses. The action of so-called mortal mind must be destroyed by the divine mind to bring out the harmony of being. Without divine control, there is discord, manifest as sin, sickness, and death. The scriptures plainly declare the baneful influence of sinful thought on the body. Even our master felt this. It is recorded that in certain localities he did not many mighty works because of their unbelief in truth. Any human error is its own enemy and works against itself. It does nothing in the right direction and much in the wrong. The so-called mind is cherishing evil passions and malicious purposes. It is not a healer, but an engendered disease and death. To let negative thoughts stew in them, that's what they're talking about. To let the negative thought take over, whether that's fear. To let Kim's fear take control of her so much so that she would utter out the words that she thought a guy like I would, me, someone she's known from 2003 to 2020 when she stopped giving a fuck about me after Kenzie demanded everyone deem Luke crazy, and we hide from Luke and just pretend he's crazy now. We don't talk to him. No, Kim and everyone's been hiding ever since Kenzie decided August of 2020 Luke's a scary bad guy and he's crazy because he doesn't believe Kenzie's not pure evil. She's such an evil bitch. Where is I at? I want to get back to this fucking book and stop talking about that cunt. The negative thoughts. Because you guys can see it through me every time I share it. It just pushes people away. People want the positive vibe. They want the good. They wanted the good vibe. They want pictures of Ace doing cute things, and they want me to just keep the camera on him all the time and show pretty pictures of nature and happy people and whatnots. So polarizing negative, you can just see how it pushes everyone away. Where a video can get 1,500, however many fucking watches, and not a single comment or a single like. And it's the negative, it's pushing away, which is by design, because if all it takes for me to not be welcome in Wade's house is Kenzie to say she doesn't like me, she doesn't like it, and everyone just agrees that if you make a friend and you have a best friend since kindergarten, and that person gets married to somebody and loves that person, and that person is just an evil, demonic, redheaded cunt, piece of fucking scum, and she says that she doesn't like that person and she doesn't want him around ever again, she just gets to say it, and that's the world you have to live in. And she gets to pretend she's the victim in all of it. She gets to pretend she's the fucking victim. What a dirty, evil fucking cunt. What a pure fucking evil, dirty, evil fucking cunt. And so no, I'm not trying to be my charming, happy-go-lucky, friendly, magnetic person. Not trying to draw people in. You guys push everyone away, because if that's all it takes to destroy a relationship. Is a girl says she has a feeling, and watch, now she has a personal protection order, and Kim's got one. Do something a girl doesn't like, and they're gonna make sure they hurt you. Girls know how to get rid of things. They know how to get rid of people. So watch the movie Mean Girls or WandaVision. Sure, it's a superhero movie of WandaVision, but the concept is the same. Girls live in girl culture to fit in. You gotta give up yourself and the people you care about. You gotta sell your soul to some group or person, some new cult philosophy and way of behaving that they demand you act like, or if you're not part of our group no more, you're out. You no longer fit in. So don't be annoying, dumb girl. Just shut the fuck up and show us your ass and your tits, and keep your fucking mouth shut unless it's to suck a cock. And that's what the bar scene's all about, and girls just gas each other up and talk about stupid shit that doesn't mean anything and pretend they're friends. Anyway, I'm lost track of where I'm at. All I know is Mackenzie Engelhardt. She's such an evil person. She's such an evil person. Any human error is its own enemy and works against itself. It does nothing in the right direction and much in the wrong. If so-called mind is cherishing evil passions and malicious purposes, it is not a healer, but it engenders disease and death. And I think that is potentially an essential aspect that she's kind of missing, because it just, I guess, depends upon what her goal was. I don't necessarily, I've talked to a lot of people about this fucking Mary Baker Eddy bitch. I think that's her name. Mary Baker Eddy. And it seemed like she was trying to get everybody on board. She wanted to change everyone's minds around and watch the whole entire world shift into her reality. Which didn't happen. But the thought is, if she was right on these things, she would still be alive today working on this. But I don't know. In theory, she's no longer on the mortal realm, so she didn't succeed, and she didn't tap into immortality and be able to deliver it out. And she's not the one, just as little as Jesus was the one. But for some reason, these fucking Christians are like, yeah, they murdered him. They all voted that the Jews voted he should die, and so they just fucking murdered him. And he died because we're all sinners, and if we eat him, then we're healed and saved, and everyone that eats him, that we bless that they can eat him. Some people we don't allow to eat them and be healed unless they've pledged to our cult. Anyway, I'm spilling and making mess, losing money here. Time and money just wasting, rambling. This is soon to be done. This book is going to be done. My videos are going to be done. I'm going to be working. And come probably about December, hopefully by the end of the year, I'll have all of my projects completed and I'll be able to enjoy January and February in a somewhere warmer. In faith in truth of being which you impart mentally while destroying error causes chemicalization, as when an alkali is destroying an acid. It is because the truth of being must transform the cause of the truth. Must transform the error to the end of producing a higher manifestation. This fermentation should... That's... Anyway, the fermentation should not aggravate the disease, but should be as painless to a man as to a fluid, since matter has no sensation and mortal mind only feels and sees materially. What I term chemicalization is an upheaval produced when immortal truth is destroyed, erroneous mortal belief. Mental chemicalization brings sin and sickness to the surface, forcing impurities to pass away, as is the case with a fermenting fluid. The only effects produced by a medicine is dependent upon mental action. If the mind were parted from the body, could you produce any effects upon the brain or body by applying the drug to either? Would the drug remove paralysis, affects organizations, or restore the will and actions of cerebrum or cerebellum? Until the advancing age admits the efficacy and supremacy of mind, it is better for Christian scientists to leave surgery and adjustments of broken bones and dislocations to fingers of a surgeon, while the mental healer confines himself chiefly to mental reconstructions and to the prevention of inflammation. Christian Science is always the most skillful surgeon, but surgery is the branch of its healing which will be the last acknowledged. However, it is but just to say that the author has already in her possession well-authenticated record of the cure, by herself and students through mental surgery alone, of broken bones, dislocated joints, and spinal vertebrae. The time approaches when mortal mind will forsake its corporeal structural material basis, when immortal mind and its formations will be apprehended in science. A material belief will not interfere with spiritual facts. Man is indestructible and eternal. Sometimes it will be learned that a mortal mind constructs the mortal body with the mind's own mortal materials. In science, no breakage nor dislocation can really occur. You say that accidents, injuries, and disease kill a man, but this is not true. The life of man is his mind. The material body manifests only what mortal mind believes, whether it be broken bone, disease, or sin. We say that one human mind can influence another, and in this way affects the body, but we rarely remember that we govern our own bodies. The error mesmerism or hypnotism, to use the recent term, illustrates the fact just stated. The operator would make his subjects believe that they cannot act voluntarily and handle themselves as they should do. If they yield to this influence, it is because their belief is not better instructed by spiritual understanding. Hence the proof that hypnotism is not scientific. Science cannot produce both disorder and order. The involuntary pleasure or pain of the person under hypnotic control is proved to be a belief without a real cause. So the sick through this belief have induced their own disease conditions. The great difference between voluntary and involuntary mesmerism is that voluntary mesmerism is induced consciously and does cause the perpetrator to suffer, while self-mesmerism is induced unconsciously, and by his mistake a man is often instructed. In the first instance, it is understood that the difficulty is mental illusion, while in the second is believed that the misfortune is material effect. The human mind is employed to remove the illusion in one case, but matter is appealed in the other. In reality, both have their origin in the human mind, and can be healed only by the divine mind. You command the situation if you understand that mortal existence is a state of self-deception and not the truth of being. Mortal mind is You command the situation when you understand that mortal existence is a state of self-deception and not the truth of being. And isn't that something? That's something to think about. It's like mortal mind. Kim's trying to deceive herself that she's a victim. She's a victim. And Kenzie's trying to deceive herself that she's a victim. A constant mortal existence is a state of constant, it says self-deception and not the truth of being. But there's just a lot of deception in existence, especially when other minds are involved in the creation of existence. Other creators out there want to create who you are, like how Kim wants to create me as a mentally ill person that might shoot up in elementary school. That's how much she loves me. I asked her to read a letter. Guys. I asked Kimbo Slice and Dice Your Life to read a letter, and she said, you know what? That's terrifying. You might kill, murder innocent children. We need to tackle you and hurt you. Mortal mind is constantly producing on mortal body the result of false opinions, and it will continue to do so until mortal error is deprived of its imaginary powers by truth, which sweeps away the gossamer web of mortal illusion. The most Christian state is one of rectitude and spiritual understanding, and this is best adapted for healing the sick. Never conjure up some new discovery from dark foreboding regarding disease and then acquaint your patient with it. The mortal so-called mind produces all that is unlike the immortal mind. The human mind determines the nature of the case, and the practitioner improves or injures the case in proportion to the truth or error which influences his conclusions. The mental conception and the development of disease are not understood by the patient, but the physician should be familiar with mental action and its effects in order to judge the case according to Christian Science. If a man is an inebriate, a slave to tobacco, or a special servant of any one of the myriad forms of sins, meet and destroy these errors with truth to being, by exhibiting to the wrongdoer the suffering which his submission to such habits brings, and by convincing him that there is no real pleasure in false appetites. A corrupt mind is manifested in a corrupt body. Lust, malice, and all sorts of evils are diseased beliefs, and you can destroy them only by destroying the wicked motives which produce them. If the evil is over in the repentant mortal mind, while its effects still remain on the individual, you can remove this disorder as God's law is fulfilled, and reformation cancels the crime. The healthy sinner is the hardened sinner. The temperance reform, felt all over the land, results from metaphysical healing, which cuts down every tree that brings not forth good fruit. This conviction that there is no real pleasure in sin is one of the most important points in the theology of Christian Science. Arouse the sinner to this new and true view of sin, which show him that the sin confers no pleasure, and this knowledge strengthens his moral courage, and increases his ability to master evil, to love good. And that's something to really talk about, is moral courage, increasing the ability to master evil and to love good. Because I keep leaning on Taylor Swift because she's got the song Karma, and I did something bad or something like that, and she just got such a wonderful... Her and Beyonce just have a wonderful group of terrible girls that idolize these women and want to be just as terrible as them. Just as much of hating all men, because some men are intentionally scumbag pieces of shit, and most of the girls are hanging around just having fun with the wrong ones who are pieces of fucking shit. And then saying all guys are pieces of shit because that's all you see. And your girlfriends make sure they destroy every guy. So Ghislaine Maxwell and Kenzie and your feminist friends, girl power. Kim's a supporter. Like I said, girl power. Kim wasn't there. I said Kenzie said what Kenzie said. Kenzie's lying and says she didn't do it. And Kim's a supporter of Kenzie, so Kenzie's got a team of supporters. That's how girls work. They collect a team, and they're all wrong because they're all wrong on Kenzie's fucked up lie. But it doesn't matter. I did do a skit one time, and we'll do it. How you could ask a girl a math question, she'd get it wrong, and you'd correct her, and then her feminist friend would jump in and fight you and make sure you don't correct her because you're not mansplaining to her. She's allowed to be right or wrong. It doesn't matter. She needs to believe she's right even if she's wrong. That's what I keep hearing. These girls need to believe they're right even if they're wrong, to feel empowered and succeed in this world as they're feeding each other stupid ideas. Girls just give each other dumb fucking ideas after another and don't have the courage to challenge each other because, well, that's what Kenzie's wrote in her personal protection order, that me asking my friends for help was turning her friends against her. I was trying to turn Kenzie's family and friends against her. It wasn't me asking my family and friends for help, no, it was turning Kenzie's friends and family against her. So, she's got a bunch of supporters anyway. Kim Bublitz is a strong supporter of Kenzie Engelhart and all her lies. She's definitely voting for for anyone that has potential to beat Trump, so. Kamala on her face, Harris. She says what you're supposed to say. She's got an earpiece and they tell her what to say and she regurgitates it, just like Joe Biden. So white women and the blacks will vote for her because they vote on their feelings. They don't have brains. They're not allowed to. Not that black people can and girls can't. They're just not allowed to. You gotta be stupid and fit in. Especially girls. Black people, it's less about being stupid and more about being power struggle with respect. The animal kingdom. And with women, it's about playing pretend and fitting in and making sure Ghislaine Maxwell and Kenzie Engelhart, the evil fucking mean girls, are are happy so they don't turn on you. It's more of a live-in fear of the mean girl. And on top, and girl power. It's not that. It's they're empowered women. They're empowered women. That's what it is. They're empowered. So powerful. Look at what Kenzie got me thrown in jail for delivering a coffee machine. Now, if that ain't fucking power, I don't know what the fuck is. All she had to do was fucking lie, and be an evil, dirty fucking cunt piece of fucking scum. Just the most evil piece of shit you'll ever fucking meet. But she can't do it herself because she's just a fucking pile of shit. She needs to lie to other people and abuse other people and send other people to hurt people for her fucking lies. She's got a team of supporters. She pays the government to support her. Kimbo, slice and dice your life. She's the Jabberwocky. She's definitely always on board with supporting Kenzie. Swear anyone that has a pussy. Girl power. We're on the same team. Man's a bad guy. Let's poison him. Let's get him on drugs. He's mentally ill. Kenzie's a lying piece of shit, but it doesn't matter. She's always telling the truth. Girls are always right. Girls are never mean. Kimbo, slice and dice your life will be on your team. Girl power. She'll even recruit my mom to be on her team. That's great. My mom doesn't want to be on her team, but it doesn't matter. Mom's just nice playing along just to placate Kimbo, slice and dice your life. And the gentleman, she said in her PPO, I made her uncomfortable, so he tackled me, assaulted me, sneak attacked me behind. She calls him a gentleman. A gentleman, the protector of the realm. Evil women, you evil fucking women living in your psychopath world where you're good people, where your bad, evil behavior is somehow good. Gentlemen. Just gas yourselves up with stupid fucking words. Doesn't matter if the word gentleman doesn't play at all. Wasn't gentle, and nothing manly about assaulting somebody half your size from behind, Kimbo, slice and dice your life. Nothing manly about it. Well, I don't know what we would call him. Gentleman. I like cowardly cunt. But he's probably going with hero, savior. They might throw an award ceremony for him. Bring him in front of the church and show him how he protected from the mass shooting. There was almost a mass shooting that he protected from. I gave Kim Bublitz a letter. And walked out, and their story is they prevented a mass shooting. That's what I get to live in. I'm mentally ill. I'm the mentally ill one that almost committed a mass shooting in Kimbo Slice, Emmanuel Lutheran. The good Christians have created that. That's the imaginary world I'm supposed to live in. And I'm the mentally ill one if I don't like it. I'm mentally ill because I'm just that, and then if I don't like it, I'm even more mentally ill and dangerous and scary for delivering a letter, for asking her to read a piece of paper. These women, they sure do know how to love. These women are always right. They're always right. Happy wife, happy life. Happy wife, happy life. Mackenzie Engelhardt, you are pure fucking evil. You're pure evil. Basic error is mortal mind. Hatred inflames the brutal propensities. The indulgence of evil motives and aims makes any man who is above the lowest type of manhood a hopeless sufferer. Kenzie indulging in her evil motives and aims to make any man who's above the lowest type of any manhood a hopeless sufferer. Not a perpetual victim, Joe. That's what it is. That's what it is, Joe. She figured it out. It's not perpetual victim. It's a hopeless sufferer. That's what I'm projecting out. A hopeless sufferer. It's hopeless to expect that a woman would ever do the right thing. A hopeless sufferer. To think that Mackenzie Engelhart could ever be a decent human being, could ever show a shred of decency and come clean about all the evil shit her and Jessica do. They create a hopeless sufferer, and together a team of people, of supporters. Kimbo Slice and Dice Your Life is a supporter of Create Luke and Destroy Luke. Indulge in Kenzie's evil motives. Indulge in her evil, in her motives and aims and destruction. Team up with her, Kim. Be on Team Destroy Luke. Be a supporter of Destroy Luke to make Kenzie happy. Make sure the Queen of Farts is happy. That's what it is, Joe. Hopeless sufferer. Perpetually and indefinitely until... Alice or some other girl strong. Some girl, some queen that could get other queens to be decent human beings. Call a girl queen like that would be something. But we don't get them. There's no girls that exist out there. We just have fucking the evil queens like Kenzie reigning supreme in all their lives, and their team of supporters supporting all their lies. Christian Science commands man to master the propensities, to hold hatred in abeyance with kindness, to conquer lust with chastity, revenge with charity, and overcome deceit with honesty. And those are some fucking things to talk about. That's what I'm working towards. Judge said, you got a sure way of reconciling things, and I'm not necessarily trying to reconcile, because why build in a war zone? Kenzie's fucking shadow warrior, fucking destroy your soul kind of girl in secret. Do everything she can to destroy your life, sabotage your life in secret, and then pretend she's the victim when you highlight her as the actual person out to destroy. When you highlight that you're her victim, now she pretends the victim, because that's how she does it. Do everything in secret, destroy, lie, cheat, and steal. Recruit supporters like Kimbo Slice and Dice Your Life, Jabberwocky Booblets, and a team of girls team up and send all their men on gassed up ideas why to destroy the guy Kenzie hates. She recruited a team of supporters to tell all of their men to attack me, and I have to pretend that Kenzie and Kim weren't poking and prodding. Hatred with abeyance. I don't know what abeyance means. To, like, keep it at bay. To not let the hatred feelings. The hate of Kenzie's actions and behavior, and the fact that she can make everyone live in her fucking psychotic delusion, where she's not an evil, dirty fucking cunt. So she can be happy, so, Wade can have a happy life, because he has to live in psycho land with that girl. Hate talking about it, too. My mom talks about it, because my dad's the same way. My dad knows my sister's awful, but fights for her and fights me for her. And when I call my dad a pile of shit, it hurts my dad and my mom, because then my mom has to hear about it. But my dad does shitty stuff to protect my evil fucking sister. My sister is pure evil. She's a scumbag. So I can do that. I do that my whole life. I had to fucking do that. I beat that into me. I have to do it with a smile. Keep all of the anger, any negative emotion, whether it's hate, sadness, you fucking cry about it, we'll give you something to cry about it. You show anything but happiness or ghost, don't fucking exist, or be fucking happy, clown, monkey, get the fuck out of the house. Do what Jessica wants, or else suffer the consequences. So be kind in moments of hatred. Easy peasy, no fucking problems, no probs. But I'm gonna talk about it still. I'm gonna talk about it. And I'm gonna do it with less anger and aggression. It's just the scenario with Kenzie and Jessica. Jessica, it's been my whole life, and Kenzie, it's been since I've known her. It's just the destruction she caused, and then blamed it all on me and how awful she is. She's such an evil. She's pure fucking evil. Conquer lust with chastity. That was more difficult. Because not necessarily conquering lust with chastity, that's something to think about though, because that's how most of these girls in all of my relationships ended. All of them. The girl already was lusting after some new guy she was ready to fuck, and needed to create a reason why she was justified to fuck the new guy. And these girls are doing it. They're being like, oh no, I should be able to let this photographer, it doesn't matter, whatever perv wants to take naked pictures of you and take pictures of you in your underwear and pretend it's because you want to feel sexy, but it's okay if this pervert is making you feel sexy and your man doesn't make you feel sexy when he takes whatever you got going on. And these girls are just going to be sex toys and think it's okay because the person has a professional title. I don't remember why I went into that. Oh, because they like getting naked, and then it just becomes part of who they are. And then now they're back in that loop that we were talking about earlier. That's what all these Instagram sluts are. Models. I should say models. These models. Because sex sells. And they pretending that you're... What does it say when these fuckboys out here say, it's not girls wearing slutty outfits that we're supposed to highlight, where they let their tits out and their ass is hanging out and their spandex and tight as sheer clothes so you can see their nipples and just being little sex objects out there and models. So a pretty girl should be able to get naked picture. Any guy should be able to take pictures of her naked body, her nipples and her ass and her camel toe, and be able to touch her and grope her when she wants. It's fun. And you're just a square, and controlling and manipulating what she wears. You're a loser and a nerd. She should have sex with whoever she wants to. Feminism. Women empowering women. I remember when I went there. Oh, these girls get trapped in echo chambers where now they're only going to hang out and be around people that validate that behavior and exclude anybody. And you can't ascend if you have to exclude people because they're because telling you and highlighting that you're fucking yourself and everybody that cares about you by being a slut, showing your ass and your tits to everybody, fucking all these fucking douchebag fuckboys at the bar, one after another, just knowing you're encouraging your friend to go and be with some fuckboy and gas him up to get the feelings for these people, and just pass around fake-ass fucking feelings knowing that you're just getting them into bed with the fucking scum of this earth and that you're the scum of this earth for sending them that way. The Jeffrey Epstein squad and your local slut at the bar. And so then they find themselves in echo chambers where they only allow people, same with the LGBT queer community. You can't highlight that their cult is mostly just about being degenerate piles of shit, being able to fuck free use, fuck who you want when you want to fuck who you want. Pretend it's about love because you catch the feeling for somebody. but it's not. Because tell you something about love. When you love somebody, you want them to know that you think that person is amazing and you want to be around that person all the time. And the sexual nature of it, you don't want anybody around it. So the LGBTQ, it's the opposite of that. It's free love and sharing yourself and polyamorous and sex with whoever you want. And I was talking about it with my mom because her church is trying to be inclusive with these people, and I told her that it's not the solution for their church or anybody to... It's not that those degenerates are going to her church, but... And not that gay people are degenerates, it's just the LGBT queers. The ones that are jumping on the bandwagon pretending that these people are victims and that they don't have some sort of equality or more than equality. They have more than equality. They get shit. They get free shit. And anyway, rambling on. Trapped in vicious bad cycles where they only surround themselves around people that make sure they feel the good vibe, and the negative vibe they try to pretend doesn't exist and hide from, and can't use their mind to process anything. So that's how the Democrats control and the mainstream media control, and why you have to be always thinking about the next disaster, and why you hate your enemy. The person standing on the other side of the table that has a differing opinion of you, why you need to destroy that person with all your hate and animosity. But back to it, conquering lust with chastity, that is something to think about, because lust is not love. Lust is feeling an urge to have sex with somebody that you've gained a connection with, of being a suitable candidate to breed with, to procreate with. So with guys, it's a lot has to do with the girl's body, and same with girls. If guys have excellent muscles, girls lust after guys with excellent muscles, just like guys do with girls that show their ass and their tits and their sex parts off, and pretend that they're not sex parts, because you have to go through public pretending that their asses is for everyone and not a sex part that's supposed to be protected and hidden. But also it's a private part that's supposed to be protected and hidden. Girls, you know, their logic. Kim is poking and prodding, but also I'm mentally ill because I think Kim and Kenzie were poking and prodding. Back to this book and people trapped in their diseases, dragging everyone down and destroying our society and any hope we have towards happiness. So like I said, love is that connection, and lust, the sexual urge is there because the person that you've committed yourself to is still that person. The way girls destroy relationships is by just never focus on those things anymore. So with Kim and Kenzie, it's only focus. Let's hyper-focus on anything we can do to call Luke mentally ill. And we're going to live in a world where Luke's mentally ill until he's poisoned and sedated and drooling on himself. Then Kim will be happy. She's been hiding, won't talk to me, just living in her delusional imagination, creating imagination for everyone, gassing everyone up around her with imagination, and not pigeonholing anything she can highlight. Say, look, he did something scary in the past. Let's remember that and only focus on the scary thing he did in the past, and forget about all the years of wonderful love that we've had and how great everything was and should still be, because we want to focus on the one thing to be afraid about. Look, guys, he talked about attacking somebody from behind, shooting someone in the back is murder. And he talked about murder, so let's highlight that he talked about murder and not about it being unjust, being assaulted from behind. Not about how Kim is a fucking murderer, an awful fucking human being, and her team of awful fucking people. No, highlight on the fact that he talked about mortal danger. That's what she said in the PPO. He said something about mortal danger. That's the first time I've ever heard an actual actually talk about mortal danger. And he was talking in a parable about how her having me assaulted while I was trying to leave was an unjust assault, and I'm well within my rights to press charges against that guy she calls a gentleman, because, you know, she's got to live in her psycho imagination. Her make-believe, everybody. Play make-believe. Kim's reality is the truth. Her truth. Girl power. Girls stick together. She's got a team of supporters. She's got a team of fucking supporters. She's got a team of supporters. She got enough monkeys supporting you. Revenge with charity. Revenge with charity. That's a great one. That's actually one of my favorite moves. My favorite moves. That one destroys your enemy. Destroys your enemy. I tried it with Kenzie. It did not work with her. She's strong and steadfast to her psychopathy. I gave him gifts. I was nice to him. Overly nice. Overly nice. Nothing would ever work with that girl. To kill her with kindness, no fucking way. She's sticking to it. Luke is crazy. Now that we've got it on board, now that her cousins and everyone's agreed Luke is crazy, whatever reason she had to send him my way to make me crazy. And I get to live in Kenzie's world. Yay! Thanks, Kenzie, you evil, dirty cunt. Oh, look it, he's mentally ill. He's mentally ill. He called the evil, dirty cunt an evil, dirty cunt. Poison him. Girl power, stick together. But the revenge with charity, when you feel that urge to get revenge on somebody, because you most likely have just leave. Not in Kenzie or Jessica's scenario, because they're psychopaths that just, if they don't get their way, they destroy. It's a game to them, destroy. They love doing it. Like Andy Taint, he gets rich off of destroying people's souls and destroying relationships and women's minds and lives, and getting rich off of turning them into little whores. But anyway, when you can turn that negative emotion and actually be charitable and kind back to that person and give them a gift, not like in the moment of anger, but just a thoughtful little token to let them know that you're thinking about them. It'll either trigger them so much to make them so angry that they'll expose how terrible they are, or they'll be so taken aback by it that they'll just start to melt away towards you, and their whole entire perspective and how they see you as a person changes. It just melts away completely. It's incredible. It's incredible to watch. If you do it right. But that will never work with Kim and Kenzie, because Kenzie's pure evil and Kim's supporting her till the death. Till she kills me, until she fucking kills me. Because Kenzie is pure fucking evil. She's pure fucking evil. And to overcome deceit with honesty, and that works. The truth sets you free. The truth does. It sets everyone free. And once Kenzie is willing to tell the truth and Kim stops supporting her lies, everyone gets a little more set free. I don't know what that freedom allows us. Like I said earlier, post. It's not about rebuilding relationships and rekindling them, because Kenzie started a war, and there's no reason in it until the war is over. And then we'll try to rekindle what's left. We'll salvage what's left of the remnants of all the destruction caused by the war. Because everyone at war is an enemy. Everyone's the bad guy at war. Except for Kenzie. She gets to live in psycho land, where she's pretending to be the victim and everyone supports her. Strong supporter, Kimbo. Strong supporter. It's good to see you support something. So when you can overcome the deceit with honesty, then healing can take place. But until when everyone's living in the deceit and just pretending that anger at a lying cunt is an illness, rather than trying to figure out why the anger is there to heal the illness. We're just going to say you're ill forever and now take our drugs and let us pretend Kenzie Englehart isn't an evil, dirty, lying sack of shit. Anyway, it's really hard to get through this fucking book with this fucking girl on my mind. But she'll be on my mind. She'll be on my mind forever. She'll be on my mind forever. It's just what she wants to be. What does Kenzie Englehart wants to be? She gets to choose, guys. She gets to choose, not me. Not me. I'm just talking about what she does. And how we can heal from all the things she did. But no one cares about that. They just care about supporting her in all the evil she does. Good job, good Kimbo. Slice and dice. Slice and dice your life. Such a good one. I love it. She leaned into it in court too, as she calls herself Kimbo. So I'm glad that it stuck. I'm glad it stuck. Etch it on her grave. I'll etch it on her grave for her. whether we reconcile or not. Anyway, back to the book. Choke these errors in their early stages if you would not cherish any army or of conspirators against health, happiness, and success. I tried. She wouldn't let it. I tried every way to squash it. I tried every way possible, and it only made her stronger and more vengeful and more terrible and more evil and more destructive and cause more chaos and recruit more supporters to cause more awful things. She's such an evil person. Mackenzie Englehart's pure evil. She's pure evil. So it's because we couldn't choke the errors out in the early stages. We now, she says, choke these errors out in early stages if you would not cherish an army of conspirators against health, happiness, and success. And that's what I keep trying to explain to each other. I can't start building until the war is over, because until this war is over, there can be no health, happiness, and success, because there will always be conspirators. Conspiracy of team of people poking and prodding behind my back. So this conspiracy is two people working together to create a common goal, to achieve a common goal. So Kim and Kenzie conspiring to eliminate me, and saying that it's a conspiracy just denotes it to what it actually is, but gives it this negative connotation. But it's awful what they're doing. Kenzie recruited an army of conspirators. They even hosted an intervention at Dave's house and coached him in what they were supposed to say. And Ryan was furious at me. He's just so angry. All he had was just anger at me. Because when Ryan's an empath, Ryan Scornia, he feels he's a fucking woman. He's a fucking woman is what it is. It's a lot of these women are too. He's protected. He's protected by his mommy a lot. Coddled and protected by mommy. And toughened up by someone that goes overboard, someone that goes way fucking overboard. Anyway, rambling. So when you gas Ryan up, so when Kenzie got Ryan to say I was fucking everything up, Ryan was angry at me, or embarrassed, or guilty, or something. He wouldn't hang out with me or talk to me for like a month after that. Because whatever Kenzie said to him got him all mad at me. And I didn't do anything to him, but that's how it works. And Kim says that intelligent people can't be manipulated and coached. Ryan's not as smart as the other people that Kenzie manipulated, but he likes being on a team, thinking he's a good guy, being a hero. keeping me in line. He thinks that's what a friend is supposed to do. And it is what a friend's supposed to do. The problem is I wasn't fucking anything up. Kenzie was. And Kenzie recruited a supporter, Ryan, to support her in her destruction, to fuck everything up. And blame it on me. That was supporter number 1, Ryan Scornia. August 15th, 2020. We invited me in over. So did Kenzie's cousin, and Kenzie said no. Kenzie recruited Ryan to support her, to say I'm fucking everything up and I'm not welcome anymore. Ryan fucking Scornia, he cares about me. He's my friend. Army of conspirators, army. She recruited a fucking army, one after another, until she had all of my friends mad at me, blaming everything on whatever she can conceive. It's all my fault. Because I talked about it a year later. And now Kim's decided I'm going to murder elementary school children. That's the world I get to live in. Women and their imaginations. Yay! Let's project our imaginations. Girl power. Let's team up and team together to live in Kenzie and Kim's imagination. Yay! That's a fun world. You guys create, Kim. Kenzie, what a fun world. The whole Emmanuel Lutheran Elementary School is in terror that someone's going to come up and shoot the place because Kim terrified everybody. Kim gassed everyone up into be terrified that the place is going to get bombed. Great job, Kim. Good job, Kevin Bublitz, man of the house. You big man. You're such a manly man. You let your wife gas up a church to think it's going to get blown up and blown to smithereens. Great fucking job. Look, Luke's mentally ill. He's mad that people are out there slandering his name with such fucking awful ideas, you fucking scum. Kenzie Engelhardt, you evil bitch. And her fucking Jabberwocky. Won't do it. I'm gonna talk about how evil you people are until I have enough supporters, which I have none at the moment because I'm polarizing negatively still, but I'm about to come out of that. That little cocoon. It's a little cocoon I'm in of me yelling and screaming. I'm about to pop out. Then what are you gonna do? When I'm just back to my nice, lovable, sweet? When God heals me from your mental illness. What are you gonna do then, Kenzie, when God heals me from your mental illness and I'm all priestly and everyone sees me as that person? Then what? When my social media doesn't have any of the negative things for you to highlight and you have to slander my name in secret and private, then what, Kenzie? Then how are you gonna justify it? You got to use your cousin this time. And your husband, but once the world sees you for who you are because you weren't decent enough to come clean in private, now everybody needs to know. Same with my sister. I kept my mouth shut my whole life, and that was how I lived in Jessica's evil fucking cunt world. So my whole family just treating me like shit all the time because Jessica's pure evil and gassed him up to be mad at me so she could have fun. She loves it. Because her and Kenzie are pure evil. Jessica Klein and Kenzie Engelhardt are pure fucking evil. They're the meanest of all the mean girls with no conscience and not a shred of care for the suffering they cause on the people they claim to love. Their family. Anyway, back on the book. I got a couple more pages in me, but I've been scatterbrained. All right. Choke these errors in their early stages if you would not cherish any army of conspirators against health, happiness, and success. And that's what that means is these things. Don't show hatred, hold it at bay and show kindness instead. Don't show any sort of lust, show chastity to the world and be chaste. Don't take revenge, give charity rather. Fill the cup rather than destroying it. And overcome deceit with honesty. And if you can do those quickly, then you'll find peace and you won't have all the negative vibration inside, cause all the chaos. It extends beyond just lust and hatred and revenge, but those cardinal sins are fun. They're fun. Like T Swizzle says, they're fun to lean into. It feels great. It feels great to lust, and then allow that lust to be satisfied, and to want to take revenge and to get satisfaction and feel justified by hurting and destroying somebody else who you've deemed worthy of destruction, because Kim created a world where I'm gonna blow up an elementary school, so everyone needs to be afraid of me. And that's the world Kim wants to create. Isn't it awesome? That's because she cares about me, and Jessica cares about me, and Kenzie cares about me. Aren't I lucky? I should try to rekindle relationships and find more people to care about me. That's what I need. I need more women that care about me. I need more women to care about me. That's what I need. More Kenzies and more Kim Bublitzes and more Jessica Kleins to care about me. They will deliver you to the judge and arbiter of truth against error. The judge will deliver you to justice, and the sentence of the moral law will be executed upon the mortal mind and body. Both will be manacled until the last farthing is paid, until you have balanced your account with God. Whosoever a man soweth, and shall he also reap. The good man finally overcome his fear of sin. This is sin's necessity, to destroy itself. Immortal man demonstrates the government of God, good, in which is no power to sin. It is better to be exposed to every plague on earth than to endure the cumulative effects of guilty conscience. The abiding consciousness of wrongdoing tends to destroy the ability to do right. I'd like to say that again. The abiding consciousness of wrongdoing tends to destroy the ability to do right. So, just lean on my current situation. The wrongdoing, the abiding of the wrongdoing, destroys the ability to do right. Because your conscience, Kim's conscience, is now trapped in the moral right. She's not now just a victim of Kenzie lying and destroying an innocent man for being angry at Kenzie being a liar. Now she's so much more than that. She's incapable of doing the right thing now because she's taken the moral high ground on herself. She's an elder at the church, and the people that are attacking me and hurting me are gentlemen that are trying to help and heal our community, and they're helpers, and her poisoning me and exiling me and not reading a letter and not helping me out and only sending people to lecture me and hurt me are the good. She's the good guy, and she's on the moral high ground. So now she's incapable of doing the right thing. She can't do it because she can't even conceive in her own deluded head that Kenzie could be a lying, dirty cunt. She can't even conceive it. And even if she could conceive it, she doesn't care anymore because you've done enough things that have upset Kim that she's justified in hurting you now. So she's going to hurt you until the end of fucking time. Kimberly Bublitz. Kimberly Bublitz. Indefinitely until the end of time, I'm going to be ill, mentally ill, because if I've ever showed anger, she's going to poison you. and take the moral high ground. When she's evil just as evil as Kenzie for playing her lies. Not having the courage to acknowledge the truth makes her an evil demon, makes her become an evil demon, petitioning other people and creating more evil demons. And that's how our world becomes demonic, where good Christians are attacking people from behind and pretending they're heroes. Good people are being coached by Kim Bublitz to do evil things. And no one has the decency to protect our society from Kimberly Bublitz and Mackenzie Engelhardt. No. Just attack their victim who's being angry. Oh, he showed anger on social media, guys. Let's get him. Lock him away. Girl said she had fear. She had to hear Luke talk about their actions in anger. Oh, no. The world is over. Elementary schools are definitely getting blown up soon. Everyone Beyonce on guard. Kimberly Bublitz is creating a horror story for someone she loves. Watch out. And it's facts, all facts. She's such a smart lady that cares and loves. Make sure you know the man is the bad guy and Kenzie's a victim. But whosoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. And that shit is no joke, I'm telling you. You give, and you get. You fucking get. It comes back. It comes back somehow. It boomerangs right back. And I love it. I love being a servant out in this world, because when you do it right, when you serve someone's life and leave a positive impact, make a positive impact, it's the values incalculable. It can't be calculated. It's more than what surface will show you. That's where we were. Kim is incapable of doing right because she's taking the moral high ground on Kenzie's lie, supporting Kenzie's lie and taking the moral high grounds. So she's incapable of doing the right thing and being a decent human being because she needs to live in that world. She can't break from it because she's done too many awful things. If that's not true, she'd have to actually come to terms with all the things she did in behind closed doors and realize she wasn't doing the right thing. And she's not capable of doing it. She needs to take the moral high ground, pretend to be the victim and point a finger at me so that she can go hide and pretend she's not awful and has nothing to apologize for. Her and Kenzie have done nothing wrong, guys. You gotta understand. Kimberly Bublitz and Mackenzie Engelhardt have handled the situation to the perfect as any human being, or better than God himself or herself or itself, better than the fucking all gods ever existed. Anything that's ever existed. They've never done anything wrong in their entire life, and they're so perfect in every action and thought that they have. Oh my gosh, Kimberly Bublitz and Kenzie Engelhardt are just the greatest people on the planet. We're so lucky they exist and that they're poking and prodding. We're so lucky that they're poking and prodding and that they love us and that they love me. I'm so grateful that they love me so much that they poke and prod all of my friends into destroying the relationships. Great job, guys. Thanks for loving me. If the sin is not regretted and is not lessening, then it is hastening on to the physical and moral doom. You are conquered by the moral penalties you incur and the ills they bring. The pains of sinful senses are less harmful than its pleasures. Belief in material suffering causes mortals to retreat from their error, to flee from body to spirit, and to appeal to divine sources outside of themselves. The Bible contains the recipe for all healing. The leaves of the tree were the healing of the nations. Sin and sickness are both healed by the same principle. The tree is typical of man's divine principle, which is equal to every emergency, offering full salvation from sin, sickness, and death. Sin will submit to Christian Science when in place of modes and forms. The power of God is understood and demonstrated in healing of mortals, both mind and body. Perfect love casteth out fear. And I really want to lean on what they don't highlight. She highlights early in the book, but not every time. It would be redundant, but to draw it back to the first freaking third of the book was all about repenting and atoning. And that's the first step to allowing this practice to play out. So if God's going to do anything to fucking heal you, he ain't going to do it until you fucking repented and atoned. Until you know you're sorry. It's like these people go to jail and they're like, I found God in jail. And then they come out of jail and go back and do all the same shit that they do. So many guys had tattoos about God and crosses and in God I trust and a bunch of fucking shit like that, but they're doing awful things and destroying their life and everyone's life around them. And where were we at? There was important on that. I remember. The tree is typical of man's divine principle, which is equal to emergency, offering full salvation. Sin will submit to Christian Science when in place of modes and forms. The power of God is understood. Oh yeah, that God, all these things that about the material that she's saying, God won't let you fail in anything essentially that you do. So no harm will come to your body, even if you have the disease, and you'll be healed if you just believe that God has your back. But it only works if you're perfect to God's laws, to the moral laws. Otherwise, you're subject to your only source of healing is by being rewired by a doctor, by the system, by using drugs and cutting into your body to force the body to heal itself by cutting it, and then you always heal worse than you were before from the system. But when you get healed by God, essentially the idea is if God's not going to let you get hurt if you're doing his work for him, and you're living and doing your higher purpose. But repenting and atoning because you have the ailment, and then thinking you're going to be fixed because you've repented and atoned because you've been caught. It's like Kenzie saying she's sorry in her personal protection order, and her first note response back after I said she did all the things she did, she said, I'm sorry if there's any pain and suffering caused by your misunderstanding. That's what the gaslighting dirty cunt said. I'm sorry. Something about, I could pull it out actually. I really want to know exactly what she said now. Sorry, something about being sorry if me misunderstanding her direct quotes and her being an evil bitch and always being a fucking cunt to me and always intentionally being mean and all of the awful things she actively did. Oh, man. She calls everyone by their first name in this PPO, but calls herself Doctor. She's Dr. Mackenzie Engelhart. Full title because, when a dirty cunt is being a dirty cunt playing pretend, pull from the maximum power of your authority as best as you can. Oh, man, that's such a long message, girl. And well thought out. Kenzie didn't answer. When did Kenzie answer? All her fucking supporters were talking for her. All her fucking monkeys were fucking squeaking at me. Fucking Wicked Witches monkeys flapping their wings and Card Army fucking chanting their war songs or whatever. I don't know what they were fucking doing. It's hard to hear through all of Kenzie's anger that they were projecting on me. I need it. I can't believe so many people talked before Kenzie even said anything in here. I can't believe she shared all of this with the government. She's such a terrible person. I must have passed it. It's mostly just Ryan Scornia, really. Ryan Scornia was talking back for a while just because he was enjoying the drama and being part of something. But not that he cared about peace or cared about me in any way, shape, or form. But he had fun talking shit to me, being a supporter of Kenzie. Fuck you, Ryan Scornia. Fuck you, Ryan Scornia. I don't know where it is. I'm gonna give up on it. The Dr. Mackenzie. Oh, there it is. Luke, I do sincerely apologize if that night you had us over for dinner, if our conversation was misinterpreted. That's what she said. She apologizes if it was misinterpreted. I know you told Wade you wanted to have us over to try to make me feel better about stuff after the baby. That was a kind gesture from you, and you were always a good friend to us in that way. This was 8/9/2021. 2021, Judge Joe. Hey, 2021, Judge Joe. 8/9/2021. All the good things I was. Until Kenzie decided I'm not welcome around no more. And then she went and lied about a bunch of things, and this message is just fucking lies and lies through her fucking cunt mouth. She's pure fucking evil. Anyway, back on the book. What time is it? 2:30. There's more time in the day to do business stuff. I keep getting distracted. Kenzie Engelhardt slows me down because she's pure fucking evil. Sin will submit to Christian Science when in place of modes from power God is understood. Perfect love casts out fear. Science of being unveils the error of senses and spiritual perception. Aided by science, reaches truth. Then error disappears. Sin and sickness will abate and seem less real as we approach the scientific period, in which mortal sense is subdued and all that is unlike the true likeness disappears. The moral man has no fear that he will commit murder, and he should be as fearless on that question of disease. But Kim's not sure. She just lives in imaginary land. She just lives in her own fear and her own imagination, just concocted fear. And she doesn't have a disorder. No, sir. Just let her live in her imaginary fear. She just imagines up scenarios in the future. Just premonitioning the whole fear of her own little psycho little head, and no one thinks she's psychotic by it. No. Look, you delivered a letter to her at church, obviously, and you're mad that you got assaulted. Who does that? Who gets mad about being sneak attack assaulted by the hind while walking out of her church peacefully because you delivered a letter to somebody? Who would ever be upset about that? No real human. No. That guy needs poison and needs to be locked in jail. How are you letting him go? We tackled him. We held him down. We got him for you. We did all the work. Do we have to beat him and lock him away too? Kimbo Slice and Dice Your Life, elder of Emmanuel Lutheran Church of Bay City, Michigan. She fucking cares. Soon I'll be out of this Cancun of pain and suffering. Cancun, whatever. Wherever I'm going, I'm going to be out of this town for like 3 months. It's going to be very refreshing. I left when I was young and didn't necessarily vow to never come back. I always been drawn to want to come back, but it's just always such a shit fucking town. Bay City's such a terrible place because Kenzie Engelhart and Jessica Klein and their supporters, Ed Pavlachik and Kimberly Bublitz and Ryan Scornia, David Bublitz. I hate to call David Bublitz a supporter of Kenzie because he doesn't have the intellectual capacity to make his own decisions. He just gets gassed up by whatever the women tell him to do and then reacts accordingly, and they love using him as their little fucking tool. Anyway. Resist evil, error of every sort, and it will flee from you. Error is opposed to life. We can and ultimately shall so rise as to avail ourselves in every direction of the supremacy of truth over error, life over death, and good over evil. And this growth will go on until we arrive at the fullness of God's idea, and no more fear that we shall be sick and die. And harmony of any kind involves weakness and suffering, a loss of control over the body. The depraved appetite for alcoholic drinks, tobacco, tea, coffee, opium is destroyed by mind's mastery of the body. That's true. When you master the body, the drugs don't have the same effect. Alcohol does not have the same effect on me as it used to anymore. I don't drink all that often, but when I do, it seems to be that I can drink a whole fucking lot and I don't ever feel inebriated at all. And it's a little fucking irritating. Because I still get the hangover. Anyway. In harmony of any kind involves weakness and suffering, a loss of control over the body. The depraved appetite for... The normal control is gained through divine strength and understanding. There is no enjoyment in getting drunk, becoming a fool, or an object of loathing. But there is a very sharp remembrance of it, a suffering inconceivably terrible to man's self-respect. Puffing the obnoxious fumes of tobacco or chewing a leaf naturally attractive to no creature except a loathsome worm is at least disgusting. And it is disgusting. It is absolutely disgusting, and you get numb to it. The addiction, people like the addiction, so they think they like the way it tastes and feels, but you just get addicted to the feeling that you get when you have the gross thing. Coffee's the same way. Coffee's Some people do like coffee, but it's not a good flavor. It's bitter stuff that the human body doesn't necessarily like unless you're in a masochist type of person. And that's what she's talking about here. Is the only people that really like the bitter tastes are the what does she call them? I don't want to. Loathsome worms. Anyway, man's enslavement to the most relentless master's passion, selfishness, envy, hatred, and revenge is conquered only by a mighty struggle. It's true. Every hour of delay makes the struggle more severe. Hence the idea of the Greek philosopher talked about the guardians. The guardians should be people that find resolutions quickly so that poison doesn't spread and become more destruction. Until they've created in their mind some sort of evil bad guy because he's mad that they started a war. That Kenzie and her supporters are at war with me, and that me defending myself is called an illness. Me defending myself against Kenzie and her supporters by talking about their evil behavior and how they're being awful fucking people is the problem. Not them being awful people in support of Kenzie and her lies. Being enslaved to her selfishness and her envy and her hatred and her desire for revenge because I talked about her. You guys just on team support her. No man talks me bad about girls. Nobody raises their voice to Dave Bublitz or we call the cops. You can't yell you would never lie, cheat, and steal from him. No, sir. He's allowed to lie, cheat, and steal. And if you get mad about it, we hurt you more. That's the Bay City life. That's what this town is. That's why this place fucking sucks. That's what our criminal justice system is. Someone told us you did something, so guess what? They paid us money to hurt you. Now we're justified. Who cares if they lied? I want to stop. I'm going to stop in the middle of a paragraph just so I can turn the page. Deal with it. Here Christian science is sovereign panacea, giving strength to the weakness of mortal mind, strength from the immortal and omnipotent mind, and lifting humanity above itself, pured into pure desires, even into spiritual power and goodwill to man. Let the slave of wrong desire learn the lesson of Christian science, and he will get the better of that desire and ascend a degree in the scale of health, happiness, and existence. If delusion says I have lost my memory, contradict it. No faculty of mind is lost in science. All being is eternal, spiritual, perfect, harmonious in every action. Let the perfect model be present in your thoughts instead of its demoralized opposite. The spiritualization of thought lets in the light and brings the divine mind life, not death, into your consciousness. There are many species of insanity. All sin is insanity in different degrees. Sin is spared from this classification only because its method of madness is the consonance with common mortal belief. Every sort of sickness is error, that is, sickness is loss of harmony. This view is not altered by the fact that sin is worse than sickness, and sickness is not acknowledged nor discovered to be error by many who are sick. Anyway, I didn't stop in the middle of the page, but we're at the end of the page. Yeah, that was pretty interesting, this chapter. To boil this book down, it's a really long book. It's a really long book that goes over the same topic. And I can probably boil this book down to like one page and get everything relevant into it. Which is awesome. Jordan Peterson said Nietzsche said he could boil down what took men to write a book he could write in a sentence. And this is 700 pages. This is 700 pages. It's a thick ass fucking book. I don't think he could do it in one fucking sentence. Most men. This lady is not most men. This fucking Mary Baker Eddy bitch. She is not most men. She's more than most men. She's more than your mere man. And it took her 700 pages to do it. And I'm going to see how I can boil this 700 pages down to. Book. Get back on track with some things. You good, Ace? Put Kenzie, Big Mac, Evil Fart, the drug-dealing doctor, and all her lies and terror and evilness behind me. And all her fucking supporters and their fucking cunt bullshit. To support her lies. Try to put that behind me. Get this book done. We're 408 out of 700. So. There is universal insanity of so-called health, which mistakes fable for fact throughout the entire round of the material senses. But this general craze cannot, in scientific diagnosis, shield the individual case from the special name of insanity. Those unfortunate people who are committed to insane asylums are only so many distinctly defined instances of the baneful effects of illusion on mortal mind and bodies. The supposition that we can correct insanity by the use of purgatives and narcotics is in itself a mild species of insanity. More than a mild one, more than a fucking mild one. Can drugs go of their own accord to the brain and destroy the so-called inflammation of disordered functions, thus reaching mortal mind through matter? And that's not what these people's goals are. These people's goals are to suffocate your energy so that you're a fucking zombie, so that you're not having any emotion, so that they don't have to fucking suffer you talking about their behavior. It's a silencing strategy for women, douchebags, and abusive people to not hold themselves, not be held accountable for anything. Just blame fear and anyway, call somebody crazy and mentally ill. Makes your life real easy, Kenzie, doesn't it? Do awful fucking things, lie to everybody and say, oh, he's crazy. And then Dave Bublitz is going, oh, it's scary for him blaming me for things that I never did. As if the fucking intervention he threw at his house he had no involvement in somehow. Somehow I'm supposed to believe it. Or I'm mentally ill because I don't believe that he could have possibly thrown an intervention at his house and not had any involvement in it. Everyone else broke in and dragged him to his own house to throw an intervention for me. That's what happened. With information that none of them could have known unless they were fed messages from Kenzie and Kim. Anyway, just try to put that behind me. It's really hard. It's really hard because these people are fucking piles of shit. They're psychos. Want to call me mentally ill and create a world where I'm going to shoot up an elementary school. I have to live in this fucking world. Fucking douchebags create fucking lies in their own fucking head. live in their own little imaginary world where they don't have any involvement. It's scary. I didn't do it. Such a fucking douchebag. Those unfortunate people drugs do not affect a corpse, and truth does not distribute drugs through the blood, and from them derive a supposed effect on intelligence and sentiment. A dislocation of a tarsal joint would produce insanity as perceptibly as would congestion of the brain, were it not the mortal mind thinks that the tarsal joint is less intimately connected with the mind than is the brain. Reverse the belief, and the result would be perceptibly different. The unconscious thought on the corporeal substratum of brain produces no effect, and that condition of the body which we call sensation in matter is unreal. Mortal mind is ignorant to itself, ignorant of the errors it includes and of their effects. Intelligent matter is an impossibility, you may say, but if disease obtains in matter, may do you insist that disease is formed by mortal mind and not by matter? Mortal mind and body combine as one, and the nearer matter approaches its final statement. Animate air called nerves, brain, mind, the more prolific it is likely to become in sin and disease beliefs. Unconscious mortal mind, alias matter, brain, cannot dictate terms to consciousness nor say I am sick. The belief that the consciousness substratum of mortal mind, termed the body, suffers and reports disease independently of the so-called conscious mind is the error which prevents mortal from knowing how to govern their bodies. The so-called conscious mortal mind is believed to be superior to its unconscious substratum, matter, and the stronger never yields to the weaker, except through fear or choice. The intimate should be governed by God alone. The real man is spiritual and immortal, but the mortal and imperfect so-called children of men are counterfeits from the beginning, to be laid aside from the pure reality. This mortal is put off, and the new man and real man is put on. In proportion as mortals realize the science of man and seek the true model. We have no right to say that life depends on matter now, but will not depend on it after death. We cannot spend our days here in ignorance of science of life, and expect to find beyond the grave a reward for this ignorance. Death will not make us harmonious and immortal as recompense for ignorance. If here we give no heed to Christian science, which is spiritual and eternal, we shall not be ready for spiritual life hereafter. Yeah, that's the thing about going to this church all the time and just worshiping Jesus as your idol, because the idea that you're just sins are forgiven and you're going to go to heaven if you die as long as you didn't break too many rules and you believed that Jesus was God and pretended to be sorry for your sins, but not really, because keep right on being who you want to be. This is life eternal, says Jesus. It is not, shall be, and then he defines everlasting life as present knowledge of his Father and of himself, the knowledge of love, truth, and life. This is life eternal, that they might know the only true God and Jesus Christ whom thou hast sent. The scriptures say, man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out the mouth of God. showing that truth is actual life of man, but mankind objects to making this teaching practical. Every trial of our faith in God makes us stronger. The more difficult seems the material conditions to be overcome by Spirit, the stronger should be our faith and the purer our love. The Apostle John says, "There is no fear in love, but perfect love casts out fear. He that feareth is not made perfect in love." Here is a definite and inspired proclamation of Christian Science. That every trial of our faith in God makes us stronger. The more difficult seems the material conditions to be to overcome by Spirit, the stronger should be our faith and the purer our love. And that sucks, because every time you trial against God, you fucking don't. God fucking promises the fucking promised land. This is a fucking carrot to dangle. This is the same chapter, but she's highlighted it to say it's separated out with a new subtitle called Mental Treatment Illustrated. The science of mental practice is susceptible of no misuse. Selfishness does not appear in the practice of truth or Krishna science. If mental practice is abused or is used in any way, except to promote right thinking and doing, the power to heal mentally will diminish until the practitioner's healing ability is wholly lost. If mental practice is abused or is used in a way except to promote right thinking and doing, the power to heal mentally will diminish until the practitioner's healing ability is wholly lost. And that's something to think about. That's something to think about. Because the mental practice is the mind and being able to tap into other minds. And if your mind isn't in the right spot, then no one's going to want your mind around theirs. Fucking with their mind and giving them ideas. It's different for different people. Especially because the fakers, the fuck dolls and the dipsticks, the fucking sluts and the fuck boys, women, and then the small percentage of fucking soulless men dead inside. Anyway, the mental practice and abuse, they have no connection with Spirit, but they know a trick or two on how to connect into it and tap into it for a little while, but they can't maintain it because their games they play, they can't maintain a stable connection with people. They only know how to gas you up to make you feel it for a little while, just so you get a taste, and then it fades because these fuckboys and these sluts out here are fucking trash people. And so spending any real time with them and getting to know the real person and the real motives and the real way they think about other people and how they treat other people, they're all just manipulating each other, knowingly manipulating each other while pretending like each other is honest and falling into each other's manipulative ideas about what the future should be and who each other are and who they want you to see them as, and knowing that they're lying right to your face and coming up with games and everyone's playing games and treating each other like shit, and justifying it because girls, all the fucking skank, slut, feminist piles of shit have deemed we're only hanging out with the fucking douchebags at the bar and at the club who are piles of shit just like us, so all men are shit. And it's just a small portion of men that these girls are hanging out with. But it's most of the girls. It's most of the girls. So most of the girls are shit. Most of these girls out here are slut fucking whore cunt piles of fucking shit. Just a fuck toy. Just a walking fuck toy that lets some people fuck her and other people not. But they're all walking around trying to be sex objects with their fucking spandex, trying to show all of their fucking body parts off as much as fucking possible so that they can get attention and feel confident and empowered women. It's not about sex. It's not about being a sex object. They just want everybody to lust after them and give them compliments about how sexy they look. But it's sexy part. It's not about sex, even though sex is in the word. And they always only talk about your ass and your tits and how attractive you can be to the opposite sex, but it has nothing to do with sex. It has nothing to do with sex. They're just friends. They're just friends. It's fun to be a girl in our world. It's fun to be a girl in this American culture. You just get to be a slut, a little whore slut, and pretend you're not. Oh, no one should ask me what my body count is. No one should ask me why I'm not able to maintain a stable relationship and why I bounce around from one human being after the other, only keeping around a few trash people that keep my secrets. Coach me into being a pile of shit and make me feel good about it, so protect me and be supporters, Kenzie. That's right. Kenzie recruits supporters, and those people are allowed around. Kim Booble, strong supporter. All you gotta do is lie and pretend. Women. Anyway, rambling, ranting. Christian scientific practice begins with Christ's keynote of harmony. Be not afraid, said Job. The thing which I greatly feared is come upon me. That's something to think about, but thinking about the fear of infidelity in relationships, and then thinking you're manifesting it by being afraid when all these girls are cheating. They're not loyal and respectful to any man. They just love being gassed up, so when they're out in public, they go put their makeup on and go out to be objectified by whatever fuckboy wants to run game on them today. And they like playing along and having fun and pretending to forgetting about their man completely because they're just having fun dating and just making friends. And it's not about sex. They're not about sex. That's just something they do when they get drunk, and it's, oh, we're just friends and it just accidentally happened. It's okay. We can keep hanging out. No big deal. That's how the fuck boys play. Give them drugs and just be friends until you can give them drugs, and then you can fuck them. Then you can fuck the dirty slut cunt pile of shit. We're just friends. Nah, he doesn't want anything with me. It's okay for me to date behind your back. I'm not cheating. Judge Joe got it all figured out. It's my fault for not making enough money. It's not making enough money. My first discovery in the student's practice was this. If the student silently called the disease by name when he argued against it, as a general rule, the body would respond more quickly, just as person replies more readily when his name is spoken. But this was because the student was not perfect attuned to divine science and needed the arguments of truth for reminders. If spirit or the power of divine love bear witness to truth, this is the ultimatum, the scientific way, and the healing is instantaneous. It is recorded that once Jesus asked the name of the disease, a disease which modern would call dementia, the demon or evil replaced that his name was Legion. Thereupon Jesus cast out the evil. The insane man was changed and straightway became whole. The scripture seems to import that Jesus caused the evil to be self-seen and so destroyed. Dementia, that's something. That's one I really think could be just... I've always thought that if I hung out with someone with dementia for long enough that I could snap them right out of it. It's like there's something holding their brain back from operating to its fullest potential. Some level of fear that's blocking them. And I think from some sort of karmic, some mental block that they can't process, that they're blocking out from their past, and it typically is a mistake they made that they can't. And I think we're just... I don't know, they've been living a lie for so... It's like they've been living a lie for so long that they don't know it's real anymore, and there's something blocked, and they could... I don't know. I've given dementia quite a bit of thought, because I don't buy it. I don't buy it's an incurable disease. I think there's just a mental block, like like a clot in your vein that's not letting the blood flow. Some sort of block in the brain that's not letting the thoughts flow, or stabilize on which ones are real and which ones aren't real. It's what happens when you let bad people get away with doing bad shit. Like, take David Bublitz, for example. He just wrote a bunch of shit into a PPO. He stole things from my house. And he writes in the PPO that I've only accused him of stealing things, and that I'm accusing him of doing things he never fucking did. And he did, and he knows he did it, but for whatever reason, Kim Bublitz, his mommy, just empowers him to go lie and play in make-believe land. Play in fucking make-believe land. Live in fucking la-la land. I have to be the scary bad guy because I'm accusing Dave of things he never did. Moon has been epic the last 4 days. It's been great. The procuring cause and the foundation of all sickness is fear, ignorance, or sin. Disease is always induced by a false sense, mentally entertained, not destroyed. Disease is an image of thought eternalized. The mental state is called material state. Whatever is cherished in mortal mind as the physical condition is imaged forth on the body. Always begin your treatment by allaying the fear of patients. Silently reassure them as to their exemption from the disease and danger. Watch the results of this simply rule of Christian Science, and you will find that it alleviates the symptom of every disease. If you succeed in wholly removing the fear, your patient is healed. Now that's something to think about. And I saw a guy talk about it said he tries to do this with his dog until he's deemed he gained control over the dog's mind, and essentially what he did is allied with the dog and started barking at the same things that the dog was barking at. And then till he's got the dog on his level where he took charge of being. When he stopped barking, then the dog would stop barking. And then when he didn't want to bark at anyone, the dog would look at him for cues on whether or not they would bark at this thing or not. And that wouldn't work on Ace. It might work on Ace for some things, but Ace is deeper than that. He doesn't just bark at everything that fucking walks by. He barks at certain things for a reason. And I don't always know his reason. It's always a good one, but sometimes, most times, seems like it could be. Rambling, where was I? I wanted to reread this one. To ally with the patient on their fear to acknowledge it. And then continually everyone reassure them that it's not the worst. No, not bad. And that they're going to heal from it, and that they're in no danger from the disease. And continue reassuring them that it's just going to disappear. If they believe it's there, that it's going to disappear. Or if it's not there yet, then to reassure them that it's not going to be there. And see what kind of success rate it would have. Few ways to run studies on that. Just not necessarily ethical to run experiments on patients that would be unknowingly getting positive feedback. Even though it would just be just the same way of what girls do when they go see their girlfriend, they just find a reason to gas each other up. And the fuckboys, whoever wants to make friends and be friendly with people, just find ways to fire out compliments and make them feel good. And if doctors would do that with their patients, if they'd see higher success rate in healing, they just naturally assumed everyone was going to heal, even if the statistics didn't show, didn't agree. Anyway, the great fact that God lovingly governs all, never punishing aught but sin, is your standpoint, from which to advance and destroy the human fear of sickness. Mentally and silently plead the case scientifically for truth. You may vary the arguments to meet the peculiar or general symptoms of the case you treat, but be thoroughly persuaded in your own mind concerning the truth which you think or speak, and you will be the victor. And getting all the words out now, because when I start doing this, the only words to speak are the ones. It's gonna be difficult because I'm pretty close to truth on everything, but it's human imperfections. Words come out wrong. Not the exact word would want to use. Then the meaning of a sentence isn't exactly what I want it to mean. And then the person interpreting it can also misinterpret it. A great example is the Bublitz family. Knowing my story was about self-defense and whether or not it's justified to attack somebody that's leaving, but because I used a story about being shot and killing. All they did was try to gas everybody up on the fear of using an example of where that included death. So everyone needs to be afraid because he said something scary, rather than realizing that being assaulted as you're walking away from delivering a letter is not a justified assault. It's not self-defense to attack somebody that's walking away. It's not a fear response. Anyway, going on about my mental illness, because I have to realize being attacked from behind makes me mentally ill. Makes me mentally ill because that guy is a gentleman. He's a gentleman and a hero Whatever Kim Bublitz, the elder of Emmanuel Lutheran, wants to believe. Whatever Kimbo Slice and Dice Your Life and wants everyone to believe. Whatever will make her happy. Whatever will make Kevin Bublitz's life happy, so he can have a happy life. Whatever will give Kevin Bublitz a happy life. Mentally and silently plead. You may call a disease by name when you mentally deny it, but by naming it audibly, you are liable under some circumstances to impress it upon the thought. The power of Christian Science and divine love is omnipotent. It is indeed adequate to unclasp the hold and destroy disease, sin, and death. To prevent disease or to cure it, the power of truth, of divine spirit, must break the dream of the material senses. To heal by argument, find the type of the ailment, get its name, and array your mental plea against the physical. Argue at first mentally, not audibly, that the patient has no disease, and conform the argument so as to destroy the evidence of disease. Mentally insist that harmony is the fact, and that sickness is temporal dream. Realize the presence of health and the fact of harmonious being, until the body corresponds with the normal conditions of health and harmony. And this should restate this only applies if the receiver is creating a life that of health and harmony by finding resolutions, repenting and atoning, and cleaning their spirit, cleansing their mind, their body, and their spirit of evil, the wicked thoughts, the intrusive thoughts, and other thoughts that cause problems. If the case is that a young child or an infant, it needs to be met mainly through the patient's thought, silently or audibly, in the aforesaid basis of Christian Science. The scientist knows that there can be no hereditary disease, since matter is not intelligent and cannot transmit good or evil intelligence to man, and God, the only mind, does not produce pain in matter. Got into an argument with the smarty pants about it, because they're calling diseases, especially mental ones, hereditary. And my mom plays the game with it too. She's like, I know I have these, so there's a good chance that this is what's going on. And just finding reasons and ways to justify everything but taking me seriously. That's what the booblitzes do, and authority and parents do. Do everything you can, but take me fucking seriously. I say something, but don't take me fucking seriously. Just live in your own fucking imaginary fucked up little head, and then project it out into the world, and say you know enough to fucking make a decision on my fucking life. Fuck all of you fucking cunt pieces of fucking shit. Where was I? Mentally ill. Fuck you people. No hereditary disease. That's where we were going with this. These mental diseases saying bipolar is a hereditary disease is fucking asinine. Bipolar isn't a real fucking disease in itself. Your energy is high, and when your energy is high and you have a negative emotion, and you lean into that negative emotion because you don't have any emotional intelligence at all, or any control or care to control your emotions, it's one of those things. It has nothing to do with any sort of hereditary chemical imbalance. No, your energy is high, and you're either angry or you're happy, and you're leaning into one or the other and bouncing around from one to the next. And you can't stabilize because your life is fucking shit, and you just keep making your life shit and everyone around your life shit. And just blaming a fucking imaginary fucking fake-ass disease and taking drugs so you can validate it and feel good about yourself. And it's just their system. It's just so shit. It's such a shit system. Because these people would clean their energy, stop lying, cheating, stealing, stabbing in the back, and being a pile of shit. Being able to have conversations and come to resolutions. Rather than playing make-believe, Dave didn't throw an intervention at his house. And hiding and pretending that, because my dad hunted and had guns and may still have them, that he's afraid I'm going to kill him. And his mom has decided that that she needs to strategize. She needs to strategize protocols at the elementary school in case the shooter comes. To kill all the younglings. And I'm the one with the mental illness because they've created me as that guy. That's who I am to them. That's cool. Because they love me, because these people care. Fucking rambling. The act of yielding one's thoughts to the undue contemplation of physical wants or conditions induces those very conditions. A single requirement beyond what is necessary to meet the simplest needs of the babe is harmful. Mind regulates the condition of the stomach, bowels, and food. The temperature of children and men and matter does not. The wise or unwise views of parent and other persons on these subjects produce good or bad effects on the health of children. The daily ablutions of an infant are no more natural nor necessary than would be the process of taking fish out of the water every day and covering it with dirt in order to make it thrive more vigorously in its own element. Cleanliness is next to godliness, but washing should be only for the purpose of keeping the body clean, and this can be effected without scrubbing the whole surface daily. Water is not the natural habitat of humanity. I insist on bodily cleanliness within and without. I am not patient with a speck of dirt, but in caring for an infant, one need not wash little body all over each day in order to keep it sweet as the new blown flower. Giving drugs to infants, noticing every symptom of flatulency, and constantly directing the mind to such signs, that mind being laden with illusions about disease, health laws, and death. These actions convey mental images to children, budding thoughts, and often stamp them there, making it probable at any time that such ills may be reproduced in the very ailments feared. And that's something to talk about is getting educated, is getting indoctrinated to believe everything you see needs to be cured with a disease and human intervention, rather than just cleaning the patient's eating habits and problems in their life that are preventing them from succeeding, creating opportunities for them to succeed, doing things that make our world a better place instead of just blaming problems on imaginary diseases. Anyway, a child may have worms if you say so, or any other malady timorously held in the beliefs concerning his body. Unless are laid the foundations of the belief in disease and death, unless are children educated into discord. The treatment of insanity is especially interesting. However abstinent the case, it yields more readily than do most diseases to the salutary action of truth, which counteracts error. The arguments to be used in curing insanity are the same as other diseases, namely the impossibility that matter, brain, can control, or deranged mind can suffer or cause suffering. Also the fact that truth and love will establish a healthy state, guide and govern mortal mind, or the thought of the patient and destroy all error, whether it is called dementia, hatred, or any other discord. You hear that, Kimbo? Slice and dice your life? Hatred, dementia, and any other discord can be cured with the fucking truth. With the fucking truth. Stop pretending that you weren't poking and prodding the whole time. And putting it in your PPO that you were poking and prodding. While forcing me to believe I'm mentally ill for believing you were poking and fucking prodding. And then same with fucking Dave, to pretend he didn't throw a fucking intervention in his house, and that he didn't steal stuff from me. And that if I think he did those things, and he did, that he might get shot, that I might shoot him because he's scared, because I'm mad at him for doing those things and lying about it. It's not that he did them, because I can get over all the stupid fucking cunt shit that douchebag does. It's that he fucking lies about it and pretends he didn't fucking do it, and then files a PPO saying he's scared for his life because he threw an intervention that he told the government he never did. As long as he lies about it, lie to himself, lie, deny. That's definitely, Dave told me that's his fucking motto. Deny. Justified. He's a good friend. You should make friends with that guy. He's someone you want to be friends with. He's not going to stab you in the back, too, whenever he fucking feels like it. No. Don't worry, it never happened. Him and his supporters, Kim Bublitz and Kenzie Engelhart, team a gaggle of fucking cunts supporting each other. As long as they have enough people lying and being fucking abusive assholes, then they can pretend that they're not bad, evil fucking people. Just pretend you never did it, Dave and Kenzie and Kim. Pretend you never did it. Pretend it never happened and Luke's crazy. That's what Kenzie said. Luke's crazy. August 2020. And apparently it's because something I did years later, after she called me crazy and made me live in exile. Me talking about it made me crazy years later. It's so great, Kim Bublitz. Kevin Bublitz, the man of the house. Like a father to Mackenzie Engelhart, like a father to her. That's why she respects men so much and treats us so well. She treats Wade and all his friends so well. She's such a kind and wonderful person, Kevin. She's great, Kevin. You were such a great father to her. The scripture declares the Lord, He is God, or good. There is none else beside Him. Even so, harmony is universal and discord is unreal. Christian Science declares that mind is substance, also that matter neither feels, suffers, nor enjoys. Hold these points strongly in view. Keep in mind the verity of being, that man is the image and likeness of God, in whom all being is painless and permanent. Remember that when man's perfection is real and unimpeachable, whereas imperfection is blameworthy, unreal, and is not brought about divine love. Matter cannot be inflamed. Inflammation is fear, an excited state of mortals which is not normal. The mortal mind is the only cause, therefore disease is neither cause nor an effect. Mind in every case is eternal God, good. Sin, disease, and death have no foundations in truth. Inflammation as mortal belief quickens or impedes the action of the system because thought moves quickly or slowly, leaps or halts when it contemplates unpleasant things, or when the individual looks upon some object which he dreads. Ain't that the fucking truth? Inflammation never appears in a part which mortal thought does not reach. That is why opiates relieve inflammation. They quiet the thought by inducing stupefaction and by restoring to matter instead of into mind. Opiates do not remove the pain of any scientific sense. They only render mortal mind temporarily less fearful till it can master an erroneous belief. Note how thought makes the face pallid. It either retards the circulation or quickens it, causing a pale or flushed cheek. In the same way, thought increases or diminishes the secretions, the actions of the lungs, of the bowels, and of the heart. Thus, the muscles moving quickly or slowly and impelled or palsied by thought represent the action of all organs of the human system, including brain and vice versa. To remove the error-producing disorder, you must calmly instruct mortal mind in immortal truth. Theorization will apparently cause the body to disappear before the thought are fully at rest. The limbs will vanish from consciousness. Indeed, the whole frame will sink from sight along with surrounding objects, leaving the pain standing forth as distinctly as a mountain peak, as if it were a separate bodily member. At last, the agony also vanishes. This process shows the pain to be in the mind, for the inflammation is not suppressed. The belief of pain will presently return, unless the mental image occasioning the pain be removed by recognizing the truth of being. A hypodermic injection of morphine is administered to a patient, and in 20 minutes the sufferer is quietly asleep. To him there is no longer any pain, yet any physician, allopathic, homeopathic, botanic, eclectic, will tell you that the troublesome material cause is unremoved, and that when the soporific influence of the opium is exhausted, the patient will find himself in the same pain, unless the belief which occasions the pain was meanwhile been changed, whereas the pain while the patient sleeps. And that's something to point out, tapping back into the dementia conversation. The opiate causes the mind to shut off to the pain of the reality of the situation for the amount of time that the opiates work to do that. And essentially there must be shutting the brain down, certain parts of the brain down. so that it can't work, which taps back into the dementia concept of some part of the brain is shut down, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it can't be turned back on just because it turned off. An electric shock, not necessarily a real one, but like a human charge from your heart to shock your to the Christ consciousness concept of shooting your energy from the lower vibration to the higher frequencies, from your heart to your brain. Wake it back up. I don't know. I'm rambling. Where was I at? The material body, which you call me, is mortal mind, and this mind is material and sensation, even as the body which has originated from this material sense and been developed according to it, its material. This materialism of parent and child is only mortal mind, as the dead body proves. For when the mortal has resigned his body to dust, the body is no longer the parent, even in appearance. The sick know nothing of the mental process by which they are depleted, and next to nothing of the metaphysical method by which they can be healed. If they ask about their disease, tell them only what is best for them to know. Assure them that they think too much about their ailments and have already heard too much on that subject. Turn their thoughts away from their bodies to higher objects. Teach them that their being is sustained by spirit, not matter, and that they find health, peace, and harmony in God, divine love, which is true. Give sick people credit for sometimes knowing more than their doctors. Always support their trust in the power of mind to sustain the body. Never tell the sick that they have more courage than strength. Tell them rather that their strength is proportionate to their courage. If you make the sick realize this great truism, there will be no reaction from overexertion or from excited conditions. Maintain the facts of Christian Science, that spirit is God and therefore cannot be sick, that what is termed matter cannot be sick, that all causation is mind acting through spiritual law. Then hold your ground with the unshaken understanding of truth and love, and you will win. When you silence the witness against your plea, you destroy the evidence, for the disease disappears. The evidence before the corporeal sense is not the science of mortal man. To the Christian Science healer, sickness is a dream from which the patient needs to be awakened. Disease should not appear real to the physician, since it is demonstrable that the way to cure the patient is to make disease unreal to him. To do this, the physician must understand the unreality of the disease in science. Explain audibly to your patient, as soon as they can bear it, the complete control which mind holds over the body. Show them how mortal mind seems to induce disease by certain fears and false conclusions, and how divine mind can cure by the opposite thoughts. Give your patient an underlying understanding to support them and to shield them from the baneful effects of their own conclusions. Show them that the conquest over sickness as well as over sin depends on mentally destroying all belief in material pleasure or pain. And I've talked to people about this too, because this one guy I met in jail that was really worked up about his situation because of all the bad things he had heard. And I tried to explain to him that you can be afraid and prepare and get your mind right for the worst and what the potentials of the worst are, but fully understand that those are outliers and they should not be something that you should ever expect to happen to yourself. And the human mind doesn't always operate that way. We think the worst, and then we can We can hyper focus on it until we make it a reality. It's called a self-fulfilling prophecy, that concept. But she's saying that it goes really deep, deeper than you can imagine, in a more magical, more seeming magical way, to the point where you could eradicate it completely by not letting the thought take hold, and retrain the body by retraining the mind. Alone, by just retraining the mind. You don't even have to do anything to the body. You just have to retrain the mind to operate in God's law, within God's laws. And then once you do that and you understand why you're doing that, then other things become apparent. But her talk about just making everything disappear by reshaping your mind and saying it doesn't exist no more. Something. I'm almost done with this page, and then I'm done for the day. Stick to the truth of being in contradistinction to the error that life, substance, or intelligence can be in matter. Plead with an honest conviction of truth and clear perception of the unchanging, unerring, and certain effects of divine science. Then, if your fidelity is half equal to the truth of your plea, you will heal the sick. It must be clear to you that sickness is no more the reality of being than is sin. This mortal dream of sickness, sin, and death should cease through the Christian science. Then one disease would be as readily destroyed as another. Whatever the belief is, if arguments are used to destroy it, the belief must be repudiated, and the negation must extend to the supposed disease and to whatever decides its type and symptoms. Truth is affirmative and confirms harmony. All metaphysical logic is inspired by the simple rule of truth which governs all reality. By the truth arguments may employ, and especially by the spirit of truth and love which you entertain, will heal the sick. Include moral as well as physical beliefs in your effects and destroy error. Cast out all manner of evil. Preach the gospel to every creature. Speak the truth to every form of error. Tumors, ulcers, tubercles, inflammation, pain, deformed joints are awakening dream shadows, dark images of immortal thought which flee before the light of truth. That's a good spot to stop. Perfect spot to stop.
It's really nice out today. Only a few more days of that before it gets... I'm gonna migrate southwest. Get somewhere warmer. Renewing my passport. Got an enhanced license. See where the winter takes me. And then I want to have this book done by then. And we got 300 pages to go when I'm at like 10 pages an hour, and I put in an hour a day. We're really not getting there very fast. And if I keep rambling and talking, then it'll take even longer. A moral question may hinder the recovery of the sick. Lurking error, lust, envy, revenge, malice, or hate will perpetuate or even create the belief in disease. Errors of all sorts tend in this direction. Your true course is to destroy the foe and leave the field to God, life, truth, and love, remembering that God and his ideas alone are real and harmonious. And let's touch on that giving it to God concept. I know people, lots of people live into this concept of I just give it to God, and then they go worship a priest that worships an idol. That not necessarily that any of this is bad. It's just not giving it to God. Giving it to God is surrendering to the truth, to reality, and stop living in your excuses and your lies and denial. And it's not easy to do. It's not easy to do these thoughts, especially ones that are created slowly over long periods of time, are hard to rewire without doing what the drug organ sex traffickers do by trying to terrorize you into being afraid and having fear for the person that. This is how our society's operating. A girl gets in, if she's not already a slut in high school, she's gonna try to be a good girl until her early mid-20s, and then she's gonna just go out to the bars and hang out, want to have fun, and join the pool of degenerates. Being, if the fuckboys can do it, then every girl should be a slut for these fuckboys living that life. And rambling, going down a path I don't really want to go. But leaving it to God is not always easy to know what that means. But it certainly has to do with facing the hard truths and being open-minded to knowing that you could be mistaken and wrong in order to be able to be corrected, so you're no longer living in the disease that's been created. If your patient from any case suffers a relapse, meet the cause mentally and courageously, knowing that there can be no reaction in truth. Neither disease itself, sin, nor fear has the power to cause disease or relapse. Disease has no intelligence with which to move itself about or to change itself from one form to another. If disease moves mind, not matter moves it. Therefore, be sure that you move it off. Meet every adverse circumstance as its master. Observe mind instead of body, lest aught unfit for development enter thought. Think less of material conditions and more of spiritual. Mind produces all action. If the action proceeds from truth, from immortal mind, there is harmony. But mortal mind is liable to any phase of belief. A relapse cannot in reality occur in mortals or so-called mortal minds. For there is but one mind, one God. Never fear the mental malpractitioner, the mental assassin, who in attempting to rule mankind tramples upon the divine principle of metaphysics, for God is the only power. To succeed in healing, you must conquer your own fears as well as those of your patients, and rise into higher and holier consciousness. Hey, where you at, bud? Anyway, if it is found necessary to treat against relapse, know that disease or symptoms cannot change forms, nor go from one part to another, for truth destroys disease. That's something that I always thought of too, is I used to get a lot of pains here and there. It's hard to decipher what they actually are, and sometimes the pains move around and they're not always in the same spot, so you know that it's not going to be something chronic. And there's ways that I broke down in my mind how I knew things weren't chronic and didn't lean into any fearful ideas. Not that I'm assuring that's why I hardly ever dealt with injury that lasted more than a day or two, but anyway, I always thought about it. There's no metastasis, no stoppage of harmonious action, no paralysis. Truth, not error, love, not hate, spirit, not matter, governs man. If students do not readily heal themselves, they should early call an experienced Christian Scientist to aid them. If they are unwilling to do this for themselves, they need only to know that error cannot produce this unnatural reluctance. Instruct the sick that they are not helpless victims, for if they will only accept truth, they can resist disease and ward it off. As positively as they can the temptation to they can resist disease and ward it off as positively as they can the temptation to sin. And that's the crux. That's the crux right there. If you could focus on anything, I don't know, maybe after I reread these I'll outline things, but that's an important topic to consider, because the ability to conquer your disease by being able to conquer your sin. So I like the concept is polarizing negatively until my problems are resolved, because to create harmony again, just to have it be destroyed for disorder to seep in, I'm just not interested. So I'm really ensuring the foundation as I'm building is going to be strong before I start building on it. And the ability to conquer the disease by conquering your sins, that's where the crux is, because it feels good. It feels good to lean into the feeling. And then justify it and feel justified, and not just feel justified, and like vindicated too, to feel good about it. Like you did some moral good by letting out all of the bullshit, by doing what you felt like the Booba's Punch is doing to me. Kenzie doing awful things and then pretending to take the high ground. It just destroys everything. So until I have a strong group of people that are willing to face truth and not let some girl's emotions and her feminist whatever game she's playing about, like she needs to demand girls are never mean in her war of play make believe she's a nice person and not awful. It's not that she doesn't do nice things and isn't a nice person when she's a nice person, but It's not a natural state of being for her to be nice. It's just a natural state to be in the give me what I want. And if you don't make me happy, then I'm gonna make you suffer. And then pretend I'm doing it for. These girls are really awful, and they get really good at it. It's just an act they put on, but they have everyone fucking fooled. It's really horrific. It's really terrifying when you realize how awful people can be. How a Kamala Harris and a Joe Biden can pretend that they're good people and have good plans for our future while they funnel money off to warmongers and child sex trafficking rings in Ukraine. Donate weapons to Afghanistan and to Ukraine for war. And bombs to Israel for genocide in Gaza. Because Iran shot some missiles from Gaza's. So now Israel and Eastern or Western Europe and America are going to war against Gaza and dropping lots of bombs and murdering innocent people because of it. And all the white women are going to vote for Kamala Harris because girl power and Orange Man bad. Orange Man bad. I love election season. People in their true colors shine. Their cluelessness and their willfulness to support war and murder just because they have feelings of somebody else is bad. When that person tends to put out more good. And anyway, it's irrelevant. The feelings are what's important. Democrats. Women. Don't wanna count out the blacks either. The blacks, they definitely care about their feelings. Slavery, but slavery, you don't understand. 200 years. I gotta get this book done. I'm never gonna get it done. I gotta get it done. It's gonna get done. We're fine. Alright. Ace, where you at, buddy? Mind is natural stimulus of body. This fact of Christian Science should be explained to invalids when they are in fit mood to receive it, when they not array themselves against it, but are ready to become receptive to the new idea. The fact that truth overcomes both disease and sin reassures desired hope. It impairs healthy stimulus to the body and regulates the system. It imparts a healthy stimulus to the body and regulates the system. It increases or diminishes the action as the case may require, better than any drug, alterative or tonic. Mind is the natural stimulus of the body, but erroneous belief, taken at its best, is not paramotive of health or happiness. Tell the sick that they can meet disease fearlessly if they only realize that divine love gives them all power over physical action and condition. It becomes necessary to startle mortal mind to break its dream of suffering. Vehemently tell patient that he must awake. Turn his gaze from his false evidence of the senses to harmonious fact of soul and immortal being. Tell him that he suffers only as the insane suffer from false belief. The only difference is that insanity implies belief in a diseased brain, while physical ailment, so-called, arise from the belief that the portions of the body are deranged. Derangement or disarrangement is a word that conveys the true definition of all human belief in ill health or disturbed harmony. Should you thus startle mortal mind in order to remove its belief, awkwards make known to the patient your motive for this shock, showing him that it was to facilitate recovery. And that's just such an interesting paragraph right there, talking about David Bublitz. David Bublitz filed a personal protection order because he's afraid for his life because I'm angry at him for interfering in my life and being a backstabbing, sabotaging, manipulative, lying, scoundrel, thief, coward, all nasty words you can think about. He's one of those bad guys. He's a bad person. And he's pretending that he didn't steal things from me. He's now saying that he's afraid because I'm so deranged that I would think he would do something like that. And I'm accusing him of theft, even though he did steal a headset that was worth like $100. Some other stuff disappeared. I don't remember what. I try to block it out of his existence out of my head because it's been nothing but a headache for years. Not just since the ending of the friendship, but the years leading up to the ending of it. He's just been a nuisance. And interfering in my life and manipulating me and lying and then strategizing new game plans behind my back with other people on how to get me to do what he wants me to do. What his siblings, what his sister or his mom or Kenzie gas him up to do, and he doesn't give a fuck about me. And he calls me mentally ill because he threw an intervention at his house with the intention of intervening in my life for messages delivered from family members. And he's just pretending it never happened. He says he's afraid for his life because I'm mad at him for doing it. And it being what caused the end of our relationship, because that's all he was a messenger pawn for his mom or Kenzie. Whoever he had to deliver a message for her every time I saw him. Until I just said, I'm done, I don't want to see you no more. Not really, it was the PPO. That really fucked everything up. Kenzie getting a ex parte PPO because I sent a private text message saying that she's always mean to me. Hardly talking anything bad about her. I guess her name popped up 138 times. She put it in a Word document and did a bunch of calculations so she could make it real scary, make it sound real scary so Kenzie can play make-believe. Isn't it fun, Kim Bublitz? Isn't it fun, Kimberly Bublitz, to play make-believe, play imaginary with Kenzie? Just be one of the girls having fun, playing make-believe guy is bad, destroy man so Kenzie can be happy. Isn't that great? And so once everybody realizes that Kenzie's awful and that Dave is a lying backstabber and not somebody you should send to deliver messages because he's shit at it, because he's fucking shit at it, But anyway, that's war for you. That's spiritual war for you. Spiritual warfare. Kenzie Englehart. She's evil. She's an evil girl. My sister, she's so evil. Uses my family, my friends, me. No one more than me. No one more than me, I don't think. But that's only because I don't just keep my mouth shut like everyone else does. Play make-believe. Play make-believe. Just let it go. Just let it go. Just kill yourself. Just kill yourself. And also, they don't have any involvement. They don't have any involvement because they're wonderful, sweet, kind, caring people. That's all they are. They have no mean spirit in them at all. Ace, come here, bud. Ace, come. Come on. Ace. Ace. Come here, bud. There you are, my man. My man. Thank you. Thank you. You're the best. You're the best. Come here. Go ahead. Keep it up here. Browsing. If a crisis occurs in your treatment, you must. Where you going? Crisis occurs in your treatment, you must treat the patient less for the disease and more for the mental disturbance or fermentation, and subdue the symptoms by removing the belief that this chemicalization produces pain or disease. Insist vehemently on the great fact which covers the whole ground, that God, Spirit, is all, and that there is none beside him. There is no disease when the supposed suffering is gone from mortal mind. For mortal mind, there can be no pain. That's a good one. Anyway. And when the fear is destroyed, the inflammation will subside. Calm. That's something. The inflammation being related to the negative emotion being created that causes the lethargy and slows the system down from operating efficiently. Breaks, makes the body break, spirit break, mind break. And society's game and the system's game of just take drugs and give up and never face that, so you don't become strong and mentally and spiritually strong. Just get mad and throw a temper tantrum and cancel that person and cancel them. And if they get angry because you canceled them, then yell like you're scared and they're the bad guy out to hurt you and that they're going to blow up in elementary school. No, shoot up in elementary school. I don't know. They got procedures to protect themselves from me, because Dave Bublitz is scared because he was at home when I would deliver a letter to his mother at a church and tried to walk away. Anyway, that's not the time. It's just very distracting for me. Where are we? You evil bitch. Go. Ace is gonna have some ticks out here. Alright. Calming excitement is sometimes induced by chemicalization, which is the alterative effect produced by truth upon error, and sometimes explain the symptoms and their cause to the patient. It is no more Christianly scientific to see disease than it is to experience it. They would destroy the sense of disease. You should not build it up by wishing to see the forms it assumes or by employing a single material application for its release. The perversion of mind science is like asserting that the products of 8 multiplied by 5 and the 7 by 10 are both 40, and that their combined sum is 50, and then calling the process mathematics. Wiser than this, persecutors, Jesus said, if I by Beelzebub cast out devils, by whom do your children cast them out? If the reader of this book observes a great stir throughout this whole system, the certain moral and physical symptoms seem aggravated. These indications are favorable. Continue to read, and the book will become the physician, allaying the tremor which truth often brings to error when destroying it. Patients unfamiliar with the cause of this commotion and ignorant that it is a favorable omen may be alarmed. If such be the case, explain to them the law of this action. As when an acid and an alkali meet and bring out a third quality, so mental and moral chemistry changes the material base of thought, giving more spirituality to consciousness and causing it to depend less on material evidence. These changes which go on in mortal mind serve to reconstruct the body. Less Christian science, by the alchemy of spirit, destroys sin and death. Let us suppose two parallel cases of bone disease, both similar, produced and attended by the same symptoms. A surgeon is employed in one case and Christian scientists in the other. The surgeon, holding that matter forms its own conditions and renders them fatal at certain points, entertains fear and doubts as to the ultimate outcome of the injury. Not holding the reins of government in his own hands, he believes that sometimes stronger than mind, namely matter, governs the case. His treatment is therefore tentative. This mental state invites defeat. The belief that he has met his master in matter and may not be able to mend the bone increases his fear. Yet this belief should not be communicated to the patient either verbally or otherwise, for this fear greatly diminishes the tendency towards a favorable result. Remember that the unexpressed belief oftentimes affects a sensitive patient more strongly than the expressed thought. The Christian Scientist understands scientific. There's a guy that was healing people in Africa just by their diet, and in theory was, and the conspiracy theory is that they murdered him because he was healing people and gonna give the cure, and the cure was just natural remedies. Like, they could just be just enough of, they stopped eating all of the crap and started taking care of themselves and cleaned themselves up, and then believed in his method to heal the body, and then that's how they made it. It's how witchcraft and witches work. They give their energy to some spirit and then be able to act out that emotion in the real world. Whereas they're rambling on that side of things. Oh, because they're talking about using the mind to heal. So, and then I wanted to compare it to the 100th monkey concept of, once the 100th monkey did something, the theory is that monkeys from all over the place just started doing it, because once this group of people, enough amount of monkeys believed that this happened, then all of a sudden the collective unconsciousness, it just was part of their DNA now to do, almost. And I don't necessarily buy it, but it is a theory that people run with. Remember that the unexpressed belief oftentimes affects the sensitive patient more strongly than the expressed thought. The Christian Scientist, understanding scientifically that all is mind, commences with mental causation, the truth of being, to destroy the error. This corrective is an alternative reaching to every part of the human system. According to Scripture, it searches the joints and marrow, and it restores the harmony of man. The matter of physician deals with matter of both his foe and his remedy. He regards the ailment as weakened or strengthened according to the evidence which matter presents. The metaphysician, making mind his basis of operation, irrespective of matter, and regarding the truth and harmony of being as superior to error and discord, has rendered himself strong instead of weak to cope with the case, and he proportionately strengthens his patient with the stimulus of courage and conscious power. But both science and consciousness are now at work in the economy of being according to law of mind, which ultimately asserts its absolute supremacy. And there's something about this concept, she says, about being strong. And there's something, I don't remember what video game it was, but there's, Black Panther's got it in one of his suits or whatever, where the getting hit absorbs the energy, so it makes you stronger, so you can harness that energy and use it in your next move. But you gotta take a beating to get it. Stronger. Metaphysician deals with matter as both a foe and as his remedy. He regards the ailment as weakened or strengthened according to the evidence which matter presents. The metaphysician, making mind his basis of operation, irrespective of matter, and regarding the truth and harmony of being as superior to error and discord, has rendered himself strong instead of weak to cope with cope with the case, and he proportionally strengthens his patient. Both science and consciousness are now at work in the economy of being according to the law of mind, which ultimately asserts its absolute supremacy. Ossification, or any abnormal condition or derangement of the body, is as directly the action of mortal mind as is dementia or insanity. Bones have only the substance of thought which forms them. They are only phenomena which of the mind of mortals. The so-called substance of bone is formed first by the parent's mind through self-division. Soon the child becomes a separate, individualized mortal mind which takes possession of itself and its own thoughts of bones. Accidents are unknown to God or a mortal mind, and we must leave the mortal basis of belief and unite with the one mind. In order to change the notion of chance to the proper sense of God's unerring direction, and thus bring out harmony. Under divine providence, there can be no accidents, since there is no room for imperfection in perfection. In medical practice, objections would be raised if one doctor should administer a drug to counteract the working of a remedy prescribed by another doctor. It is equally important in metaphysical practice that the minds which surround your patient should not act against your influence by continually expressing such opinions as may alarm or discourage, either by giving antagonistic advice or other unspoken thoughts resting on your patient. And that's how the Ghislaine Maxwells of the world operate too. They're always your feminist girlfriend and the fuckboys. They're always there in your ear, just keep peppering you and always reminding you reasons to not do stuff with, and to feel what they want you to feel, and be in their live in their little world, and live where I get to live in Kenzie's world. That's what I get to do. Whatever Kenzie Englehart imagines up in her head, and Kim Bublitz imagine up in their head. I get to be projected as someone that's gonna shoot up an elementary school if I'm not poisoned by psychiatric drugs, so that Kim can feel safe. The whole Emmanuel Lutheran Church isn't afraid to go to church anymore. Oh my goodness, Luke walked in quietly and peacefully, delivered a letter, and walked out while being chased down by somebody that was apparently afraid of him. Not the world I get to live in. Whatever a girl imagines up, whatever my sister makes believe, my dad just goes and does whatever he wants. This sucks. The book is so long. I'm gonna go, 3 more pages, maybe more. I don't even know where I'm at. Whatever. Accidents are unknown to God or a mortal mind, and we must leave the mortal basis to belief and unite with the one mind in order to change. Yeah, we did that. While it is certain that divine mind can remove any obstacle, still you need the ear of your auditor. It is not more difficult to make yourself heard mentally while others are thinking about your patients or conversing with them if you understand Christian Science. the oneness and the allness of divine love, but it is well to be alone with God and the sick when treating disease. To prevent or to cure scrofula and other so-called hereditary diseases, you must destroy the belief in these ills and the faith in the possibility of their transmission. The patient may tell you that he has a humor in the blood, a scrofulous diathesis, parents or some of his progenitors' fathers back have so believed. Mortal mind, not matter, induces his conclusion and its results. You'll have humors just so long as you believe them to be safety valves or to be ineradicable. If the case to be mentally treated is consumption, take up the leading points, including according to belief in this disease. Show that it is not inherited, that inflammation, tubercles, hemorrhage, and decomposition are beliefs, images of mortal thoughts superimposed upon the body, that they are not truth of man, that they should be treated as error and put out of thought. Then these ills will disappear. If the body is diseased, this is but one of the beliefs of mortal mind. Mortal man will be less mortal when he learns that matter never sustains existence and never destroys God, who is man's life. When this is understood, mankind will be more spiritual and know that there is nothing to consume, since spirit, God, is all in all. What if the belief is consumption? God is more to man than his belief, and the less we acknowledge matter or its laws, the more immortality we possess. Consciousness constructs a better body when faith and matter have been conquered. Correct material belief by spiritual understanding, and spirit will form you anew. You will never fear again except to offend God, and you will never believe that heart or any portion of the body can destroy you. If you have sound and capacious lungs and want them to remain so, be always ready with the mental protest against the opposite belief in heredity. Discard all notions about lungs, tubercles, inherited consumption, or disease arising from any circumstances, and you will find that immortal mind, when instructed by truth, yields to divine power, which steers the body into health. And inherited consumption, let's just throw that one out there, because that's just a good one to talk about for one little second or two. That how stupid are these people saying that I have an alcoholic disease and it was inherited from my family, as if there's like a scientific gene inside of the body that was passed upon by some. The only way it can be passed on is whoever maybe they introduced you to it and started giving it to you as a coping mechanism, and whoever gave you that's who you inherited that disorder from. If you want to inherit it from anybody, there's no fucking gene inside of your body that was passed on through your daddy's semen. I was just destined to always be drunk. I don't know. I was just born this way. Like Lady Gaga over there. Man, I keep losing where I'm at. The discoverer of Christian Science finds the path left difficult when she has the high goal always before her thoughts, than when she counts her footsteps in endeavoring to reach it. which there's the higher goal that you want to keep your eye on the prize and then be fine because it's a hard one to attain, but also be grateful and and celebrate the wins. Celebrate the wins, but don't make them too harsh on yourself to make sure you get them, because then you can't enjoy the wins, and then life is just miserable in itself, and you're never gonna. Anyway. When the destination is desirable, expectation speeds our progress. The struggle for truth becomes one. The struggle for truth makes one strong instead of weak, resting instead of wearying. In the belief in death were obliterated and understanding obtained that there is no death. This would be a tree of life known by its fruits. Man should renew his energies and endeavors to see the folly of hypocrisy, while also learning the necessity of working out his own salvation. When it's learned that disease cannot destroy life and that mortals are not saved from sin or sickness by death, this understanding will quicken into newness of life. It will master either a desire to die or dread. Oh my gosh, that's the smallest one ever. Wild. The relinquishment of all faith in death and also the fear of its sting would raise the standard of health and morals far beyond its present elevation and would enable us to hold the banner of Christianity aloft with unflinching faith in God, in life eternal, that sin brought death, and death will disappear with the disappearance of sin. Man is immortal, and the body cannot die because matter has no life to surrender. The human concepts named matter, death, disease, sickness, and sin are all that can be destroyed. If it is true that man lives, this fact can never change in science to the opposite belief that man dies. Life is the law of soul. Life is the law of soul, even the law of spirit, of truth, and soul is never without its representative. Man's individual being can no more die nor disappear in unconsciousness than can soul, for both are immortal. If man believes in death, now he must disbelieve in it, when learning that there is no reality in death, since the truth of being is deathless. The belief that existence is contingent on matter must be met and mastered by science before life can be understood and harmony obtained. Death is but another phase of the dream that existence can be material. Nothing can interfere with the harmony of being nor end the existence of man in science. Man is the same as before a bone is broken or a body guillotined. If a man is never to overcome death, why do the scriptures say, "The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death"? The tenor of the word shows that we shall obtain the victory over death in proportion as we overcome sin. The great difficulty lies in ignorance of what God is. God, life, truth, and love make man undying. The immortal mind governing all must be acknowledged as supreme in the physical realm, so called, as well as in the spiritual. Called to bed of death, what material remedy has man when all such remedies have failed? Spirit is his last resort, but it should have been first and only resort. The dream of death must be mastered by mind here or hereafter. Thought will waken from its own material declarations. I am dead, to catch this triumphant word of truth. This triumphant word of truth. There is no death, no inaction, diseased action, overaction, nor reaction. And I don't want to read no more today.
I hate this book I'm reading. I hate this book I'm listening. No, I hate the book I'm listening to. I'm listening to because it's making me angry. It hurts. Yeah, and so I decided to take a break and read another book that I don't really want to read. But proves to be less infuriating because this lady is making me mad. Is more about her inability to see what the other book is about. Because the other book is about how you destroy. This book's about how evil doesn't exist, and the other book is all about evil and how to use it. So that book hurts more than this book does. And I really recall in this book saying this lady was wrote it 100 years ago, saying that the tides were turning. Same thing all these new age folk are talking about too. It's a mass awakening. It's a mass awakening. That's what she was talking about 100 years ago too. Yeah. Life is real and death is the illusion. If demonstration to the facts of soul in Jesus' way resolves the dark vision of material sense into harmony and immortality. Man's privilege at this supreme moment is to prove the words of our Master. If a man keeps saying he shall never see death, to divest thought of false trust in material evidence in order that spiritual facts of being may appear, this is the great attainment by means of which we shall sweep away the false and give place to the true. Thus we may establish in truth the temple or body whose builder and maker is God. We should consecrate existence not to the unknown God whom we ignorantly worship, but to the eternal builder, the everlasting Father, to the life which mortal sense cannot impair nor mortal belief destroy. That's so funny. The thought that mortals think they could kill God. Where are we? We must realize the ability of mental might to offset human misconceptions and to replace them with the life which is spiritual, not material. The great spiritual fact must be brought out of man that man is, not shall be, perfect and immortal. Alright. So if we are perfect and immortal, let's say, like, hypothetically sitting right here, right now, Ace and I are perfect. Ace, always perfect. Me, perfect in the moment right now, because I'm not doing anything imperfect. But then there's that split moment of being imperfect. And that's just such a weird way this lady keeps talking about. That's why I say this lady makes me mad, because she denies that the other book exists. She's like, don't worry about that book. We're going to pretend it doesn't exist. That other book doesn't exist. It's not real. It's not real. This is the only thing that's real. This book is the only thing that's real. Whatever girl says is real, and then pretend nothing else is real, and then poof, magic happens. That's how magic works for girls. It really is how it works for girls in our society. They just get to say something, and then poof, the world revolves around them. And they just reshape it to whatever the fuck they want with their fucking imaginations. But then it all comes crumbling down. Like, this lady's bullshit never came to fruition. Sure, she got a large... What is these people's goals? Get just a large group of cult followers, so that when they die, they can be remembered? Or when they're living, they have a lot of people that worship them and give them attention and admiration for being trash, for being fake as fuck, for playing pretend and being the best at playing fucking pretend and manipulating everyone around you. This lady is onto something though, so that's why she got a lot of followers. The other book's following is about that. It's about the darkness. The dark side of the soul, the dark side of the soul. Not even the dark side of the soul. That's kind of her concept, is the soul. The soul is perfect and immortal, but people shut it off to feed the body and the mind, and just destroys soul and connection with spirit. It's why all these girls are fuckboys, are dead inside. And they're trapped in these cycles of getting gassed up one imaginary day after another. The great spiritual fact must be brought out of man. We must hold forever the consciousness of existence, and sooner or later, through Christ and Christian Science, we must master sin and death. The evidence of man's immortality will become more apparent as material beliefs are given up and immortal facts of being are admitted. The author has healed hopeless organic disease and raised the dying to life and health through the understanding of God as the only life. It is a sin to believe that aught can overpower omnipotent and eternal life, and this life must be brought to light by the understanding that there is no death, as well as by the graces of spirit. We must begin, however, with the more simple demonstrations of control, and sooner we begin, the better. The final demonstration takes time for its accomplishment. When walking, we are guided by the eye. We look before our feet, and if we are wise, we look beyond a single step in the line of spiritual advancement. Spirit, that's a good one. Like walking, running, movement, relating how you have to look down, make sure you're not tripping on something that's right in front of your feet, while also looking up ahead at the distance to make sure you're going in the right direction, and taking in all the sights as you go to, and all that good stuff. And the spirit, people don't do it that way with their spirit. They kind of do. They plan parties for themselves, and they strategize self-care. Some people are good at that. But those are all just things to add more pleasure and good feelings, but they don't protect the soul from the negative and the energy from being so. The corpse deserted by thought is cold and decays, but it never suffers. Science declares that man is subject to mind. Mortal mind affirms that mind is subordinate to the body, that the body is dying, and that it must be buried and decomposed into dust. But a mortal's mind's affirmation is not true. Mortals weaken from the dream of death with bodies unseen by those who think that they bury the body. If man did not exist before the material organizations began, he could not exist after the body is disintegrated. If we live after death and are immortal, we must have lived before birth. For if life ever had been any beginning, it must also have an ending, even according to the calculations of natural science. I did a mushroom trip one time, and dreamed as went to another dimension, to where souls picked bodies. Not necessarily where souls picked bodies, but whatever spirits I was engaged with, so that I chose this body, this path, and then I just have to play it out as if life was just I don't know. Very vivid daydream. Because I wasn't sleeping, I was still awake. Maybe. It's like that, there's the state you can get into where you're half asleep, half awake state. And it's kind of like a trance state. Can be terrifying sometimes too, because there's like sleep paralysis that'll take over, so you'll be awake but have no control over your body, and you're just frozen there with your mind alert, but unable to move. And even control breathing. So when you stop breathing for a second, skip a breath or two, it can be a little scary. It'll make you want to force yourself to snap out of it so you cannot die, but you won't. You'll be fine. If man did not exist before material organizations began, he could not exist after the body is disintegrated. If we live after death and are immortal, we must have lived before birth. For if life ever had any beginning, it must also have an ending, Even according to the calculation that's done, that's where we ended. Do you believe this? No. Do you understand it? No. This is why you doubt the statement and do not demonstrate the fact it involves. We must have faith in all saying by our master, though they are not included in the teachings of the schools and are not understood generally by our ethical instructors. And I've been saying that for a long time. That's the real facts of the matter right now is our schooling system is set up to be subordinate to an almighty authority, and they do not teach what's important about being a human. They only teach how to be a part of a system that funnels money around and makes human beings incapable of doing anything outside of that one task that they were trained like a monkey to fucking do. And our society is shit because of it. And then our religious system, our elders they're the exact same, trained by the Vatican to be gossipers. Tell me, share your secrets with me. Go home and fucking recite an incantation to a slut that fucked around on her man and pretended to be a virgin still and have an immaculate conception. Go cast some spells in her name and you done your good deed for it, and don't actually repent and atone and find peace. No, the church doesn't teach that. Just go tell your secrets to some person. Imagine whatever story you gotta imagine so that they're on your team, you're on your side, and blah blah. Church, the people that go to church and our public systems are just so shit. They're just so shit. And the private systems are hard to find anyone that's just not using the private market to try to funnel money around. Where were we? Jesus said, John 8:51, if man keep me saying, he shall never see death. The statement is not confined to spiritual life, but includes all phenomena of existence. Jesus demonstrated this healing the dying and raising the dead. Mortal mind must part with error, must put off itself with its deeds, and immortal manhood. The Christ ideal will appear. See, this demonstrates this healing and dying and raising the dead. I mean, he rose from the dead in theory, they say. But I remember there being some saying about him chilling on that cross, yelling at that deity above the clouds, why he got forsaken by him. Maybe I not remember that correctly. I here present to my readers an allegory illustrative of the law of divine mind and supposed laws of matter and hygiene, an allegory in which the plea of Christian Science heals the sick. Suppose a mental case to be on trial, a case are tried in court. A man is charged with having committed liver complaint. The patient feels ill, ruminates, and the trial commences. Personal senses is the plaintiff. Mortal man is the defendant. False belief is the attorney for personal sense. Mortal minds, material, medica, anatomy, physiology, hypnotism, envy, greed, and ingratitude constitute the jury. The courtroom is filled with intersected spectators, and Judge Medicine is on the bench. And it just feels more real than an allegory. But there's more. There's more on the bench. There's more on the bench than all that. Anyway. The evidence for the prosecution being called for a witness testified as this. I represent health laws. I was present on certain nights when the prisoner or patient watched with a sick friend. Although I have the superintendence of human affairs, I was personally abused on those occasions. I was told that I must remain silent until called for at this trial, when I would be allowed to testify in the case, notwithstanding my rules at the contrary. The prisoner watched in the week. When the sick mortal was thirsty, the prisoner gave him drink. During all this time, the prisoner attended to those daily labors, partaking of food or irregular intervals, sometimes going to sleep immediately after a heavy meal. At last he committed a liver complaint, which I considered criminal, inasmuch as this offense deemed punishable with death. Therefore I arrested mortal man on behalf of the state, namely the body, and cast him into prison. At the time of the arrest, prisoner summoned physiology, materia medica, and hypnotism to prevent his punishment. The struggle on their part was long. Materia medica held out the longest, but at length all these assistants resigned to me. Health laws, and I succeeded to getting mortal man into close confinement until I should release him. The next witness is called. I am coated tongue. I covered with a foul fur placed on me the night of the liver attack. Morbid secretion hypnotized the prisoner and took control of his mind, making him despondent. And that's funny. The first part, this is really tough little allegory she's creating to try to follow along. It's a really complex one. And hypnotized the prisoner. A morbid secretion hypnotized the prisoner. And that's how these diseases work, where you have an ache or a pain and an issue, and then I'm hypnotized by it. I'm in a trance. I have to figure out what this is, because if I don't figure it out, then it won't go away. Rather than just assuming it's just gonna go away naturally, because aches and pains are normal. But people wanna lean into it and make it a big deal and get attention for it and go pay money and give people blah blah blah. It's just a whole thing. People get attention for being sick, so they just remain sick because it's easy. Same with these IG sluts and fuck dolls and dipsticks. Everyone's just trying to get fucking attention. Girls are all wearing makeup, and they say it's about for themselves, and it is for themselves. It's not really for men at any point. It's designed for men, but it's for women because they are so fucking fake that they don't feel confident in being their real self out in public, and they don't feel comfortable out in public being who they actually are. So that's when it becomes for themselves, because they've just been so accustomed to being fake that they don't feel like themselves if they're not being the fake person, that the fake persona they're projecting out to the world. And then makeup in itself is to make you look sexually attractive, sexually aroused. So you put blush and make your cheeks red so you look like you're sexually aroused. And draws in mates that are ready to go fuck. And girls pretend it's not about sex. So they're showing their ass and their tits and wearing their spandex and always highlighting their sexual parts to feel confident and good and empowered. But it's not about sex. It's just about, if they don't get gassed up, then they feel empty and dead inside and pretty much worthless and invalidated. So It's not really about sex. It's just about playing make-believe and gassing each other up and making each other feel something. Girls, just the game they play because they're victims, and society is such a terrible place for them. It's such a terrible place for them here in America. Anyway, back to it. Hypnotize these people, get hypnotized by an idea of what a problem could be, and then make it worse by trying to let somebody poke and prod and push around and give them ideas on what they think it could be. Anyway, another witness takes a stand and testifies, I am Shaliskin. I have been dry, hot, and chilled by turns since the night of the liver attack. I have lost health hue and become unsightly. Although nothing on my part has occasioned this change, I practice daily ablutions and perform my functions as usual, but I am robbed of my good looks. Thin skin. The next witness, I am Nerve, the state commissioner for Mortal Man. I am intimately acquainted with the plaintiff, personal sense, and know him to be truthful and upright, whereas Mortal Man, the prisoner at the bar, is capable of falsehood. I was witness to the crime of liver complaint. I knew the prisoner would commit it, for I convey messages from my residence in matter, alias brain to the body. Nervousness. The nerve that creates feelings that the mind associates with trying to protect the body, heal. Tell the body what to do next. Give ideas to focus on it. Next witness for the Court of Air is called for by the Court of Air and says, I am Mortality, governor of province of the body, in which mortal man resides. In this province there is a statute regarding disease, namely that he upon whose person disease is found shall be treated as a criminal and punished with death. The judge asked if by doing good to his neighbor it is possible for a man to become diseased, transgress the laws, and merit punishment, and govern mortality replies in the affirmative. And merit punishment, and government replies in the affirmative. Another witness takes a stand and testifies. I am Death. I was called for shortly after the report of the crime by the officer of the Board of Health, who protested that the prisoner had abused him and that my presence was required to confirm his testimony. One of the prisoner's friends, Materia Medica, was present when I arrived, endeavoring to assist the prisoner to escape from the hands of justice. Alias Nature's so-called laws, but my appearance with the message from the Board of Health changed the purpose of Materia Medica, and he decided at once that the prisoner should die. The testimony for the plaintiff's personal sense being closed, Judge Medica arises in the great solemnity, addresses the jury of mortal minds. He analyzes the offenses, reviews the testimony, and explains the law relating to liver complaint. His conclusion is that laws of nature render disease homicidal. In compliance with the stern duty, His Honor, Judge Medicine urges the jury not to allow judgment to be warped by the irrational, unchristian suggestions of Christian Science. The jury must regard such cases only the evidence of personal sense against mortal man. As the judge proceeds, the prison grows restless. His shallow face blanches with fear, and a look of despair and death settles upon it. The case is given to the jury, a brief consultation ensues, and the jury returns a verdict of guilty of liver complaint in the first degree. Judge Medica then proceeds to pronounce the solemn sentence of death upon the prisoner. Because he has loved his neighbor as himself, mortal man has been guilty of benevolence in the first degree, and thus has led him into the commission of the second crime, liver complaint, which material laws condemn as homicide. For this crime, mortal man is sentenced to be tortured until he is dead. May God have mercy on your soul, is the judge's solemn peroration. It's a rough sentence. The prisoner is then remanded to a cell sickbed, and scholastic theology is sent for the prepare of frightened sense of life, God, which sense must be immortal for death. Ah, but Christ, truth and spirit of life, and the friend of mortal man can open wide those prison doors and set the captive free. Swift on the wing of divine love, there comes a dispatch. Delay the execution. The prisoner is not guilty. Consternation fills the prison yard. Some exclaim, it is contrary to law and justice. Others say, the law of Christ supersedes our laws. Let us follow Christ. After debate, the opposition permission is obtained for a trial in the court of spirit, where Christian Science is allowed to appear as counsel for the unfortunate prisoner. Witness, judges, and jurors who were at the previous court of error are now summoned to appear before the bar of justice and eternal truth. When the case of mortal man versus personal sense is open, mortal man counsel regards the prisoner with the utmost tenderness. The counsel's earnest, solemn eyes, kindling with hope and triumph, look upward. Then Christian Science turns suddenly to the Supreme Tribunal and opens the argument for the defense. This is so much. This is so fucking much. The prisoner at the bar has been unjustly sentenced. His trial was a tragedy and is morally illegal. Mortal man has had no proper counsel in the case. All the testimony has been on the side of personal sense, and we shall unearth this foul conspiracy against the liberty and life of man. The only valid testimony in the case shows the alleged crime never to have been committed. The prisoner is not proved worthy of death or of bonds. Your Honor, the lower court has sentenced mortal man to die, but God made man immortal and amenable to spirit only. Denying justice to the body, that court commended man's immortal spirit to heavenly mercy. Spirit, which is God himself and man's only lawgiver. Who or what has sinned? Has the body or has mortal mind committed a criminal deed? Counselor, false belief has argued that the body should die, while reverend theology would counsel conscious mortal mind, which alone is capable of sin and suffering. The body committed no offense. Mortal man in obedience to higher law helped his fellow man, an act which should result in good to himself as well as to others. The law of our Supreme Court decrees that whoever sinneth shall die, but good deeds are immortal, bringing joy instead of grief, pleasure instead of pain, and life instead of death. A liver complaint was committed by trampling on laws of health. This was a good deed, for the agent of those laws is an outlaw, a destroyer of mortal man's liberty and rights. Laws of health should be sentenced to die. Watching beside the couch of pain in the exercise of a love that is the fulfilling of the law, doing unto others as ye would that they should do unto you. Oh my gosh. This is no infringement of law, for no demand, human or divine, renders it just to punish a man for acting justly. If mortal sins, our supreme judge in equity decides what penalty is due for the sin, and mortal man can suffer only for his sin, for naught else can he be punished according to the law of spirit. God. Then what jurisdiction had his honor judge medicine in this case? Tim, I might say in Bible language, sittest thou to judge after the law, and commandest to be smitten contrary to the law? The only jurisdiction to which the prisoner can submit is that of truth, life, and love. If they condemn him not, neither shall Judge Medicine condemn him. And I ask that the prisoner be restored to the liberty of which he has been unjustly deprived. The principal health, the officer of the health laws, deposed that he was an eyewitness to the good deeds for which... This thing is still fucking going. This is good allegory. This is great. All right, back at it. The principal witness of the officer of the health laws deposed that he is an eyewitness to the good deeds for which mortal man is under sentence of death. After betraying him into the hands of our law, the health agent disappeared to reappear, however, at the trial as a witness against mortal man and, in the interest of personal sense, a murderer. Your Supreme Court must find the prisoner on the night of the alleged sentence to have been acting within the limits of divine law and in obedience thereto. Upon the statute hangs the law and testimony. Giving a cup of cold water in Christ's name is a Christian service. Laying down his life for a good deed, mortal man should find it again. Such acts bear that their own justification and are under the protection of the Most High. Prior to the night of his arrest, the prisoner summoned two professed friends, Materia Medica and Physiology, to prevent his committing liver complaint and thus saved him from arrest. But they brought with them fear, the sheriff, to precipitate the result which they were called to prevent. It was fear who handcuffs mortal man and would now punish him. You have left mortal man no alternative. He must obey your law, fear its consequences, and be punished for his fear. His friends struggled hard to rescue the prisoner from the penalty they considered justly due, but they were compelled to let him be taken into custody, tried, and condemned. Thereupon Judge Medicine sat in judgment on the case, and substantially charged the jury with 12 mortal minds to find the prisoner guilty. His Honor sentenced mortal man to die for the very deeds which the divine law compels man to commit, lest the court of error construed obedience to the law of divine love as disobedience to the law of life. Claiming to protect mortal man in right doing, the court pronounced the sentence of death for doing right. One of the principal witnesses, Nerve, testified that he was ruler of the body in which province mortal man resides. He also testified that he was on intimate terms with the plaintiff and knew personal sense to be truthful, that he knew man and that man was made in the image of God but was a criminal. This is a foul aspersion on man's maker. It blots the fair escutcheon of omnipotence. It indicates malice, afterthought, a determination to condemn man in the interest of personal sense. At the bar of truth, in the presence of divine justice, before the judge of our high tribunal, the Supreme Court of Spirit, and before its jurors, the spiritual senses, I proclaim this witness, Nerve, to be destitute of intelligence and truth, to be a false witness. Man's self destroyed the testimony of matter respected, spirit not allowed a hearing, soul a criminal thought, or a criminal though recommended to mercy, the helpless innocent body tortured. There are terrible records of your court of error. and I ask that the Supreme Court of Spirit reverse this decision. Here the opposing counsel, False Belief, called Christian Science to order for contempt of court. Various notables, Materia Medica, Anatomy, Physiology, Scholastic Theology, and Jurisprudence, rose to the question of expelling Christian Science from the bar for such high-handed illegality. They declared that Christian Science is overthrowing the judicial proceedings of regularly constituted court. But the Judge Justice of the Supreme Court of Spirit overruled their motions on the ground that unjust usages were not allowed at the bar of truth, which ranks above the lower court of error. The attorney Christian Science then read from the Supreme Statute Book, the Bible, certain extracts on the rights of man, remarking that the Bible was better authority than Blackstone. Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion. Behold, I give unto you power over all the power of the enemy, and nothing shall by any means hurt you. If a man keep my saying, he shall never see death. The Christian Science proved the witness Nerve to be a perjurer. Instead of being ruler, it's not necessarily always a perjurer, just warning giver mostly. Instead of being ruler in the province of body in which mortal man was reported to reside, Nerve was an insubordinate citizen, putting in false claims to office and bearing false witness against man, turning suddenly to personal sense. By this time silent, Christian Science continued. It's just the interpretation of Nerve is the problem, because Nerve just yells, ouch. This is where it hurts. The reason why is mind associates why. And other people's minds associate why. False belief. Then Christian... Wait. Turning suddenly to personal sense, by this time silent, Christian Science continued. I ask your arrest in the name of Almighty God on 3 distinct charges of crime, to wit, perjury, treason, and conspiracy against the rights and life of man. Then Christian Science continued. Another witness, equally inadequate, said that on the night of the crime a garment of foul fur was spread over him by morbid secretion. While the facts in the case show that this fur is foreign substance, imported by false belief, the attorney for personal sense, who is in partnership with error and smuggles error's goods into market without the inspection of sole government officers. When the court of truth summoned Ferd Tongue for examination, he disappeared and was never heard of more. Moritz Grecian was not an importer or dealer in fur, but we have heard Materia Medica explain how this fur is manufactured, and we know Moritz Grecian to be on our friendly terms with the firm of Personal Sense Errors & Co., receiving pay from them and introducing their goods into market. Also, be it known that False Belief, the counsels for plaintiff Personal Sense, is a buyer for this firm. This manufactures for it, keeps a furnishing store, and advertises largely for his employers. Death testified that he was absent from the province of body when a message came from False Belief commanding him to take part in the homicide. At this request, Death repaired to the spot where the liver complaint was in process. Frightened away Materia Medica, who was then manacling the prisoner in the attempt to save him. True, Materia Medica was a misguided participant in the misdeed for which health officer had mortal man in custody, though mortal man was innocent. Christian Science turned from the abashed witnesses, his words flashing as lightning. in the perturbed faces of these worthies. Scholastic theology, material medica, physiology, and blind hypnotism in the masked personal sense, and said, God will smite you, O witted walls, for injuring in your ignorance the unfortunate mortal man who sought your aid in his struggle against liver complaint and death. You came to his rescue only to fasten upon him an offense of which he was innocent. You aided and abetted fear and health laws. You betrayed mortal man, meanwhile declaring disease to be God's servant and righteous executor of his laws. Our higher statutes declare you all witnesses, jurors, and judges to be offenders, awaiting the sentence with general progress and divine love will pronounce. We send our best detectives to whatever localities as reported to be haunted by disease, but on visiting the spot they learn that disease was never there, for he could not possibly elude their search. Your material court of errors, when it condemned mortal man on the ground of hygienic disobedience, was manipulated by the oleaginous machinations of the council, machinations of the council, false belief, whom truth arraigns before the supreme bar of spirit to answer for his crime. Morbid secretion is taught how to make sleep befool reason before sacrificing mortals to their false gods. Mortal minds were deceived by your attorney, false belief, and were influenced to give a verdict delivering mortal man to death. Good deeds are transformed into crimes, to which you attach penalties, but no warping of justice can render disobedience to so-called laws of matter, disobedience to God, or an act of homicide. Even penal laws hold homicide, under stress of circumstances, to be justifiable. Now that greater justifications can indeed have, than that it is for good of one's neighbor. Wherefore, then, in the name of outraged justice, do you sentence mortal man for ministering to the wants of his fellow man in obedience to divine law? You cannot trample upon the decree of supreme branch. Mortal man has his appeal to spirit, God, who sentences only sin. The false and unjust belief of your human mental legislators compel them to enact wicked laws of sickness and so forth, and then render obedience to these laws punishable as crime. That's our mental institution is really bad about it. It's really bad about it. These people don't get paid unless they give you a disorder. So in order for them to make money and have their place in society, they must give you a disease and diagnose you as ill. So everyone has to and gets to have one and be. Anyway. Punished. You're punished for just trying to get your mind right and get your life back in order. Just the basic, they call it a readjustment disorder or something. I don't know. They have lots of names for disorders and ways to push money around now. And I just friends were good enough until Kenzie said I wasn't allowed to anymore. Women getting between friends, because happy wife, happy life. Girl power, and girls stick together and team up on guys, so what are you gonna do? In the presence of the supreme lawgiver standing at the bar of truth, and in accordance with the divine statutes, I repudiate the false testimony of personal sense. I ask that he be forbidden to enter against mortal man, any more suits to be tried at the court of material error. I appeal to the just and equitable decisions of divine spirit to restore to mortal man the rights of which he has been deprived. Here the counsel for the defense closed the Chief Justice of Supreme Court with benign and imposing presence, comprehending and defining all law and evidence, explained from his statute book, the Bible, that any so-called law which undertakes to punish aught but sin is null and void. He also decided that the plaintiff, personal sense, be not permitted to enter any suits at the bar of soul, but be enjoined to keep perpetual silence, and in the case of temptation to give heavy bond for good behavior. He included his charge thus: the plea of false belief we deem unworthy of hearing. Let what false belief utters now and forever fall into oblivion, unknelled, uncoffined, and unknown. According to our statute, material law is a liar who cannot bear witness against mortal man. Neither can fear arrest mortal man, nor can disease cast him into prison. Our law refuses to recognize man as sick or dying, but holds him to forever in the image and likeness of his Maker. Reversing the testimony of personal sense and the decrees of the court of error in favor of matter, spirit decides in favor of man and against matter. We further recommend that Materia Medica adopt Christian Science, and that health laws, mesmerism, hypnotism, oriental witchcraft, and esoteric magic be publicly executed at the hands of our Sheriff Progress. The Supreme Bench decides in favor of intelligence that no law outside the divine mind can punish or reward mortal man. Your personal jurors in the court of error are myths. Your eternity false belief is an impostor, persuading mortal minds to return a verdict contrary to law of and gospel. The plaintiff's personal sense is recorded in our book of books as a liar. Our great teacher of mental jurisprudence speaks of him also as a murderer from the beginning. We have no trials of sickness before the tribunal of divine spirit. There man is adjudged innocent and transgressing physical laws. Because there is no such laws, our statute as spiritual, our government is divine. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right? The jury's spiritual senses agreed at once upon a verdict, and there resounded throughout the vast audience chamber of spirit the cry, "Not guilty." Then the prison rose up, regenerated, strong, free prisoner. We noticed as he shook hands with his counsel, Christian Science, that all sallowness and debility had disappeared. His form was erect and commanding, his countenance beaming with health and happiness. Divine love had cast out fear. Mortal man, no longer sick and in prison, walked forth his feet, beautiful upon the mountains as of one that bringeth good tidings. Neither animal magnetism nor hypnotism enters into the practice of Christian Science, in which truth cannot be reversed, but the reverse of error is true. An improved belief cannot retrograde. When Christ changes a belief of sin or sickness into a better belief, then belief melts into spiritual understanding, and sin, disease, and death disappear. Christ's truth gives mortal temporary food and clothing until material transformed with the ideal disappears, and man is clothed and fed spiritually. St. Paul says, "Work out your own salvation with fear and trembling." Jesus said, "Fear not, little flock, for it is your Father's good pleasure to give you the kingdom." This is true Christian Science. Christian Scientists, be a law to yourselves that mental malpractice cannot harm you either when asleep or when awake. And that was long. This is a good chapter, though. So far, if you just read one chapter, this chapter 12 puts it all into perspective. pretty good. And that allegory at the end, just dealing with our court system, it just plays along so well. How our current system operates. And then the mind, I liked it because the thought of all the different fears and nerves and doctors and medicine, the smart, educated people, if you will give you the idea of what they can make money off of. And your own fear and your own fears will let them experiment on you and take you down paths that it's probably not. Unless you can highlight an actual event where you had some sort of physical trauma, then any illness or sickness, to assume it's anything longer than a temporary thing, even if symptoms are prolonged, even if you're sick for like a month, the body goes through changes. Anyway, rambling, that's the end. Chapter 13 is teaching Christian Science, which more reading. 443. 267 pages. 57? 257.